Just because the rich second generation publicly mocked me as nobody. I went straight to his still charming CEO mother. Originally just wanted her to verify the truth. Never expected she'd turn out to be an exquisite widow, not having been close to a man for over a decade. My sudden appearance was like a spark falling into a gasoline barrel, instantly igniting her long-suppressed restlessness. At this moment, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Lu Ruinyu, who was resting, was startled with a shiver. Her heart tightened, and she tentatively called out toward the door. Who's there? Is it Chu Sheng who's back? A clear male voice immediately came from outside the door. Auntie, I'm Lu Guan, Chu Sheng's classmate. Lu Guan? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Seems like my son mentioned him before. But the son is clearly not at home now. How did the other party get in? Her internal alarm bells were ringing loudly. She grabbed the electric baton by the bedside and clenched it tightly in her hand. What are you here for? I couldn't be bothered with small talk, and turned the doorknob directly. Lu Ruinyu's heart seemed to beat. It suddenly dawned on me that I had forgotten my bad habit of not locking the door. She panicked instantly, and instinctively raised the stun gun towards the doorway. But as the door slowly creaked open, at the door stood a tall young man, standing at 1.8 meters, with a robust physique, and a mischievous smile on his sunny face. Lu Ruinyu looked somewhat dazed, her entire person frozen for a moment. I seized the opportunity to snatch the electric baton from her hand, a smirk curling at the corner of my mouth. Auntie, this thing is dangerous. Don't mess around with it. Lu Ruinyu's beautiful eyes swept over me. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Her voice trembled slightly. What do you want to do? There wasn't a trace of fear in her eyes. Instead, a peculiar glimmer flashed through them. After all, this boy in front of her was so handsome he seemed to have grown right into her heart. I immediately locked the door behind me, greedily inhaling the sweet fragrance that filled the room. He laughed and said, "Nothing much. Just wanted to have a deeper conversation with you." Oops. Her overly explicit words sent a shiver through her body, her pretty face instantly flushing crimson. Are young people nowadays always this straightforward? She forcibly suppressed the inexplicable flutter in her heart, pretending to be calm. His tone softened. You? Do you know what you're saying? You don't look very old, and you're Chu Sheng's classmate. I can pretend nothing happened. You still have time to leave now. I let out a mocking laugh, my gaze instantly turning cold. Don't even mention him. Just thinking about him fills me with rage. Your precious son made me the laughingstock of the entire school today. As his mother, you bear undeniable responsibility. I'm here to demand an explanation. At this point, my tone suddenly turned dark. If you don't agree, then this debt, I'll have to collect double from you. No. Lu Ruinyu looked at my icy gaze and instantly panicked. You're right. I do bear responsibility. What compensation do you want? I'll give it all to you. Just don't hurt Chu Sheng. I casually plopped down on her large bed, patting the spot beside him. My compensation is simple. It's you. Lu Ruinyu frowned slightly. Her cheeks burned even hotter. How could this guy speak so shamelessly? But perhaps it was for the best. At least it saved her from agonizing over those ridiculous principles. I saw her still hesitating there, so I deliberately sighed and stood up. Forget it. If you're unwilling, then let it be. I initially did want to take revenge on Xiao Chu Sheng, but upon further reflection, every grievance has its cause and every debt is debtor. His mistake should be his own to bear. Seeing that I was about to leave, Lu Ruinyu was truly anxious now, and quickly grabbed hold of me, blurting out, "Wait a second. Who said I wasn't willing?" With that, she took the initiative to walk to my side, her warm, soft body nestling directly into my embrace, voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. I am willing. But you must promise me. You absolutely must not trouble Chu Sheng again. Hearing this, I licked my lips. That's what you said yourself. Lu Ruinyu responded with an embarrassed buried her head even deeper. At this moment, she completely let down all her defenses. After all, she had waited far too long. A wicked smile curled at the corner of my lips. Okay, I promise you too. After a passionate encounter, Lu Ruinyu lazily leaned against the headboard. A single tear of contentment slipped from the corner of her eye. How many years had passed? She had finally waited for this day. Just at this moment, the system's alert tone suddenly rang rang out in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for saving Lu Ruinyu. Mission accomplished. Reward, 1,000 rescue points. Next mission release. Rescue Zhang Jingjing, the school beauty who has always looked down on you, within 18 hours. And humiliate her thoroughly with money. The successful completion of the mission rewards 2,000 points of salvation value. Failure results in the annihilation of both body and soul. I sprang up from the bed in an instant, nearly cursing out loud on the spot. No way, officer. I just finished. Not even a sip of water. This damn system is way too harsh. Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't be worked this hard, would they? Wait. A sudden flash of inspiration struck me, and I turned my burning gaze toward Lu Ruinyu beside me. It seemed she noticed my mischievous gaze. She let out a soft moan, quickly pulling the blanket up higher. Her voice was both delicate and alluring. Xiao Lu, why are you staring at me like that? I raised an eyebrow, and reached out to pull her blanket. Why cover up so tightly? It's not like I haven't seen before. Lu Ruinyu tugged at the corner of the quilt, coquettishly protesting. No way. Fine then. Let's drop it. I shrugged my shoulders, changing the subject. However, you wouldn't want Chushin to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair, would you? Hearing this, Lu Ruinyu abruptly leaned forward. What do you mean? Xiao Lu, didn't you promise me not to cause trouble for Chushin anymore? I waved my hand and said lazily, I never said I was going to cause him trouble. I just think, if you don't want anything bad to happen to him, you'd better stop his ridiculously high allowance right now. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, eyes filled with confusion. 20,000 a month. Are there many? I almost spat out a mouthful of blood. 200,000 isn't much? Auntie, do you know, the monthly living expenses of an average college student, 2,000 would already be a fortune. Lu Ruinyu's face was filled with astonishment. After she processed the situation, she immediately pulled out a bank card from the nightstand and shoved it into my hands. There's about $1 million in here. You can take it for now. Let me know if it's not enough. By the way, there are still a few cars at home. Take whichever one you like for a spin. They're just sitting idle anyway. I felt a surge of warmth in my heart. I couldn't resist planting a firm kiss on her smooth forehead. Lu Ruinyu instantly turned into a shy little girl. I've decided, to reward you for being so understanding, I'm going to do it again. Don't. Don't want it when you say don't want it? Wouldn't I lose face then? Don't. Aha. Half an hour later, Lu Ruinyu completely lost her strength, then lay down on the bed and slept peacefully. This was the first time she had slept so peacefully since so many years. And all those problems in her body that had arisen due to her endocrine secretions and not being nourished for a long time seemed to have disappeared without a trace. After waking up, she promised Lucian to reduce her son Li Huayan's allowance to 10,000 a month. This was already the lowest amount she could afford. Lu Ruinyu knew that boys had to be raised poorly, but she was after all bringing up a child alone before and was always worried that she would be indebted to the other person. Therefore, she didn't count anything on Li Huayan's pocket money. But after hearing Lucian talk about how Li Huayan had done so many bad things in school, all because of money, she began to waver. Maybe it really was her own fault. Little Lu, I will also do my best to make up for the harm Huayan has done to you, so please do forgive him. Lu Ruinyu looked at Lucian with a twinkling gaze. Well, I won't bother with a little kid. Lucian had already achieved his goal, and what kind of person Li Huayan was in the future had nothing to do with him at all. Moreover, his mom had already repaid for him. Then the next thing to consider was the task of how to take down the schoolgirl, Zhang Sijia. The reason why he had asked Lu Ruinyu to reduce Li Huayan's allowance was so that he could no longer feed Zhang Sijia with money. Although he didn't see it before, Lucian was now very clear that Zhang Sijia was a money-loving gold-digging girl. What schoolgirl persona? It was disgusting to think about it now. But it won't take 48 hours for her to be honestly tamed by herself. Just wait, don't be in a hurry. Although I am long, I don't want to shrink because of mission failure. After getting cozy together for a while longer, Lucian followed Lu Ruinyu out of the room and arrived at the villa's underground garage. The effect brought about by a full great physique was manifested to the fullest at this time. Even after 5 or 6 hours of intense fighting, he was still full of energy and stamina. Lu Ruinyu looked at his appearance. The more she looked at him, the more she liked it, the more satisfied she was. Only she hadn't done that kind of thing with a man for a long time, and now some of the muscles on her thighs and back waist were still a little weak and sore. But the feeling of being permeable made her ignore these small details. After all, usually Lu Ruinyu also have fitness exercise, nothing will also do some yoga meditation or something, these soreness is nothing. See which one you like? Which one will do, as long as you like it, even one day to drive one out can do. In the wide underground garage, there were more than a dozen luxury cars. Lucian once again couldn't help but be amazed. This is the ing life of a rich man. Bugatti Veyron, Ferrari, Lamborghini. There were also several luxury cars that were a bit on the business side. If this is driven out, then the school flower sister, mature royal sister will not be captured? Lucian suddenly remembered Zhang Sijia's pure and attractive looks and figure. In the past, the other party always liked to dress up in school uniforms and short skirts. High ponytail, pure and pretty face. The upper part of the body was full of explosions, and it was estimated that it wouldn't be worse than Lu Ruinyu's. Pretty face, Jew lips, narrow beautiful eyes. Swan neck, looking whiter than snow. The upper body waist and hip ratio is coordinated, the curve arc is perfect. Lower body, that pair of slender straight long legs, even longer than a person's life. The backstory is even better. Chapter 5. Just let mom redeem herself. I basically haven't driven these cars, they are all driven by Hwayan, and I have had the others regularly maintained, so just drive them with confidence. Lu Ruinyu's face was full of tenderness when she looked at Lucian, and at the same time there was a touch of pride in her eyes to be able to offer help to Lucian. If you don't like driving, I can match you with a driver. Seeing that Lucian didn't say anything for a while, she thought it was because Lucian didn't have a driver's license, so she thought of this for him thoughtfully. No need. Lucian shook his head, then pointed to an inconspicuous Mercedes in the corner. Mercedes. Let's go with it, I don't like to be too high profile. But. Looking at his serious look, Lu Ruinyu couldn't help but laugh at once. I just like your low profile. No laughing. Lucian raised his voice. Oh. Lu Ruinyu directly closed her mouth and looked at Lucian with some aggression. Just kidding. The corner of Lucian's lips slightly outlined a faint smile. What he wanted was to tame Lu Ruinyu. Right now, it seemed that Lu Ruinyu was still quite submissive to himself. This feeling of soft food and hard food was just wonderful, even the air became much fresher when breathing. Of course, more of this was still the scent from the soft rice. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Lu Ruinyu beamed her small mouth and hit Lucian with her fist a few times. Lucian smiled and didn't say anything, hooked her snow-white jade-like chin with his finger, lowered his head and directly covered it with his big mouth. Boo. After being sucked hard, Lu Ruinyu lowered her head with a small red face. It had been a long time since she had felt this way. It was strange, yet expected, and it always felt like she was tickled, yet incredibly satisfied. The key is kept in a cupboard on the side, I'll get it for you. Lu Ruinyu smiled gently, then daintily moved her feet. Although she was quite a bit older than Lucian in terms of age, she was as understanding as a little girl in front of Lucian. Lucian enjoyed this feeling. Because in the past, no one had ever treated himself like this. A great man lives between heaven and earth. Should be like this. He took the key from Lu Ruinyu's hand and then left a mark on Lu Ruinyu's lips again. Aha! Lu Ruinyu couldn't help but hum softly. Lucian smiled faintly at her and asked, is there anything else? That. If you don't have a place to stay tonight, you can come to my place. Lu Ruinyu held her tongue for half a day, and finally continued with a red face, I'm usually by myself here, and sometimes I'm quite scared. Lucian knew what she had in mind, but did not reject it, just nodded gently. Although he had a place to live, that small broken rental house, it was indeed not as comfortable as living in a villa. The school's management of senior students was to be a lot more lenient than in the past. Most of them had houses rented outside, after all, they had to cope with internships, cope with the annoying things like looking for a job. It takes a lot more freedom and time to be able to. He was thinking, in that case, it would be better to simply live in this villa in Lu Ruinyu. Anyway, there was still Lu Ruinyu waiting on the sidelines. It was fine for himself, a full great physique person, to keep working 24 hours a day, as long as he fed her every day. What a simple thing. So easy. That's great. This is the door card of the house, take one, from now on you can come and go as you please here. Lu Ruinyu was instantly delighted and a happy smile followed on her face. She was afraid that Lucian would never come back after leaving this time. After all, Lucian was still young, while she was already an old aunt in her 40s, and it was normal for men to prefer younger ones. Although she couldn't guarantee that she would let Lucian feel the vigor of a young girl in her body. But she could guarantee to give Lucian endless money to spend. Of course, she did not expect Lucian to make any promises to himself, after all, it was her own son who hurt him first. After all, it was her son who hurt him first. As a mom herself, she can only make up for the harm Lucian suffered from her son in terms of money. Hwayan ah Hwayan, you don't blame mom, indeed you did not do the right thing at the beginning, mom is also just atoning for your sins. As Lucian listened to Lu Ruinyu's heartfelt words, the corner of his lips couldn't help but hook up a smile. A was really kind, considerate and tolerant of everything. If all the women in the whole world could be as reasonable as her, then he himself would be better off. Bring your face closer to me. Lucian held the steering wheel in one hand and rested one hand on the side of the car window, his gaze quietly looking at Lu Ruinyu. What's wrong? Little Lu, is there something on my face? Lu Ruinyu was in the middle of her contemplation when she heard a voice from the side, her petite body couldn't help but be shaken, and she hastily touched her face. Only when she confirmed that there was nothing on her face did she obediently support her knees with her hands before bending down and putting her face close to Lucian at the car window. "It's nothing, it's just that I think you're such a cute and reasonable little baby." Lucian smiled faintly, and his outstretched fingers gently pinched the tip of Lu Ruinyu's upturned nose. Hearing the name little baby, Lu Ruinyu immediately revealed a look of shyness. With a small mouth, she was about to pretend to bite his finger. "Behave yourself, your little mouth is not for biting fingers. When I come back tonight, there will be something better for you to eat." The corner of Lucian's lips lifted up a bad smile. "Hate, you're bad." Seemingly thinking of something, Lu Ruinyu's face suddenly couldn't help but blush. Then, "I'll wait for you at home, oh." It was false that she wasn't looking forward to it. Although Lucian had already fed her during the daytime, but the hunger and thirst of more than 10 years could not be quenched in this moment. She really couldn't wait to stay at home for a few days and then completely drain Lucian. The company? Anyway, it won't close down if she doesn't go for a few days. Go away and be good at home. Lucian looked his gaze ahead and waved his hand casually at her before stepping on the gas and driving out of the basement. And this dashing scene, looking in the eyes of Lu Ruinyu, also made her a burst of spring, nearly falling into it. More than 10 years? One had finally found the one that one liked. Although the age is a little inappropriate, but she does not care about this, as long as Lucian people in her, the heart is not in it does not matter. Older, can enjoy a day as a day, right? Oh. Almost forgot, today's yoga hasn't been practiced yet. After Lucian left, Lu Ruinyu suddenly remembered something. She used to pay attention to her figure, and now that she had a significant other she couldn't ignore it even more. Otherwise, this raw and handsome little boyfriend that she just met, wouldn't she still like the new and hate the old? She was in a good mood at the moment, and her body was much more permeable and comfortable than before, and she was a little more comfortable doing things. Especially the change in the color of her face, it can be said that, compared with the previous, it is like a different person. Some things are still a bit unfulfilled. Lu Ruinyu is looking forward to the night to come soon. Anyone like to fall in love with an ant? The kind of everyday romance, intimacy, interaction, some more details in detail? Chapter 6. Feast your eyes and take it all in. Lucian drove the Mercedes towards his university. To be honest, the feeling of a luxury car was different. Don't ask what's different. Don't ask what's different. It's the feel and comfort of driving. It's not something that can be compared to a normal car. System, how much time is left for the mission? Lucian shouted the system out in his mind. Not long after, a virtual light screen appeared in front of his eyes. Remaining length of the mission, 45 hours, 57 minutes, 57 seconds. Enough. Lucian's gaze revealed a touch of determined ruthlessness. Zhang Sijia, aren't you a gold worshipper? Then I'll let you taste the feeling of the people you rely on, not being able to feed you money anymore. Is it already 7 in the evening? Lucian then glanced at the time on the dashboard. Today was Zhang Sijia's birthday, and singing in the KTV at noon was celebrating her. But looking at this point in time now, a group of them should soon be in nightclub mode. It goes without saying that the expenses for the entire venue would definitely be paid for by Li Huayan on her behalf. But today, Li Huayan can't protect you either, as Lao Zi said, it's useless even if Jesus comes. Thinking this way, Lucian parked his car on the side of the road and took out his cell phone to look at the situation in his classmate group. There weren't many messages. It wasn't long ago that Zhang Sijia had sent out a locator for an upscale restaurant that didn't consume much. The fact that she had invited people over in such a high-profile manner was only due to the fact that she had Li Huayan behind her. But if she knew that Li Huayan's card had already been limited by his reasonable mom, how would she look? Lucian couldn't wait to see this scene. However, eating always took time. And, there are some emotions and atmospheres that need to be brewed up properly, so that when they are held up to the highest point, they can fall even harder. What's more, one still has the ability to locate the transient. There is no hurry. Lucian parked his car near the entrance of the school, lit a cigarette and looked at the female college students coming and going. The perspective hadn't been turned off the entire time. Who wore what inside, what they didn't wear, what was padded on their chests, and how strong they really were, was in full view. It could be said to be a feast for the eyes. Handsome guy. Not long after, a few girls wearing short uniform skirts, showing a pair of long, straight, long legs, walked over. Before Lucian could react, the several girls directly pulled open the car door and sat in. Put. Lucian threw his cigarette butt to the ground and furrowed his brows tightly before walking over to the passenger side and pulling open the car door. Not what are you guys doing? Is it your car? You guys just get in. Get off. The harsh scolding voice caused the faces of the several girls to freeze. The face simply couldn't hang. But looking at Lucian's eyes that were flooded with viciousness, they still left from the car with an embarrassed face. Spoiled for you guys. Are still quite skillful. Lucian couldn't help but mutter in his mouth after he unceremoniously whisked a few people down. Although he is horny, but the eyesight strength is still at least there, this kind of light woman at first glance cannot be wanted. Still do not know with how many people have played. Unlike Lu Ruinyu, although she was once a married woman, she had at least been single for more than 10 years. And that wild yet subtle feeling is really overwhelming. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that Lucian still had to complete the system tasks, he wouldn't be willing to leave that villa at all. Wide and cozy space, light fragrance, soft Lu Ruinyu, the life of a rich man. Wonderful to the extreme. Eating soft rice is still good. Soft rice has to be eaten. Zhang Sijia was particularly satisfied today because the day before, Li Huayan had made a confession to her. This rich second generation, who could be said to be unknown in the school, was very clear to anyone who knew how powerful his family really was. With him, not only do you not have to worry about spending money, but you can also be directly placed into his family's company after graduation, so it can be said that you can kill two birds with one stone. Moreover, Li Huayan's looks were also schoolboy level. It was said to have inherited his mom's genes. Together with him, one could be described as a man and a woman, and no one else would be able to envy them. Especially today, Li Huayan arranged Zhang Sijia's birthday properly. Looking at the gazes of envy and jealousy of several roommates, she couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of pleasure in her heart. As Li Huayan looked at Zhang Sijia beside him, a hint of satisfaction was also revealed in his gaze. He decided. Tonight, he was going to completely take down this arrogant rose. Although Zhang Sijia was not the most outstanding schoolflower in Jiangbei University in terms of face value and temperament, she was the easiest for him to get his hands on. Because among these few schoolgirls, only Zhang Sijia had the simplest background. Li Huayan had checked that she came from the countryside, and her family's conditions were not very favorable. So he only needed to use money to control her easily. When he was tired of playing with her, he would then get rid of her casually. Pestering? He wasn't worried at all, the big deal was just to give more breakup fees. Nothing else, little master, I just have a lot of money. Sijia, you two really match, simply as a man and a woman, we a few sisters but envious of it. Zhang Sijia's roommates were sitting at the same table as her, and they were all praising her and Li Huayan. I also don't know when we can find our other half. As they spoke, the gazes of several girls couldn't help but look in Li Huayan's direction. Zhang Sijia covered her small mouth and smiled very favorably. Li Huayan naturally knew what these few girls were playing with their little minds, but he himself wasn't playing with just anyone. First of all, he had to be passable in terms of looks and temperament, and secondly, he hadn't dated any other guys. That's right, he was a clean freak. These few girls, however, were clearly not within the scope of his own criteria for playing with women. Whether they were in terms of looks or temperament, they were more than a big difference compared to Zhang Sijia. At first, Li Huayan had spent a lot of money to investigate Zhang Sijia. Except for a boy named Lucian, who had been chasing after Zhang Sijia, everyone else kept a distance. This Lucian. Thinking of this, Li Huayan's gaze couldn't help but chill a few points. Originally, when he was at the Imperial City KTV at noon, he wanted to make a move to humiliate the other party, but he didn't expect that kid to be absent. He clearly remembered that he followed the large group into the private room, but he disappeared. It is really a ing ghost in broad daylight. But you wait, packing you is sooner or later. If you want to blame, you should blame yourself for inviting the people you shouldn't. Achoo. Lucian sat in the car and was thinking about Lu Ruinyu's perfectly defined body when he suddenly couldn't help but sneeze. Strange, even my perfect physique can catch a cold? He shook his head in confusion, then opened the system's mall interface. Inside, there were a wide variety of items displayed in abundance, and there were also some that had yet to be unlocked that showed up as question marks. Lucian briefly looked through them. His face also gradually changed from indifference at the beginning to disbelief. Chapter 7 Black Rose? Redemption Leather Whip? Money Exchange. 1 point of salvation value can be exchanged for 100 coins. Currently redeemable for 100,000 coins. Black Rose Mask 500 save value 50,000 coins. The wearer's sensitivity value is increased by 50%, while the dependence on the user is increased by 20%. Black Knight Crystal Heal 1000 save 100,000 coins. The wearer's charisma, sensitivity, wildness, and initiative are increased by 30%, while their dependence on the user is increased by 10%. Redemption Leather Whip 1200 save 120,000 coins. Rechargeable Handcuffs. Bunny Ears. Kitten. Power Potion 20 save 2,000 coins. The user's strength is increased by 100%. Time limit 60 minutes. Enhanced Power Potion 50 save 5,000 coins. Increases the user's strength by 200%. Limitation 120 minutes. Speed Pill 40 save 4,000 coins. User's speed increases by 100%. Limitation 90 minutes. All good stuff. Seeing this, Lucian was so surprised that he was already somewhat speechless. But then he took a deep breath and the corners of his lips followed suit with a faint smile. This mall is simply. It's simply too good to be true. He had never seen any mall that was so in line with the user's appetite. And it was so good and inexpensive that those who had used it had to say it was affordable. Well, Lucian looked at one item after another on the mall that satisfied him and fell into deep thought. He was thinking, after getting Zhang Sijia at night, should he exchange for a black rose mask or a black warrior crystal heel for fun? No matter what, he had spent a lot of energy chasing Zhang Sijia in the first place, so he felt sorry for himself if he didn't use something. Lucian had difficulty choosing like this for a while. Afterwards, he looked at the time and felt that it was almost time, so he performed a positioning transient. And in a Western-style restaurant with an extremely luxurious decoration style. Zhang Sijia and her group had already finished their meal and were planning to go to the counter for the checkout. But when she waited to swipe her card, the waiter's words directly caused her blood to tumble and rush straight to her head. Her face turned red with it. "I'm sorry both of you, this card has been limited to spending, the maximum can only be swiped 10,000 yuan, there is still a difference of 40,000. The waitress revealed a standard smile, then handed the bank card back to Li Huayan's hand. Li Huayan looked at the other party with some disbelief and questioned, "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake yourself?" "Sorry, this card does have a limit." The waiter's face was still the same standard smile from earlier. "How come?" Li Huayan pulled out his cell phone with some skepticism, then tried to transfer money from his bank card to his cell phone. "Sorry, your bank card has been limited to spending." Looking at the prompt on his cell phone, Li Huayan's face instantly froze, and a blush of embarrassment quietly surged onto his cheeks. "Sijia, wait, I'll make a call." Li Huayan had originally portrayed himself as the kind of man who was unperturbed and calm when things went wrong. But now he had a bitter smile on his face. "Well, Huayan, I'll wait for you." Although Zhang Sijia was also a bit embarrassed and had a vague sense of foreboding within her, she still revealed a gentle smile. She had managed to create her very gentle character with Li Huayan, so naturally she couldn't ruin it just because of a small thing. Besides, Li Huayan's family was so rich. It was only $50,000 for a meal, so it shouldn't be too much to take. It is estimated that he has been spending too much money recently, so the bank card is restricted from spending, the problem should not be too big. And Li Huayan likewise thought the same. Because before this, he did spend a lot of money. On the one hand, he was investigating Zhang Sijia, and on the other hand, he also kept other women. Not long ago, he also smashed a large number of tickets out for the schoolgirls of other schools. Although there was nothing to gain for the time being. But in his opinion, women were all gold-devouring beasts. At least among those he knew, there wasn't a single one that didn't let him smash a large amount of money into them. "Hey, Mom." After the phone was connected, Li Huayan instantly changed his face, directly turning into the appearance of a good boy. "Huayan, calling, what's the matter?" Lu Ruinyu was trying to learn how to make soup from the internet, intending to give Lucian a good tonic in the evening when he returned. But then she thought of something and her face suddenly changed. "Huayan, this kid couldn't be planning to come home to stay tonight, right? It's fine. Mom." Li Huayan spoke with a bit of a twist. In his childhood memories, his own mother had always been a woman who was thunderous, and who spoke her mind. Therefore, even though Lu Ruinyu did not control him in terms of spending money, he still did not dare to ask more about money matters. After all, Lu Ruinyu was a typical person who was overly sensitive to finances. In the past, the pocket money was all on a fixed time card, and he had never opened his mouth to ask about it. Today, he was suddenly restricted from spending. Li Huayan was worried that part of the reason for this was related to this mom of his. "Huayan, is there something you want to ask me?" Lu Ruinyu frowned slightly. From Li Huayan's tone she could hear that something was wrong. After all, he was his own son. Any more subtle behavior on his part, Lu Ruinyu would be able to detect it clearly. But the good thing is that it shouldn't be to come back to live. "Mom, the card you gave me before seems to have been restricted from spending." Li Huayan gathered courage and somewhat swallowed and whispered. "Oh, you say this, ah?" Lu Ruinyu then secretly sighed with relief. It was really this. And then casually found a way to say it. "Shaoan, you do not know, the company has recently encountered some problems, the financial turnover is somewhat difficult, you also sympathize." "Ah? Oh good." Li Huayan had no change on the surface, but his heart couldn't help but thump. Finished. The company's finance was not difficult earlier or later, but it was difficult at the time when he wanted to take Zhang Sijia. Could this luck be any worse? Li Huayan gritted his teeth. He only had $10,000 in his hand right now, but he had just spent $50,000 on a meal. Where could he get the remaining $40,000? He did not dare to blatantly ask his mom for money. After all, before the pocket money so much, has always been particularly sensitive to the financial figures of the Lu Ruinyu will certainly interrogate him. At that time, all those things that he did outside in these years are estimated to be exposed. If you let mom know, you have to be peeled layer skin down not. After hanging up the phone, Li Huayan looked gloomy, his eyebrows knitted. He intends to make friends with the group of buddies in the community to borrow some, their relationship with them so good, not to this point of money are not borrowed. Moreover, in the past, he also sent them a lot of red envelopes. Thinking like this, Li Huayan immediately called the few friends he knew again. This idiot. Not far away, Lucian watched a scene and read Li Huayan's mind. The corner of his lips couldn't help but lift up a faint cold smile. He then took out his cell phone and called Lu Ruinyu over. Lu Ruinyu thought it was her son calling again, until she saw the note baby and couldn't help but be happy. Chapter 8 Auntie Good, Auntie treats you like a treasure. Lu Ruinyu hurriedly wiped her hands and answered the phone. Hello, Xiao Lu, are you here? Lu Ruinyu had a smile of anticipation on her face, and somewhat impatiently took the lead in opening her mouth. Although they had only been separated for a short while, she felt that a long time had already passed. Without Lu Shen by her side to keep her company, that feeling of loneliness and emptiness and coldness surged madly towards her again. What? This is missing me again? The corners of Lu Shen's lips were slightly raised. From Lu Ruinyu's tone of voice, one could hear that her infatuation with herself seemed to have reached a point where she couldn't help herself. But he himself did miss her a bit. Especially that smooth touch, and the other party's ardent feelings when she was doing her business. Hate. You obviously know, but still ask me like this. Lu Ruinyu's face slightly blushed, thinking about the scene of Lu Shen mingling water and fire with herself earlier. She couldn't help but feel her heartbeat accelerate. Don't be anxious, I will definitely go back at night, right? Lu Shen paused. Lu Ruinyu was first delighted, then asked, what's wrong? Lu Shen then spoke, did your son call you? Ah. How did you know? Lu Ruinyu opened her small mouth in some surprise. Just before you called, Huayan had just called me. Because I was right next to him. Lu Shen smiled, but I won't tell him about our relationship, don't worry. Lu Ruinyu's heart was in her throat, but it only loosened up again when she heard the words that followed. He is now mesmerized by a gold-digging girl from school. He spent $50,000 on one meal, and just called you because of this. Lu Shen explained lightly, but you don't need to step in and take care of this. With me here, I'll pay for this meal for him. It was Li Huayan's ing money that was spent anyway. This card in his own hand has more than $1 million in it. Gold-worshipping woman? When Lu Ruinyu heard these three words, she couldn't help but frown slightly. What's going on? Lu Shen smiled slightly. Then if you ask what's going on, I'll have to nag you about it. Subsequently, he used the shortest amount of time to add fuel to Zhang Sijia's situation and colorfully told Lu Ruinyu. As soon as Lu Ruinyu heard this, she snorted coldly on the spot, and there was more than a hint of the aura of being a superior in her tone. Xiao Lu, don't mind this matter, let Huayan figure it out on his own, he's really getting more and more blind now. Lu Ruinyu, as a hand of a company, usually the last thing she liked was to be led by the nose by others. Not to mention that the other party was still a female college student who had not been beaten up by society. Instead of thinking of improving her abilities at a young age, she used her appearance to seduce others. And actually made her own son willingly act as a wallet for her. Outrageous. Do you really think your money comes from the wind? Li Huayan. I think it's because your mom and I are too spoiled for you that you're getting more and more indulgent. Baby, if it wasn't for you telling me this, I really didn't realize that Huayan had actually experienced so much outside. Lu Ruinyu forcefully suppressed the coldness within her. She wouldn't dare to play a bully in front of this little object of hers. What if she gave someone a scare? It is estimated that he hurt you before was also compelled by someone else. This child of his has not had much heart since he was a child, I am aware of that. If you don't say that this woman is smart, even now she didn't forget to find reasons to ease Lu Shen's relationship with Li Huayan. Well, Huayan used to be really nice. I don't know when he started to be like this. I guess it's related to the people he came in contact with. Lu Shen nodded and smiled, but you shouldn't be too angry. Young people, which one doesn't indulge? Experience more and you'll understand. Baby. Lu Ruinyu's nose was sore, and she was suddenly moved. After so many years, she had brought up her child all by herself, and there were too many things that were not easy. Fortunately, Lu Shen was able to appreciate her feelings. It's so good to have you here, thank God for letting you appear beside me today. If Huayan is half as mature as you are, I'll be satisfied. Ayu, Huayan is not young anymore, always under your shelter will not grow, so let go when it's time to let go. Lu Shen struck the iron while it was hot and continued, one day in the future, he will always have to hold up a piece of the sky on his own, he should be allowed to be independent and self-reliant. Aha, baby you're right. Lu Ruinyu fell into deep passionate love. Lu Shen's words made her very touched and made her feel extraordinarily reasonable. After so many years, she had finally found a pillow person who could help her think about family matters. Moreover, this pillow person also made her very thirst-quenching and satisfying. Well, what are you doing now? Lu Shen saw that his purpose had been achieved, so he casually chatted. Li Huayan is still looking for friends to borrow money, not in a hurry. Not doing is just learning how to make chicken soup online. Lu Ruinyu blushed slightly. Make chicken soup? Lu Shen couldn't help but be stunned, then he reacted, the corner of his lips hooked into a smile, and asked, make it for me? Lu Ruinyu nodded shyly. When had she ever done this kind of small womanly thing as the company's top hand? It was because of Lu Shen that she was willing. Lu Ruinyu continued, you worked hard today, and you still have to. That at night, I thought to make up for your body. Also good. Lu Shen nodded, his tone was flat. After all, today we talked about more than $1 billion of projects at once, it's time to make up for it. What? More than $1 billion? Lu Ruinyu didn't seem to understand, but she was extraordinarily sensitive to numbers and couldn't help but freeze. It couldn't be that Lucian had a powerful family behind him, could it? Didn't you eat several billions during the day? What? Forgot about it so quickly, huh? Lucian smiled faintly. Lu Ruinyu was stunned, then as if she thought of something, her face suddenly flushed and she snapped, "You're so annoying." She had been so focused on taking care of the company for so many years that she even had very little time to discipline her children, so how could she know about these things? Well, let's not chat for now, wait for me at home at night clean and scented, it shouldn't be too late, there's still something on my side. Lucian also didn't expect Lu Ruinyu to be so unfamiliar with these stems, now he was even more convinced of the fact that the other party had been single for more than 10 years. Well, baby, I'll wait for you, Mua. Like coaxing a little baby, Lu Ruinyu showed his absolutely gentle side to Lucian. Lucian naturally didn't spoil the fun, and only after mooing into his cell phone several times did he finally hang up. It was still the same sentence. Auntie is good, auntie treats you like a treasure. He had already decided that at night he would let Lu Ruinyu wear the Black Warrior crystal high heels and soothe her torment of these 10 years. Of course, before that, one has to take Zhang Sijia to test it, whether the effect is as good as the system introduction or not. Chapter 9 Short Skirt Black Silk School Flower. Old Chi, I have a problem at home, body is a little tight right now, I need $40,000, look. Li Huayan made 3 phone calls in a row, that group of only in and out of shabby actually did not have a willingness to lend money to him. Said what they also have no money, lousy ing just 2 days ago to send them red envelopes. A red packet is worth several $1,000s, isn't it? After receiving so much and still have no money? Go to hell. He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart, today was considered to let him see the true face of this group of fox and dog friends. Brother and you are usually good to us, brothers all remembered in the heart, I also very much want to help your favor. Soon, Old Chi's voice came from the other side of the phone. Hearing the other party's words, Li Huayan's eyes lit up and he was relieved. Fortunately, at least Lao Chi is really treating himself as a brother. When the family gets through this difficult time, he will definitely not treat him poorly. Li Huayan thought like this, was about to say this sentence to Lao Chi, but the phone side came out a but word. But? Lao Chi's tone paused, but brother, I really don't have much money on hand, at most. I can lend you 500. What? 500? Li Huayan almost thought that he had misheard his ears. Not. What I'm missing is 40,000 thousand. You offer me 500? And you put so much emphasis on the word borrow? Are you afraid that I will not pay you back? Only 500. Old Chi's voice sounded again. Li Huayan almost fainted from anger. Normally, when he was rich, this group of people frantically surrounded him, but now that he is in trouble, none of them can be relied upon. It really should be that sentence, what is the saying? Damn. I was so angry that I couldn't even think of a word to say. Li Huayan even ignore each other, directly hung up the phone, and then pulled black. 500? To send the beggar? Huayan is encountering any difficulties? Seeing that Li Huayan hadn't been coming back and his expression when he called didn't seem quite right, Zhang Sijia walked over with her long legs. She was 1 meter 6'8" tall. Today, she was wearing a high ponytail, a school uniform short skirt outfit, and her straight and slender long legs were wrapped in 2 tight black silks. On her feet was a pair of small black leather shoes. Exquisite white tender pretty face, wearing a light face makeup, small nose, 2 slender eyebrows, bright eyes like water flow. Watery, let a person look on a glance will produce a feeling of love. The whole person looks extraordinarily pure, generous, simply the female college student's school flower temperament showed to the fullest. It was no wonder that Li Huayan wanted to completely take her tonight. This looks, this dress up, these long legs, jade feet, whoever looks cannot stand it. Lucian also couldn't help but take a few more glances. Of course, he not only appreciated the dressed Zhang Sijia, but also opened his perspective ability. This didn't matter if he didn't look, but it really gave him a shock. Zhang Sijia was definitely the most powerful one among the people he had scanned tonight. Of course, Lu Ruinyu was excluded. But this Zhang Sijia was really deep. Time was tight at noon, and after touching herself haphazardly through her clothes, she really didn't feel anything. Good guy, now take a look at it, it's just like exploding thunder. Who? Looking at Zhang Sijia walking over, Li Huayan couldn't help but exhale a long breath, trying to make himself calm, he smiled. Sijia. Has something I want to talk to you about? What? What is it? Zhang Sijia looked at his somewhat stiff smile and couldn't help but be stunned, then as if she thought of something, her face suddenly flushed. Could it be that he was trying to use this meal money tonight to make himself promise him that kind of thing? No wonder it takes so long to make a phone call. With his financial strength, $50,000 only, how can he drag so long and not be able to solve it? Sure enough, men are all the same. Regardless of how rich they are, what's on their mind is still all those things. If it is not their own, still want to use him to change fate. On this virtue, even if he looks handsome, I also let him high climb cannot afford. But after all, there is still a request from the other party. Zhang Sijia looked at Li Huayan with a gentle smile on her face. The persona that has been built up with great difficulty cannot collapse. Li Huayan gritted his teeth and smiled. Didn't I transfer some money to you before? Do you think you can advance the money for this meal first? If he didn't really have no choice, he would never say such words. After all, the rich second-generation persona had followed him for so many years, and it was really difficult for him to say anything about asking for money for someone else. What's more, the other party is still his own just-arrived schoolflower. Obviously, it is only the last step. The last step, But it was at this step that things went wrong. The corner of Zhang Sijia's eyes suddenly jerked slightly, and her pupils were filled with a look of disbelief. Not you. A rich young master that everyone knew. A mere $50,000. Letting me, a girl, settle the bill? Are you sure you're not trying to make me happy? Or does this mean you want the money you gave away back? I'll be honest with you. My family is having some financial difficulties for the time being, but it will be resolved soon. Li Huayan looked at Zhang Sijia with a look of disbelief and also couldn't help but sigh. This matter was indeed unbelievable, but it was true. If he had heard this from someone else's mouth, he would have taken it as a joke, and even had to give the person who started the rumor a good beating. But the key to this is from their own mom's mouth to hear. And the other party also put to their bank card to limit spending. This was something that would never have happened before. Then there is only one possibility that the company of one's own family is indeed encountering some difficulties. Zhang Sijia frowned slightly as she observed Li Huayan's demeanor, which didn't seem like a lie. Nor did he have the slightest intention of testing himself. Could it be true? But she herself had already spent that $50,000 last night. Otherwise, where did this bag come from? Zhang Sijia's face was a bit cloudy and uncertain before she finally gritted her teeth and slowly spoke. That money. I have already spent. What? Li Huayan couldn't help but be shocked. 50,000. How long has it been gone? It hadn't even been a day, right? From yesterday when Zhang Sijia agreed to be her girlfriend until now, which spending was not paid for by herself. Is there any place where you need to use your money? Sure enough, this is a ing gold digger. She's also a gold digging beast who can only get in and out. Sir, the charges for your private room have not yet been settled. Do you want to pay by credit card or cash? The lobby manager, seeing them milling about, seemingly stalling for time, walked over with a professional smile. Zhang Sijia's roommates, as well as some of her classmates who had come to dawdle over the food and drinks, all followed and converged their gazes on the two of them. The scene began to become awkward for a time. Is there any cosplay character, send it, follow up the plot out, and female stars, favorite type of clothes, personality, or a good name, collectively send it, follow up out. Chapter 10 now, immediately, come to the bathroom. Zhang Sijia couldn't wait to immediately find a crack in the ground. This was definitely one of her most socially dead scenes. Li Huayan was even more frustrated. Obviously on the verge of the duck, now made such a mess, their own image in the heart of the other party is estimated to have been broken. Just at this time, Zhang Sijia's cell phone suddenly came to a call. She took it out and realized that it was Lucian, who had been chasing after her for a long time, so she directly hung up. Who had thought that the other party had sent her a text message? Lucian, $50,000 I have. Zhang Sijia's face instantly changed, and her eyes with suspicion instantly looked towards the surroundings. When she didn't find Lucian's figure, she couldn't help but knit her brows and gritted her teeth as she stepped aside. Then she returned a call to Lucian. Lucian, where are you? The moment the phone was connected, Zhang Sijia forced herself to hold back her embarrassment and disgust and squeezed out a smile. Now, you go to the restaurant's bathroom. Lucian didn't say much and hung up the phone directly after dropping this sentence. He couldn't possibly say too much over the phone. In case the other party recorded it, he'd be stealing a chicken. At that time, he still had to read the file. Wasting the time of this mission for nothing. Going to the bathroom? Zhang Sijia couldn't help but stare. A look of disgust appeared on his face. What the hell did this guy want? When did he, a poor guy, have $50,000? Could it be that he saved it from his recent internship part-time job? It couldn't be that fast. Sijia. Seeing that Zhang Sijia had been ignoring him, Li Huayan walked over after she hung up the phone. Why don't you borrow from your roommate? And these classmates first? $50,000 isn't much. Let him borrow money. Absolutely impossible. Almost none of these people were known to him. They were all people that Zhang Sijia had called out from her classmate group. There were also a few who were her roommates. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to pretend, this meal wouldn't have cost so much. I borrowed? Zhang Sijia looked at Li Huayan with some surprise, and an incredulous sneer suddenly appeared on her face. Sure enough. People do laugh when they are extremely speechless. Not. Li Huayan, how did a big man like you say such words? She had now completely reacted to the fact that Li Huayan was either really broke or was playing her for a fool. But by the looks of it, this so-called rich second generation should really be broke. No money, I still accompany you to play the fart. You want me to ask for money? That. Zhang Sijia thought this way, although her face could not hold her face, but also prepared to spend time with Li Huayan in this restaurant. Who knew that Li Huayan was even more shameless than she thought? You are the manager of this restaurant, right? Just find her for the money. These people are her roommate classmates. Today is also her birthday. Li Huayan smiled towards the lobby manager on the side. Who cares about face at this time? Let's get ourselves off the hook first. After the lobby manager heard this, her eyes couldn't help but look at Zhang Sijia. She naturally could see that this was a group of college students, and she didn't know if they were good at face, and actually picked this kind of expensive restaurant to come out to eat. The key is that there are still so many people. Now that it was time to pay the bill, one or two of them couldn't come up with the money and started to shirk their responsibilities to each other. But the identity of college students is not your gold medal of immunity. No matter what, you have to settle the bill for this meal today. Sorry, if you two can't settle the bill. Then I can only choose to call the police to deal with it. The lobby manager's tone was rather cold for a few minutes, and the smile on his face calmed down. Don't. Zhang Sijia couldn't help but be startled. She didn't want to alarm Uncle Hat over this kind of thing. For one thing, it would be humiliating, and for another, it would also have an impact on her studies in future. She gritted her teeth and thought about Lucian asking her to go to the bathroom on the phone earlier. It seems like this is the only way. Thinking like this, Zhang Sijia swept her disgusted gaze over Li Huayan's face. I really didn't expect him to be so good at pretending. Usually he puts on a gentle and elegant face in front of himself, but in the end, he pushes things onto himself as soon as they happen. Ugh. How disgusting. Excuse me, can I go to the restroom first? Zhang Sijia looked at the smiling gazes of the lobby manager and the other restaurant employees around him, and inwardly felt incredibly humiliated. Especially since there were roommates and classmates watching on the side. Although their gazes could not be seen, they were like a thorn deeply rooted into Zhang Sijia's heart. It was too humiliating. After the lobby manager nodded, she hurriedly ran into the bathroom with her head down. Lucian? Zhang Sijia called out tentatively in the bathroom and did not receive any response. A flash of anger appeared on her face. This damned Lucian! Definitely taking advantage of the opportunity to get back at himself. What a damn! How could she believe this poor man's words when she herself was pissed off? Humph. Zhang Sijia frowned and couldn't help but stomp her foot before opening a small door to the pit and walking in. Come all the way here. If I can stall for a while, it's a while. However, right at this moment, a hand suddenly appeared behind her and covered her mouth. Zhang Sijia's pupils suddenly shrunk. Just when she wanted to scream, there was a sudden trance in front of her eyes, and her surroundings then changed drastically. Originally in the bathroom, not long afterward it appeared in a wide living room. Looks like it seems to be a villa? Woo! She was feeling incredulous about this when a hot huff suddenly came from her ears, causing her to stifle a shock. Only then did Zhang Sijia remember that she was still being covered by someone. Hiss-ha! Lucian stood behind Zhang Sijia, and the two of them were very close to each other, basically leaning together. He took a deep breath in Zhang Sijia's ear. The scent between the hair and the unique fragrance of the other person's body followed into the nostrils. It was simply top over the lungs. It felt like the entire world had become beautiful. Zhang Sijia's eyes revealed a look of panic. Before she knew what the other party was and what purpose they had, she didn't dare to act rashly. In case this person behind her is not happy to karma herself. She didn't dare to think further down, and could only secretly pray that the other party wouldn't do too much to herself. After Lucian took a deep breath, a faint cold smile appeared on his face, then he let go of Zhang Sijia and sat down on the sofa behind him. He was a person who didn't like to come on hard to anyone. Because there was no point in that. There was no sense of accomplishment other than sweating and getting all tired. What he wanted was for the other party to beg and come up to serve him of their own accord. What's more, in the system mission, there was a description of using money to ruthlessly humiliate Zhang Sijia, and it was impossible for himself to ignore this. After all, the last quest was prompted to complete the quest only after he had plowed the land twice. The so-called taking down, conquering, or humiliating had to be perceived by the mission target from the bottom of his heart. It could be seen how stingy the system was with words. Lucian leaned back on the sofa and crossed his legs, a faint sneer hanging at the corner of his lips. Afterwards, his voice slowly sounded amidst Zhang Sijia's trembling. Zhang Sijia, turn your body around. Chapter 11, I'm on fire. HM? Hearing this voice, Zhang Sijia's beautiful eyes opened slightly, her pupils following it without being stunned. Her mind then floated back to the figure that made her loathe it. Lucian? It's you! When Zhang Sijia slowly turned around and saw that it was indeed Lucian, a trace of anger immediately flashed in her eyes. This damned fellow. First he tricked himself into going to the bathroom. And then inexplicably brought himself to this kind of hellish place. What the hell is he trying to do? Does he really think that he won't get angry? Lucian! What the hell do you want? What kind of place is this? Zhang Sijia furrowed her unhappy brows and directly took out her cell phone, ready to make a call. But to her surprise, there was actually no signal here at all. He. Lucian did not rush to take care of her, but shook his head and laughed, a faintly ruthless light glowing in his pair of indifferent eyes. This space was the reward given when the system was bound. It was an independent space called As You Like It. Here, Lucian could change any building he imagined at will. Take this living room for example. He had created it exactly like the living room of Lu Ruinyu's villa. Or, with a wave of Lucian's hand, the living room suddenly became a blur, and then the two of them appeared next to the pool of an amusement park. It was empty and silent, not even the sound of the wind. But the touch of the water was real. The school uniform and short skirt on Zhang Sijia also suddenly turned into a bikini without warning. Ah! Zhang Sijia, who realized this scene, instantly crouched on the ground and hugged herself tightly. She looked at Lucian, who had been sitting on the sofa, with horror in her eyes and couldn't believe that this was all true. One must be dreaming. That's right. And the matter of owing the restaurant $50,000 was also a dream. Ha! How could a rich second generation like Li Huayan not even be able to come up with $50,000? You know, he gave himself $50,000 yesterday, but did not even blink an eye. How could he turn his back on himself today because of $50,000? It's a dream. This is all a dream. Alright, don't hypnotize yourself. Lucian stood up and snapped his fingers, and the scene once again changed back to the previous villa's living room. He could clearly capture Zhang Sijia's heartbeat, so he kindly reminded the other party when they were frantically self-hypnotizing. And it's also true that you owed $50,000 to someone's restaurant outside. Lucian walked slowly to her body, condescendingly looking at her. The corner of his lips had a cold smile. 50,000. Well, it's not a small amount for you, right? His words were like a pinprick, deeply piercing into Zhang Sijia's heart. Did you think that Li Huayan, this rich second generation, could still help you? To be honest, he can't even care about himself now. But you should also see his face clearly. In front of so many people, he put the blame on you. TSK. Lucian paused. Interesting, you seem to have flipped out with him as well. Obviously before this the two of you had a sweet look. Is it all pretend? Oh. Lucian squatted down and hooked Zhang Sijia's snow-white chin with his finger, putting on a look of sudden realization. You're using him. He. Looks like your innocence, sweetness, are all pretend. Ah? What a deep-hearted, unapologetic gold-digging woman. You're bolting. With tears in her eyes, Zhang Sijia suddenly growled. It was clearly him. He was the one who provoked me first. It was him who promised to give me what I want. Wrong. It's obviously you who are cheap. Lucian's cold voice was like ice, unceremoniously pointing all the problems at Zhang Sijia. This was the first step to controlling her, degrading her and causing her to have initial doubts about herself. You're just trying to use him for your own vain purposes. You've been vain since you were a child. Actually, you were originally like that. It's just that you're good at disguise. Almost even you yourself were deceived in the past. I'm not. Zhang Sijia clutched her head and shook it frantically, the tears in her eyes slowly flowing down. She became slightly trance-like. In her mind, there was fear of this unfamiliar space, as well as deep doubts about herself. She was clearly outstanding. Moreover, Lucian had clearly pursued herself. Why? Why did he come to deny himself now? Could it be that she was really that bad? No. I'm not. Lucian is a clown and Li Huayan is a moralistic hypocrite. Neither of them were worthy of themselves. Lucian's offense still didn't stop. If you don't have this $50,000 to settle the bill, do you know what consequences will await you? He clearly read that what Zhang Sijia was currently most worried about was the impact on her future after the restaurant manager called the police, including the pure image she had been building up in front of outsiders all along. With just this one sentence, it directly caused Zhang Sijia, who was in a state of confusion, to wake up from her trance. She could care less about anyone. She could also use anyone, even sacrificing her own color. But it absolutely could not affect her own future. No one could. TSK. It's really pathetic, nah. Lucian inhaled lightly and his tone became flirty, the school flower, bright and shiny in front of people, but now she is in such a sorry state. Shut up. Zhang Sijia fiercely stood up and grabbed Lucian's collar, a touch of madness in her gaze. Splat. Lucian went up and threw out a vicious slap, directly hitting Zhang Sijia's face. He knew that Zhang Sijia's last line of defense had been completely attacked by himself. Oh. Zhang Sijia half collapsed on top of the sofa, her short skirt revealing the black silk on her thighs, and the whole person had a kind of fragmented beauty. $50,000. She really didn't have it. Even if she sold everything she bought yesterday, it would be at a discounted price, and there wouldn't be $50,000 in hand at all. But what could she do now? Thinking like this, Zhang Sijia raised her gaze slightly, her watery eyes looking pitifully at Lucian on the side. Lucian. You must have a way, right? You told me that you have 50,000, you are not lying to me. Her tone eased a lot, and her words were filled with a hint of supplication. I do have. Lucian's faint voice slowly sounded between the two. Zhang Sijia instantly sat up from the sofa. Slowly raising her head, her eyes stared at him tightly. What do you say? You want me to do? I'm willing to do everything, please you must help me, and… Zhang Sijia prayed while looking her fearful gaze around. The weirdness and the unknown here made her feel insecure. What else? Lucian looked at her condescendingly. I can do anything for you, but you… Don't, please help me return that $50,000, and… let me out of here. Zhang Sijia has recovered some sanity at this moment, and her tone follows much softer. That depends on how you do it. $50,000 is not a small amount for me. Lucian's lips revealed a faint sneer. And… I'm on fire right now. Chapter 12 Black Knight Crystal Heel First Experience. Lucian's words caused Zhang Sijia to stare in disbelief. Her shell teeth lightly bit her lower lip and she sighed, seemingly making a difficult choice. In the end, Zhang Sijia clenched her teeth. A look of determination flashed through her beautiful eyes. Lucian raised his head, gazed at the ceiling, and slowly closed his eyes. Well, not long after. Zhang Sijia unbuttoned the first 2 buttons of her school uniform blouse. Her eyes stared tightly at Lucian in front of her. On her fair and delicate pretty face, her beautiful eyes were lightly closed, and her high ponytail slowly scattered down. Underneath the short skirt was a pair of long legs. Standing slightly closed. The corners of Lucian's lips slightly raised, slowly walked, and held the pretty girl in front of him in his arms. His fingers gently stroked away the hair on her cheeks for her, quietly staring at her. Zhang Sijia blushed slightly, pursed her lips and buried her head deeply, not daring to look directly at him. You remember to be lighter. In the spacious villa. Hot lips, printed on each other's vermilion lips, pry open the shell teeth. Half an hour later. Host purchased a pair of Black Warrior crystal heels, deducting 100,000 coins. Put them on. Lucian used a commanding tone to tell Zhang Sijia to put on the pair of delicate and beautiful high heels. Zhang Sijia's gaze was mesmerized and she didn't dare to disobey, she was already completely immersed in it. The wearer's charm value, sensitivity value, wildness value, and initiative all increased by 30% respectively as well. This was a great attempt. Not only that, Zhang Sijia's dependence on Lucian had also increased by 10%. With a pause after 2 hours. Zhang Sijia lay on the bed covered in exhaustion before falling into a deep sleep. Lucian, on the other hand, was admiring her perfect lines. The short skirt was still on her body. A spot on. Was ripped open. Overall it was a perfect experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving a reward of 2,000 points of save value. The system is about to release the next mission. Mission description: in your university, there's a junior sister named Songihan who's dangling 12 great injustice seeds at the same time. As a savior, you can't even stand to watch, so you decide to save her completely without having to be strong. Mission success reward, 3,000 rescue points. Reward for mission success, 3,000 points of rescue value. Mission failure penalty, Kuan shrinks 3 centimeters. Time limit for the mission, 120 hours. This timing is mission timing, reading the file will not reset this timing. Reminder, after the completion of the novice quest, the host will have 48 hours of rest time for each completed quest, and the timing will now begin. Rest time remaining, 47 hours 59 minutes and 56 seconds. Phew! Looking at the length of rest displayed on the virtual light screen, Lucian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, the system didn't treat him as if he was a production team donkey screwing around. Nah! It should be that the production team's donkey didn't even screw like this. No wonder the system had given himself a perfect physique in the big gift package from the very beginning. Lucian thought that it was given as a benefit, but now it seems that it was properly so that he could better work for the system. But cool is also really cool to himself. As he thought this, Zhang Sijia had slowly awakened from her sleep. Looking at Lucian, her gaze was slightly averted and there was a light scarlet color emerging on her face. Her long and slender legs were slightly together, and her white arms covered her body. Lucian, where to stand her such temptation? He rolled over and went up, directly to another 2.5 hours of flirting. Until Zhang Sijia could no longer carry on and nearly fainted, Lucian completely stopped Kuan. Nasty you, nasty you. Zhang Sijia's red face, her small fists kept waving to Lucian's body, but without the slightest strength. Hate me? Lucian reached out and grabbed her wrist, the corner of his lips hooked into a faint sneer. That's not what you called it before. You. Zhang Sijia frowned slightly, seemingly remembering what she had called Lucian earlier in the cloud and rain, and her face became more and more flushed. Words spoken at times like that don't count. I didn't even know what I was saying at the time. She murmured in a low voice, just loud enough to be heard by Lucian. Damn you, Lucian! It's all your fault. What a disgrace. How could she say something embarrassing like that in front of him? Embarrassing? I think you were enjoying yourself at the time, huh? Lucian lowered his head and quietly looked at her, the corner of his lips always hung a breezy smile. I don't care, you're not allowed to mention this matter again. The matter between us also ends here, and it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Zhang Sijia took a deep breath and tried hard to calm herself down. She was enjoying that process, yes, but it was time to end it now. Promise? What promise? Lucian revealed a puzzled look. You're less pretentious. Obviously before you promised me to transfer me $50,000 and to send me out. Zhang Sijia's pupils shrunk, and her eyes revealed a flash of disbelief and panic. Looking at her churlish and pitiful appearance, Lucian didn't want to scare her anymore, so he smiled, just kidding. You? Zhang Sijia instantly frowned. She felt that she had been tricked by Lucian again, but at the same time she couldn't help but feel relieved in her heart. Oh. You just know how to bully me. I obviously did everything you said. I hate you. Okay. Don't pretend, we know each other, don't play this set in front of me. Lucian shook his head helplessly. We all know each other well, and you are still here to play on the bitter drama. There is no signal here. That 50,000, when I go out, I will transfer it to you. 1 point without fail. Lucian faintly said, in addition, I will not clear your memory, but the thing's here, if you dare to talk nonsense, you should know the consequences. Remember? His eyes were cold, he didn't seem to be joking, and the ruthlessness in his gaze made people not doubt for a second that he dared to kill someone with his hands. Remembered. Zhang Sijia had an indescribable feeling towards him, both hatred and seemingly a trace of undetectable fondness in it. Especially after the two had been intimate. That indescribable feeling seemed to have gotten a few points stronger. Moreover, she didn't doubt the truthfulness of Lucian's words in the slightest, shut her mouth if she didn't want to die. But for Lucian, it didn't really matter, anyway, he could read the file infinitely. Theoretically speaking, as long as the system wasn't wiping himself out, he could read the file and be reborn no matter what. Since this was the case, he wasn't afraid of anyone knowing his secret of having an independent space. And I don't want to stop here. In the future, when I call you out, you have to be there at all times, otherwise I can find you at any time. Lucian looked at her with a faint gaze. You. Zhang Sijia frowned, her chest suddenly rose and fell, but there was nothing she could do about it, so she could only nod her head and agree first. Chapter 13. Darn it. Shortly after, Zhang Sijia suddenly went into a trance in front of her eyes, and when she looked at the objects clearly again, she realized that she had already returned to the restaurant's bathroom. She couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Both her legs could not help but soften, and she nearly collapsed on the floor aside, but fortunately, there was a wooden board in the cubicle blocking her, allowing her to lean on it. This stinking Lucian! Count on your word. Zhang Sijia adjusted herself while refreshing her makeup and clothes. Not long after, the $50,000 that Lucian had promised her was transferred over. Looking at the string of several zeros on her cell phone, she was then relieved to reveal a smile. Although Lucian was a nasty person and spoke directly without mercy, he was still quite trustworthy as a human being. Unlike that hypocrite called Li Huayan. Ugh. Also, what rich second generation? He's just an asshole with no responsibility and no commitment. Thinking like this, Zhang Sijia's eyes inadvertently glanced at the time on her cell phone, and a flash of surprise flashed across her gaze. She remembered that when she was hijacked into that space by Lucian, it seemed like it was more than 8 o'clock at night, almost 9 o'clock. How come it was only just 9 o'clock now? But she clearly felt that she had been in that space for a very long time, right? In fact, Lucian was also a bit strange, and the system didn't give an explanation. In the end, he could only attribute this to the difference in the flow of time between inside and outside. However, the time specified by the mission was not affected. Therefore, there was no way for his little idea of going to the random space to avoid the mission time to materialize. Zhang Sijia calmed down a bit and looked into the bathroom mirror again and again, realizing that he looked normal before walking out. In the lobby, Li Huayan, the manager of the restaurant, as well as his roommates and some of his classmates were still there. The restaurant wouldn't let them leave until they had settled the bill. However, it could be seen that a look of impatience had appeared on these people's faces. After all, it was Zhang Sijia who had invited them here, and now that it was time to settle the bill, she was hiding alone in the bathroom and wouldn't come out. I think we'd better go to the bathroom to take a look. Sijia, don't be something happened in there. One of the roommates made a wink with the other few and deliberately raised her voice to speak. They don't want to stay here as a big wrong seed. When the other students heard this, they naturally supported them with both hands and feet, so one by one, they nodded in agreement. The manager of the restaurant is not afraid of these people playing tricks. After all, the bathroom is not connected to the outside world. Want to escape the bill through the bathroom is never possible. Li Huayan was also in agony. This was the first time he was stretched thin on money. Worried that Zhang Sijia would never come out, he kept pacing back and forth in the hall, and the sweat on his forehead increased with it. However, just as Zhang Sijia's roommate was planning to go to the bathroom to look for her, Zhang Sijia's slender figure finally appeared. The crowd sighed violently in relief. Check out. With a hint of condescension in her gaze, Zhang Sijia was ice cold, and without even glancing at Li Huayan and the others, she walked straight to the counter. The manager of the restaurant followed with a look of doubt. Zhang Sijia took out a bank card from her bag, the very one that Lucian had transferred money into for her, and handed it to the waiter. It worked? The manager of the restaurant watched as her colleague successfully swiped away $50,000, and she couldn't help but open her mouth to ask a question. Aha! The waiter in charge of the checkout nodded and smiled, then tore off the bill and submitted it to Zhang Sijia's hands along with the bank card. Welcome to come back next time. Phew! Zhang Sijia's slightly tense mood finally loosened up. After the earlier incident, she was now worried that her bank card would be limited. Luckily, nothing went wrong again. Lucian is still reliable. Wait. Why did she have this thought? Zhang Sijia closed her eyes and took a deep breath, trying to get Lucian's shadow out of her mind. But no matter what, the images from earlier in that weird space still involuntarily surfaced in front of her eyes. Especially the images of doing certain things. Darn. The sensations in her body hadn't completely dissipated yet, and she couldn't help but blush slightly. The moment the white and delicate little hand received the bank card, it directly walked towards the outside of the restaurant with its long legs. Sijia! Zhang Sijia's several roommates hurriedly followed, and before leaving, they even purposely looked at Li Huayan for a few moments. Li Huayan only felt his face burning, and hated to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Once he was so poised in front of this group of people, but now he was cast a despicable gaze by them. Especially Zhang Sijia. The matter between himself and her was considered to be completely over. Thinking like this, Li Huayan pulled out his cell phone somewhat disoriented and made a call over to his own mother, Lu Ruinyu. Hey, Mom. I want to go back to your place tonight. What did you say? Lu Ruinyu's heart directly thumped when she heard Li Huayan's first words. Li Huayan tried in a low voice, it's like this, didn't Mom have an accident at home? I want to go back to accompany you. Mom is fine. Lu Ruinyu hurriedly returned, you don't understand the company's affairs, at night Mom still has to work overtime, can't take care of you, some other day to accompany. Okay. Li Huayan listened to Lu Ruinyu's somewhat tired voice and knew that she must be busy again at this moment. It was not good to disturb her himself. So he hung up the phone after saying a few words to tell Lu Ruinyu not to be too tired. He was currently in a state of emotional loss, and was in desperate need of a person full of maternal strength to comfort and keep him company. However, the amount he could utilize in his hand right now was only $10,000. How could there be any high-quality girls willing to play with him? Lucian glanced at Li Huayan from a short distance away, and the corner of his lips slowly hooked up a faint cold smile. Now, Li Huayan's mom and his girlfriend were in his pocket. If he knew about this later, would it be another not-so-small blow to him? That's right. This was the consequence of provoking oneself for no reason at all. To have a grudge is a principle that he has always carried out since he was a child. After leaving the neighborhood, Lucian arrived at the place where he had parked the Mercedes. He drove directly towards Lu Ruinyu's villa. After all, his AU had knowingly made chicken soup for him tonight, so how could he let the other party down? Anyway, there were still more than 40 hours of rest left, so let's spend it in Lu Ruinyu's villa. Moreover, Lucian had specially prepared some gifts for Lu Ruinyu. Those were things that he was sure the pack would make Lu Ruinyu like after Zhang Sijia's test. Hey, AU, I'm heading to your place now, wait for me Omua. Lucian gave Lu Ruinyu a call over, in advance to let her get ready first. Baby, you're here? Great. When Lu Ruinyu received Lucian's call, a look of surprise appeared on her face. She had already made the chicken soup. It was just waiting for Lucian to come over and savor it. But before that, she also had to make herself a good pot to get rid of all this sweat on her body. She didn't want Lucian to smell a sweaty odor all over her body. Chapter 14, Come to the bathroom later. La. After setting the chicken soup and some desserts on the table, Lu Ruinyu stepped on her slippers and walked over in the direction of the bathroom. Anyway, Lucian had the key to the villa and didn't need her to open the door. What's more, Lucian didn't even have a key during the daytime and still came in all the same. Thinking like this, she felt the need to ask Lucian when he arrived later. After all, this was about the safety of the villa. Soon, the sound of water draining resounded in the bathroom. Lu Ruinyu slowly removed the nightgown on her body, her white jade feet stepping on the floor before striding into the bathtub with her long legs. Ah! She couldn't help but let out a long breath, and a sense of comfort instantly wrapped her entire body when her body touched the warm water. Baby, where are you now? Lu Ruinyu was a little impatient to see Lucian, so she lay down in the bathtub and used her cell phone to send a voice message to Lucian. Immediately. Not long after, Lucian returned the message. Lu Ruinyu instantly stood up happily like a young girl, wiped off, put on her skirt and walked out. This was the first time she had taken such a short bath. But what should be washed was washed. What with the shower gel, the smell of the high-grade perfume lingered on her body, fragrant and intoxicating. Perhaps hearing the loud noise outside, Lu Ruinyu hurriedly jogged to the door of the hall and looked outside. Lu Xun was driving the Mercedes over to the underground garage. Lu Ruinyu also went down to the garage in one piece. Baby, you're finally here. The moment Lu Xun got out of the car, Lu Ruinyu flew over and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. Mua, mua. Lu Ruinyu didn't care if Lu Xun disliked her stickiness or not. Anyway, she went up to his mouth and took a few bites. Lu Xun naturally wasn't willing to show weakness either. The two almost started the plowing mode on the spot in the basement. After all, Lu Ruinyu's charming appearance, anyone who looked at it would not be able to hold it. But he still held back. Because he wanted to give himself and Lu Ruinyu the best experience in the place with the most sense of atmosphere. Of course, in the future, if there was an opportunity, Lu Xun wouldn't mind experiencing a wild feeling. It was still the same familiar living room. On the table was a bowl of colorful and fragrant chicken soup, as well as some other supplements. It was obvious that Lu Ruinyu really wanted Lu Xun to have a good tonic. Perhaps in her opinion, even if Lu Xun was young and energetic, after screwing for 5 or 6 hours straight at once, he should be tired. But there was also work to be done at night. The tonic is certainly indispensable. Lu Xun felt a little funny because he suddenly realized that if he didn't have a system, he really couldn't eat soft food. First of all, take the example of Lu Ruinyu. He had actually sold himself for 5 or 6 hours during the day, and now it seemed as if the other party wasn't satisfied yet. Worthy of being a woman who had been starved for more than 10 years. Lu Xun even suspected that later on, Lu Ruinyu would directly say that he should not do anything and just stay here every day. Anyway, she had nothing else but more money. Raising a person was just that, it couldn't be simpler. Baby, I have an idea, I want to hear your opinion. Lu Ruinyu propped up her chin with one hand and held Lu Xun's left hand with the other. Her face was a smile like a spring breeze. Even the pair of narrow and charming eyes seemed to be carrying a bit of laughter. Tell me. Lu Xun returned lightly while taking a spoon and sending chicken soup into his mouth. Actually, it's nothing, forget it, I'm afraid that if I say it, it will make you unhappy. Lu Ruinyu thought about it and held her words back. Lu Xun of course knew what she was going to say, so he looked at her, the corner of his lips slightly hooked up, and smiled. I'm not angry, you say it. It's just that if you don't have anything else to do right now, can you stay here with me all the time? Lu Ruinyu blinked her pretty eyes, and there was a touch of tentativeness in her words. She didn't dare to use a strong attitude to make Lu Xun stay here all the time. She could only inquire about the other party with an expectant mood. In her opinion, Lu Xun must belong to the kind of man who was particularly progressive and should be very averse to such things as abandoning his career for the sake of a woman. But Lu Ruinyu really wanted Lu Xun and couldn't wait for him to stick with her every day. Enjoy the world of two. Of course, she would also let Lu Xun have no financial worries. It's just that she didn't know if she would cause Lu Xun's opposition and anger if she did this. I also want to be with you all the time before. You mustn't think too much. Seeing that Lu Xun hadn't been replying, Lu Ruinyu hurriedly looked for a remedy for her words, and her tone followed suit and weakened. Ayu. Lu Xun suddenly held Lu Ruinyu's hand with both of his hands, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Actually, I also want to accompany you all the time, but a man always has to have something of his own, I can't. He paused, his eyes flickering slightly as he sighed. I can't let others say I'm a soft eater, right? How? Lu Ruinyu was suddenly slightly stunned. In my opinion, baby, you are the most manly and powerful. But others won't think so. Lu Xun shook his head, put down his spoon, stood up, put his hands behind his back, and slowly said, a great man should make a difference. With that, he turned back to look at Lu Ruinyu with steely eyes. Aha! Although Lu Ruinyu was a bit lost, he still smiled and nodded, with a touch of relief in his eyes. Sure enough, the person one looked at was different from others. This ambition alone surpassed too many young people. She was convinced by Lu Xun's charm. Lu Xun actually didn't want to play this hand, but there was really no way around it. If it wasn't because of the need to complete the system task, who would let go of such a good villa and not live in it? And who would let such a good baby not accompany? Anyway, he had a full-grade physique to hold him up, and it wasn't like he would feel too tired. I'll accompany you more in these 2 days. You also take the opportunity to rest for 2 days. Lu Xun looked at Lu Ruinyu, who was infatuated with himself, and a smile followed on his face. Aha! Lu Ruinyu nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. It was evident that she was very happy. I've brought you 2 gifts tonight, you'll definitely love them when the time comes. Lu Xun smiled mysteriously. Yikes! Lu Ruinyu couldn't help but light up in front of her eyes. What kind of gift is it? Where is it? Although she didn't lack anything materially, but after all, it was a gift from Lu Xun, she was still very happy. And there was also a sense of surprise that had been missing for more than 10 years. You'll know when the time comes. Lu Xun stretched his waist. The chicken soup is finished, it's time to go to the bathroom to take a shower, after the shower to start doing business. Lu Ruinyu carried the empty bowl of chicken soup in the direction of the kitchen. Lu Xun suddenly thought of something, his eyes couldn't help but look twice at Lu Ruinyu's back as she carried the bowl to the kitchen. The corners of his lips then curled into a faint smile. Ah, you. Lucian's voice slowly sounded. Lu Ruinyu hurriedly turned around and looked over, a look of doubt in her eyes. What's wrong, baby? Lucian returned. Come to the bathroom for a moment in a while. Chapter 15 Infinite Style. Ha? Lu Ruinyu was taken aback by his words. Was it what she thought? Lucian looked at her somewhat dumbfounded appearance and couldn't help but laugh. It's what you think, I'll wait for you. After saying that, he then directly turned around and went upstairs in the direction of the bathroom. Mom ya! Thinking about Lucian's words, Lu Ruinyu's face instantly blushed a big red. To be honest, it was the first time in her entire life that she had this kind of excitement that made her nervous and expectant. Huayan's father was a steady and honest businessman who never engaged in anything fancy. Lu Ruinyu had also never experienced a feeling like the one Lucian was bringing to her now. Fresh, heartwarming, exciting, dependent. And Lucian's attitude towards himself was completely different from Huayan's father. There is no coyness. Instead, it is an attitude that truly treats himself as a lover. Perhaps, this is what being in love should feel like. Lu Ruinyu hurriedly put the bowl into the dishwasher. She was nervous and shy, but she did not want to wait a moment. The sound of water draining seemed to be faintly heard from the bathroom upstairs. Maybe it was an illusion. Because Ryu Ruinyu knew very well that the soundproofing in the house was very good. But it seemed as if she had actually heard the sound of water being released, and her mind was filled with images of Lucian. Lu Ruinyu lightly went upstairs and was about to reach out and open the bathroom door when her body trembled slightly and stopped in front of the door. Do you really want to listen to him and go in? Ka. Just when she was somewhat hesitant, the bathroom door was suddenly opened from the inside. Lu Ruinyu was coldly startled. Lucian smiled faintly and directly stepped forward to carry her in. Lu Ruinyu gritted her teeth but did not dare to resist. Forget it. Let him do as he pleases. Splat. The door of the room was once again shut solidly. Half an hour later, Lu Ruinyu received 2 gifts. She looked at her feet wearing black high heels and a delighted smile appeared on her face. This was the first time in all these years that a man had given her a gift. She leaned against the sink, holding the wall with one hand as she slipped her high heels on with the other. The top held the thin material of the dress up to its fullest. Between her waist and hips, she outlined a perfect curve arc, showing the charm of a mature woman. Lucian's face was not red and his heart was not jumping, and the corner of his lips hung a faint smile. It's very suitable. Thank you, baby. Lu Ruinyu smiled faintly, her beautiful pretty face, like a rose blooming in the dark night, mesmerizing people. Lucian reached out and gathered her in his arms, lowered his eyes, lowered his head, and lightly kissed between her lips. His right hand was inserted between Lu Ruinyu's hair, and while holding it, he gently pressed and rubbed it for her. Another half hour later. The night gradually deepened, and Lu Ruinyu herself was usually busy and had a lot of things to consider, so she soon became a bit sleepy. She couldn't help but yawn. Lucian saw that she was tired, so he rubbed her head. He himself was fine, but he couldn't tire out Lu Ruinyu. After all, this was his own big baby. And so he didn't continue. Baby, I see that the clothes you're wearing seem like it's time to change. Why don't I take you to buy some new ones tomorrow? In the spacious bedroom, Lu Ruinyu obediently curled up in Lucian's arms, her head slightly lifted upwards to look at Lucian. I don't have anything to do tomorrow anyway, I'll listen to you. Lucian smiled faintly. Aha! Lu Ruinyu instantly revealed a delighted smile. I'll accompany you again tomorrow to look at a cell phone. She had noticed Lucian's cell phone a long time ago. It seemed to have been dropped many times, and there were traces of friction on the bezel and screen. Good. Lucian rubbed her head. Tonight's night seemed to have gotten a little deeper. Lu Ruinyu fell into a deep sleep. She felt an unprecedented sense of security in Lucian's body, and her sleep was also a lot more peaceful than before. Time was still early, Lucian had nothing to do, so he quickly browsed through the system's mall. Inside is really a panacea, exotic treasures, everything is available. For example, extending the remaining time of the mission. There are also stealth props, to change their own appearance and let others spit out the truth of the drug and so on. Of course, these are all time limited. And the price is not expensive. Looking at this way, Lucian also followed into the beautiful dreamland. When he woke up again early the next morning, Lu Ruinyu was no longer around. Lucian walked out of the bedroom and saw that she was walking back and forth between the kitchen and the dining table with a bowl. TSK. He smiled. What a virtuous and gentle woman. Originally, he thought that Lu Ruinyu was busy with company matters, but he didn't realize that she was actually cooking for herself. Yeah, baby, you're awake? It was as if Lu Ruinyu had telepathic communication with Lucian, and she instantly discovered him standing on the second floor. Lucian smiled and nodded. Quickly wash up first, dinner will be served soon. Lu Ruinyu moved towards, revealing a gentle smile. Lucian stretched and walked into the bathroom, which contained the toiletries that Lu Ruinyu had prepared for him. Breakfast was eggs, chicken soup, vegetables, bread and porridge. This was what Lu Ruinyu could make at the moment. In the past, she had always eaten these things in order to stay in shape, but she didn't drink porridge. The others she was still learning. Lucian looked at Lu Ruinyu, who had worked so hard for herself, and was touched in his heart, rewarding her with a domineering kiss. Hate. Lu Ruinyu pouted and muttered a few words. All the eggs on your mouth got on other people's mouths. She drew a tissue and wiped her mouth. Lucian, however, smiled without a care in the world. After breakfast, he looked at Lu Ruinyu's back as she was busy in the kitchen and walked over for another fling. It was only when he rested until 9 in the morning that Lucian drove Lu Ruinyu over to the biggest shopping mall in the neighborhood. To be honest, Lucian had rarely gone to the mall since he started college. It wasn't because he didn't want to go, but he really didn't have much financial ability, so going there was just a blind stroll. The key is that there is no one to accompany him. Today with Lu Ruinyu is another kind of feeling. That is a kind of feeling of being arranged everything. There was no need to spend money on yourself, nor did you have to think about how to coax the woman beside you to be happy. Instead, it was Lu Ruinyu who was coaxing Lucian from start to finish. She didn't know what Lucian liked, but because of this, every time she passed a store, she would ask Lucian if he liked it. The price wasn't the problem. The problem was the fear that Lucian wouldn't like it. Baby, I heard that boys like hand puppets and stuff, what kind do you like? There's a model store next to us, let's go take a look. Lu Ruinyu held Lucian's arm, her face was a smile from the bottom of her heart. It had also been a long, long time since she had come out to the mall with the opposite sex. In the past, it was always business, as if there were endless things to do and meetings to attend. But today was different. The person he liked was beside him. That long-lost feeling seemed to have returned to her. She definitely wouldn't let go easily. Well, go take a look. Lucian nodded. There wasn't much to do anyway, and there was this big beauty, Lu Ruinyu, by his side, why not? Chapter 16, where the cherry blossoms fall, on top of the Cloud Sea Mountain. Soon, the two of them were carrying large pockets in their hands. Basically, they were all clothes, hand-me-downs, watches and the like bought for Lucian. They spent a lot of money. However, Lucian didn't feel pained by this, because the payment was made by the woman beside him. Of course, Lu Ruinyu didn't care either. What she cared about was how many times Lucian smiled when he received the gifts. She could use this to deduce Lucian's hobbies. In this way, she would also be able to accurately target his interests. Lucian, who was able to read minds, naturally knew what was going on in Lu Ruinyu's mind. In response to her sincerity, Lucian similarly responded with his sincerity. However, his sincerity was just a bit more extensive compared to normal people. Baby, ahead is the area for electronic devices, what brand of cell phone do you like? Let's go take a look. Lu Ruinyu also carried a few bags in her hands, but she didn't find it troublesome, and her eyes filled with strong love as she looked at Lucian. Anything, I'm not picking. Lucian revealed a smile towards her. Aha! Lu Ruinyu nodded. She then took him to two famous official cell phone stores and bought a current latest and most expensive cell phone respectively. What's the point of buying so many? One is enough for me. Looking at Lu Ruinyu's enthusiastic appearance, Lucian couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Is this being rich and capricious? You can use whichever one you like, or if not, you can give it away. Lu Ruinyu looked at him with a smile. Lucian felt that it made sense and took them all. The two cell phones were just convenient for him to raise fish in the future. In the afternoon, Lu Ruinyu dragged Lucian to the largest amusement park in Zhang City. It could be said that none of the various fun programs required them to queue up. Don't ask why. Ask. It is the ability to get money. It is said that this amusement park also has Lu Ruinyu's investment, she is also one of the shareholders. Lucian was shocked at this woman's ability. In these 10 years, there is not even a man around to rely on, she actually rely on their own ability to achieve this level. What a powerful woman. Baby, look at the water. Thinking like this, Lu Ruinyu's excited shout suddenly came from not far away. Lucian looked over towards her and realized that she was holding a water gun in her hand and aiming it at herself. Before Lucian could react, Lu Ruinyu nourished water onto his face. This woman. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, but he couldn't help but smile. Having quite a good time, huh? You wait. Lucian dropped a harsh sentence and went to the side to get a water gun. Anyway, everyone was wearing swimsuits and trunks, so they weren't afraid of getting wet, so there was nothing to worry about. Oomph. Just wait, come on, come on. Lu Ruinyu smiled happily, her white and delicate face filled with a long-lost smile. She put on her goggles and was wearing a one-piece swim dress, her waist tightened, revealing her straight long legs. The whole person looked extraordinarily slim and slender. The people passing by didn't rarely put their eyes on her. But in Lu Ruinyu's eyes, there was always only Lucian alone. The mischievous behavior, and that sneaky smile, made people not believe that she was already an aunt in her 40s. With her fair and delicate skin, delicate and pretty face, and slender and trim figure, there are people who believe that she is only in her early 30s. After all, she was paid to be raised. Of course, this was not without the credit of Lu Ruinyu's own regular yoga exercise. This makes Lucian can't help but sigh. The years in the rich people seems to really become much slower. He was also not afraid that Lu Ruinyu would really grow old one day. Because he can infinitely read the file. This kind of happiness, he could last forever. Bah! Lucian once again suffered at her hands and got a lot of water in his mouth, so he had to hold up his water gun and shoot wildly against her. A little later, Lu Ruinyu took him to a very upscale-looking restaurant. The dishes ordered were small portions and extraordinarily expensive. Is this all you usually eat? Lucian couldn't help but stare as he looked at a large plate, but a drop of food was placed on it. Of course not. Seeing that his baffled look was a bit cute, Lu Ruinyu covered her small mouth and smiled. I rarely come out to dine. Next time don't come to this kind of place, it's too pitiful. Even though it was Lu Ruinyu's money that he spent on food, drink, clothing, and transportation, Lucian's heart was still a bit unbalanced. This was a obvious money grab. This dinner went down, a lot was spent out, but not much went into his stomach. And the flavor was hard to say. Maybe it was his own commoner's stomach that was not used to eating rich people's meals. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the two of them went to a nearby movie theater. Originally, Lu Ruinyu intended to pack the theater, but he was stopped by Lu Shun. In his words, what you need to see a movie in a movie theater is the atmosphere of a large number of people. If you watch it together, you'll get that feeling. Lu Ruinyu rarely came to see movies. But she could understand what Lu Shun was trying to say, so she accompanied him into the most crowded theater. After watching a movie like this, she finally realized the sense of atmosphere that Lu Shun was talking about. For so many years, it was the first time that Lu Ruinyu was so happy, so reckless to put down her work and come out to have fun. She realized that she seemed to have missed out on many things that made people happy before. It was only when she quieted her mind and experienced the world that she finally felt the reality of this world. At the same time, it proved that she was still alive. Baby. The two of them stood on the bridge, looking at the stars in the sky. Lu Ruinyu suddenly turned her head to look at Lucian, a smile on her face. Lucian similarly looked at her. He didn't deliberately read the heart of the person in front of him, as he felt that some sense of anticipation would be lost that way. What's wrong? Lucian opened his mouth to ask when he saw that Lu Ruinyu did not speak for a while. Lu Ruinyu took a deep breath, a nice smile appeared on her face, and softly said, I really wish that time could stay fixed at this moment. Why do you think so? A smile appeared on the corner of Lucian's lips as he quietly looked at her. Because. Lu Ruinyu stretched out her slender jade fingers and scraped the tip of Lucian's nose, laughing, because I'm so happy today. Lucian slowly smiled, his eyes looking back up to the sky, his low voice then slowly sounded, me too. As the words fell, everything around them began to slowly change. It was as if new images were superimposed on top of each other, and an unfamiliar space gradually enveloped the two of them. Lu Ruinyu couldn't help but furrow her brows, and her slightly cool jade hand instantly clasped tightly with Lu Shun. Don't be afraid. Lucian sensed that fear of the unknown in Lu Ruinyu's heart, so he turned his head and smiled at her. Then holding her hand, they walked forward together. The scene around them was slowly building and perfecting. Not long after, cherry blossoms sprinkled in the sky, and under their feet was a ground full of green grass. The silhouettes of the two followed suit and appeared on top of a stunningly beautiful mountain. Below was a sea of clouds. In the distance, between the layers of mountains, a round of red sun was slowly rising. The sunlight sprinkled on Lucian and Lu Ruinyu's bodies, forming two silhouettes that were exceptionally meaningful. Lucian took Lu Ruinyu's fragrant shoulder and let her lean her head on his shoulder. Then, reaching out, he hooked her snow-white chin up and ruthlessly printed between her lips. The light luo faded, and soon, a rustling sound came from the top of the mountain. Chapter 17 Pride, Condescension, Shame. Upon learning that Lucian also had the ability to build an alien space, Lu Ruinyu was filled with a shock from the inside out. But soon, she calmed down. This was because Lucian did not hide these secrets from her, but told her frankly. This was enough to prove that she had an absolutely important place in Lucian's heart. This was enough. Other than that, Lu Ruinyu did not have any extravagant hopes. To be able to find true love at the age of 40 was already a great gift. She didn't dare to ask for anything more. There were still 20 hours left until the end of the break, and Lucian still knew nothing about the object of the system's next mission. Not true. Rather, it wasn't that he knew nothing. Song Yihan, in their Jiangbei University, is also a famous school flower. Only 1 year lower than himself. Currently still in the 3rd year of college. Just didn't expect such a normally seemingly uncontaminated schoolgirl to actually hang on to 12 people at the same time in private. When it really is raising a good fish pond. Lucian didn't know much about this girl, mostly from a few roommates in school. He planned to give Zhang Sijia a call early tomorrow morning, while the system quest hadn't started, to ask about Song Yihan. After all, when he was chasing after Zhang Sijia, the other party seemed to know Song Yihan. If one remembered correctly, the two seemed to be in the same club. I didn't realize that these two girls weren't good people. It's really true that things come in different groups. One is a seemingly innocent little heart, but everywhere worship Gold School Flower. The other one is the Sea King who is cool on the surface but secretly keeps fish behind her back. It just so happens that Zhang Sijia was saved by herself. Then Song-Nihan, you also wait to be saved together. After dawn, Lucian took the time to call Zhang Sijia over. I thought Zhang Sijia would refuse to answer, but I didn't expect her to pick up the phone on the first call. What for? A familiar and arrogant voice came from the phone. Lucian faintly sneered. I said that it won't end between us. You won't forget this sentence, right? Zhang Sijia couldn't help but bite her teeth. Of course she hadn't forgotten, and remembered it clearly, even dreaming about it every night. This was also the thing that made her feel the most fearful and helpless in these 2 days. Lucian's figure, and his pair of gazes that were flooded with ruthlessness, were simply like shadows. It was invading one's memories all the time. It seemed that Lucian had become an unforgettable man in her life. What's even more detestable is the other party's words, "We won't stop here," have been ringing in her ears for the past 2 days. Zhang Sijia even wondered if she was suffering from a mental illness. But she was now penniless in her pocket. Li Huayan, the hypocrite rich second generation, hadn't come to her again either. Where did she have any spare money to treat herself? This damn Lucian! Damn Lucian! What a nasty! Nasty. If it wasn't for him, how did she become this like a mental illness now? Didn't forget. Zhang Sijia hesitated for a moment, but still arrogantly replied to Lucian. He. Lucian smiled faintly. When you speak to me, your tone better be gentle, or I'll find you at any time, understand? You. Zhang Sijia instantly felt aggrieved and wanted to cry out. Whoa, how could this happen? This damn stinky Lucian. Obviously he wasn't like this to himself before. Why? Why did he become like this now? Zhang Sijia knew that even if she really cried out, Lucian wouldn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. Therefore, she obediently put away her previous arrogance and her tone softened quite a bit. Then what do you want to find me for? I remember that you and Junior Song-Nihan seem to know each other, right? Listening to Zhang Sijia's tone, the corner of Lucian's lips slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. This feeling of threatening Zhang Sijia to make her obey was very enjoyable to himself. When he took his next break, he would definitely ask Zhang Sijia out and properly save her again. Getting to know. What are you doing? Zhang Sijia couldn't help but frown slightly once she heard Song-Nihan's name. This damn Lucian definitely has his eyes on other girls again. Not being exclusive. This damn stinky boy. Not dedicated at all. It's nothing, don't flirt with me in your heart either. I need all of her information, organize it and send it to me as soon as possible. Lucian's ears were about to become calloused from listening to Zhang Sijia's heartfelt words. Can't you change the words? Cursing and cursing, it's either damn or stink, nothing new. How do you? You know? Zhang Sijia covered her small mouth in some disbelief. Guessed. He must have guessed blindly. If you think I guessed blindly then it's a blind guess, but don't forget about Song-Nihan or the consequences are clear to you. Lucian faintly sneered, his tone filled with a threatening flavor. After hearing his words, Zhang Sijia's small mouth opened even wider. Not. He could really hear what he was thinking? And still through the cell phone. Or else what do you think? Lucian's voice appeared in her ears once again. Zhang Sijia was completely stunned. What kind of monster are you? You? She asked with a bit of a stutter. After saying that, she herself couldn't believe that she actually dared to talk to Lucian like that. Do you think I would still let you go if I were a monster? You're so white and tender, it's not good for me to eat you in one bite? Lucian's voice was like an emotionless machine. Falling in Zhang Sijia's ears, it was like a thunderbolt that made her panic. Just kidding. Teasing you. Lucian didn't want to really scare Zhang Sijia into a fool, his tone then eased with a smile. Hate you. Zhang Sijia was exasperated and stomped her foot, her face was a touch of faint anger. However, there was nothing she could do about Lucian bullying herself like this. In the end, she had no choice but to agree to his request. In the afternoon, I will organize what I know, all about Song-Nihan into a document and send it to you then. Zhang Sijia's tone was no longer as hard as it was initially. She knew that she didn't have any capital to be hard in front of Lucian. Aha! Lucian faintly replied back and was about to hang up the phone when Zhang Sijia called out to him. Hey! Wait! Zhang Sijia's anxious voice rang out over the phone. Something else? Lucian raised his eyebrows slightly and couldn't help but ask. That? You? Zhang Sijia opened her mouth somewhat embarrassedly. What's wrong with me? Lucian had already read her inner thoughts, but he just had to make Zhang Sijia say it herself. Oops. Aren't you the one who can read what's going on inside a person's mind? Why do you still need a girl to say such things herself? Zhang Sijia grunted in annoyance. Oh. Do you want to ask for what you did in the other dimension again? The corner of Lucian's lips hooked up into a teasing smile, he just purposely didn't say it the way Zhang Sijia thought. Bah! Zhang Sijia instantly let out a yuck into her cell phone. She was furious at Lucian's words. But she still had no choice but to say the thing that made her feel embarrassed. Can you lend me some money? Chapter 18. Remember to dress up. Ha? Lucian pulled out his ears as if he hadn't heard clearly and asked, what did you say? You. Zhang Sijia knew that he was deliberately teasing himself as a joke, and although she was angry, there was nothing she could do about it, so she could only repeat it again. I said. Can you lend me some money? You know, I've spent all the money on me this month. She had thought that she wouldn't have to worry about money after taking down Li Huayan. So, on the day the two announced they were together, she took out her money to splurge and bought all sorts of luxuries. But who would have thought? Something happened at Li Huayan's house the next day. What a bad luck. This unreliable fool. What does spending all your money have to do with me? Lucian sneered faintly, and the deal between the two of us was completed a long time ago, $50,000, don't forget. You. Zhang Sijia was again choked by his words. She gritted her teeth and continued, you just have to make it so clear, don't you? Zhang Sijia, what is your relationship with me? Why can't you make a clear distinction? Lucian's calm voice slowly sounded. And his words also made Zhang Sijia on the other side of the phone completely sober. Yes. It seemed like he and herself had never confirmed their relationship with him. Other than the intimacy in the other dimension that day, it seemed that the two had never interacted with each other again. And one still hated him so much. But he took away his first time. Stinking Lucian. I don't know what to say, but I don't know what to say, so I don't know. Stinky Lucian. I hate you. Alright, don't flirt with me, I have an idea, I don't know when to speak or not. Lucian walked out of the bedroom and glanced at Lu Ruinyu, who was still busy in the kitchen, then walked into the room and closed the door. He naturally wouldn't leave Zhang Sijia alone. After all, in the future, the two of them would have to communicate deeply with each other. It was just that. If Zhang Sijia wanted to get something from herself, then she must also pay a price to do so. Equivalent exchange. Otherwise, wouldn't he or she become a big wrong seed? What idea? You say it. Zhang Sijia's entire body became serious when she heard that there was still room for maneuver. She knew. Lucian was just being tough talking and wouldn't leave her behind. Humph. After all is said and done, isn't it still being bowled over by my old lady's charm? Still pretending to be so high and mighty. Who are you trying to scare? You damn stinking Lucian. Well, indeed, you're right, but there's one thing I need to correct. You, for me, don't have any charm. Lucian's flat voice rang out, but I still have to admit that you have a few good looks. You fart. No matter what, we've also communicated in depth. You can die if you compliment me. Zhang Sijia was instantly infuriated and stormed out, not even caring about her image, and directly exploded in foul language. But then she realized something and hurriedly closed her mouth. Fortunately, the playground in the morning was filled with people running for exercise and far away from each other, so no one could hear what she had said. Just keep your mouth shut. Zhang Sijia made a vicious look at her cell phone. Don't come looking for me next time. It's not up to you to find you or not. Lucian said indifferently, alright, no more nonsense with you, if you want to borrow money you can, help me ask Songyhan out tonight. Right. He paused, you also have to dress up beautifully, you have to be able to arouse my interest to be able to do so, at that time I will transfer the money to you. You really want to go after Songyhan? Zhang Sijia clenched her teeth, her heart clearly a little unconvinced. That damned desire to win and lose kept eating away at her heart. Not. You're in possession of a beautiful woman like Lao Ma, but you still have your eyes on someone else? Is that Songyhan better looking than me, or is she wearing a temperament that beats me by a mile? You don't want a ready-made beauty, but you want to go far away, right? No wonder you're so cold to me. Humph. Men. They are really fickle. Zhang Sijia, are you out of your mind? Lucian originally didn't want to laugh, but the girl across the street didn't seem to have a good head on her shoulders. And she was also very good at brainstorming. Humph. Scumbag. Zhang Sijia snorted lightly with some anger. Although she didn't like Lucian. But then again, the two had communicated deeply. Lucian was like something to her, and with her eyes about to run off to another woman, how could she not care? Don't mess around. Just do what I say, and I'll transfer $2,000 to you when the time comes. Lucian was too lazy to talk nonsense with this woman anymore. Lu Ruinyu's side was about to make breakfast and he still had to go down to eat. What? Lucian, are you still not a person? How does a 37-degree mouth say such cold words? Zhang Sijia said with some indignation, 2,000? Are you kidding me? I don't care, you must give me 20,000. Do you think you're worth 20,000? Lucian frowned slightly, and an icy voice slowly spat out from his mouth. How am I not worth 20,000? Zhang Sijia said unconvincingly, besides, am I something that can be measured by money? What's worth or not? Humph. Is Songyhan worth it? It's not like I said I'm going to give her money. Lucian shook his head helplessly, alright, first, how much can I give you? It's up to you at that time. Hey! Wait! Zhang Sijia wanted to say something else. Lucian's side had already hung up the phone. Humph. Zhang Sijia was instantly infuriated and stomped her foot. This stinking Lucian, I didn't expect him to be such a person. Luckily, I was still thinking about waiting for you to lend me money. If you do, I'll find the time to give you another handout. Make up for it. As far as what you are doing now, do not think. Thinking like this, Zhang Sijia's heart was getting more and more unfavorable. She wanted to see what Lucian wanted to do when he asked Sonihan out. Moreover, she would also prove to Lucian Sonihan was nothing in front of herself. Soon after, she adjusted her mind and a smile came on her face before dialing Sonihan's number. Hey, what's the matter with school, sister? A cool and nice voice came from the phone. Zhang Sijia hurriedly smiled and returned, Ihan, are you free tonight? Well, there is, but someone has asked me out. Is there something that school sister is looking for me? Sonihan asked with some embarrassment. I originally wanted to ask you out for dinner tonight. Zhang Sijia didn't want to give up because Lucian said tonight, so it definitely had to be tonight. I have a friend. I can't decide, and I'm embarrassed to go by myself, so I want you to accompany me. This. Sonihan hadn't been helped by Zhang Sijia in the club, and now that the other party was begging for help, she was too embarrassed to refuse. After thinking about it, she had to nod. Okay, what time tonight? Great. I'll tell you then, it won't be too late anyway, thanks. Zhang Sijia instantly smiled happily. However, she decided that she must give Lucian a good beating at night. Who made him so mean to himself? Chapter 19, Sonihan, Shinmaching. After hanging up the phone, Sonihan frowned slightly. She thought about it and still called another person. Ihan, it's rare that you take the initiative to call me. What? Miss me so soon? A magnetic voice came from the other end of the phone. Shinmaching, please watch your words. Sonihan furrowed her brows a few points deeper, and there was some displeasure in her tone, which could even be said to be disgust. She originally had quite a good feeling about Shinmaching as a person. But ever since her family's business had been victimized by someone and then owed the Shin family a large sum of money, Shinmaching's mouth had changed. Either he asked Sonihan to accompany him for dinner, or he threatened Sonihan to go out shopping together. Recently this situation has become even more frequent. If it wasn't for the fact that her family still had to rely on the Shin family to slowly recover, she would have slapped Shinmaching 999 times. It's not an exaggeration. It's that she really hated to directly slap this lower head man to death. Even so, she didn't feel relieved. Look, you're angry again. Shinmaching's eyes became cold, and the corner of her lips had a playful sneer. Song family. It's just a tool to be played by our Shin family. Sonihan. Sooner or later, one day, you'll have to beg me on your knees. Whether I'm angry or not is none of your business, and also, one of my schoolmates asked me out at night, I can't refuse, you don't have to come looking for me. Sonihan resisted the urge of nausea and faintly said back. Sonihan, don't forget, who was the one who lent a helping hand when your Song family was in the most difficult time? Shinmaching didn't care what she said and just smiled faintly. You also don't want your Song family to hit the bottom again, right? You. Sonihan's brows knitted tightly and she gritted her teeth, itching to tear this inhuman thing into pieces. You what you? Do you think I'm not a good person? Oh. Shinmaching coldly snorted, faintly said, don't think I don't know what you are, you have 3 fish hanging in your back. You found someone to investigate me. The corner of Sonihan's eye twitched slightly, and a friction sound was made between her shell teeth due to too much force. Know yourself and know your enemy well. But it's a good thing you're still a chick, or else what's the old man bothering to work with you for such a long time for? Shinmaching's voice continued to ring slowly. I advise you to listen best. Now the rise and fall of the entire Song family all depends on your choice. Who? Sonihan closed her eyes and couldn't help but take a long breath before exhaling, as if she was making a major decision. I know. She clenched her teeth, her gaze filled with a complicated look, but I also said that it's a schoolmate who asked me out tonight, so I can't not go. Schoolmate? Who? Only then did Shinmaching reveal a smile of satisfaction, and his attention was also focused on the schoolmate she was talking about. Louis Fei? Or Zhang Sijia? It has nothing to do with you. Sonihan's voice grew colder. That's it, I'll take the initiative to contact you tomorrow night. As the words fell, she was about to hang up. Wait. Shinmaching opened his mouth at the critical time, his lips holding a smile. Don't be so anxious, let me guess. Louis Fei seems to have a relationship with you, not so close, not her. The one called Zhang Sijia is a club with you, it should be her, right? Not talking? Shinmaching sneered, so it is my guess right? What can you do if you guessed right? It doesn't have anything to do with you. Sonihan is a sentence of nonsense. Do not want to say more with him, only want to hang up the phone as soon as possible, away from his disgusting voice. Shinmaching, however, faintly said, who else is there besides her? No one else. Sonihan frowned and returned, and I'm not obligated to tell you about me. I'll go with you. Shinmaching relentlessly chased after her. What the hell do you want? Sonihan clenched her teeth somewhat intolerably. If you're like this, you'll only make me loathe you more and more. Is that so? Shinmaching revealed a playful smile. The more you loathe me, the more excited I am. Nervous. Song Yihan couldn't stand him anymore and directly hung up the phone. Shenmaching looked at the screen of his cell phone being hung up on. A cold and stern look appeared on his face. Song Yihan, do you think you can escape me? He then dialed another number and ordered in a light tone, keep an eye on all her movements. After Song Yihan hung up the phone, her chest, which had puffed up due to her abundant strength, kept rising and falling up and down. It was obviously due to anger. Especially since she was now being harassed by Shenmaching day and night, and was already on the verge of being tortured out of her mental illness. If this continued, her body and mind would sooner or later have problems. However, right at this moment, Song Yihan's cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. It startled her coldly. She originally thought it was Shenmaching, but when she took it out, she realized that it was a licking dog that she had raised for half a month. Freshman schoolmate. Named Lu Shuai. The first time the two met was in the school library. The other party is not bad looking, quite white, about 1 meter 8 in height, but also look good. The most critical thing is that this schoolmate is incomparably attached to her. And the other side of the family is also a little money, this half a month since not less to Song Yihan attentive. Can be said to be saddle before and after. Such a small licking dog that said he wouldn't dare to go west, Song Yihan naturally won't easily let him slip away from her hands. After all, she still had places to utilize the other party. Hey, senior sister Yihan, I just called you several times and I'm on the line, are you alright? A concerned voice came from the phone. It was none other than Lu Shuai. It's schoolmate I'm fine, just had a friend who wanted to ask me out for a meal at noon, I haven't thought about whether or not to say yes. Song Yihan put away her unhappy emotions and revealed a faint smile. Lu Shuai's voice was obviously a bit surprised, followed by a lost tone, okay. What's wrong? It sounds like you're not happy? Song Yihan asked a question in a pretense of doubt. In her eyes, however, there was a hint of smugness. Where was the person who asked her to have lunch at noon? But it was just something she made up to create a sense of nervousness for the schoolmate so that he would be more attached to her. I actually want to invite my schoolmate to a meal at noon, just to thank her for her help last time. Lu Shuai said with some embarrassment, I don't know which senior sister is the one. Who asked school sister to eat at noon? What? Do you care so much about what person it is? The corner of Song Yihan's lips slowly lifted up a seductive smile. Lu Shuai hurriedly explained, No, I'm trying to say. Why don't I invite a piece of it at noon? He. Song Yihan instantly smiled faintly and said back, look at you this real look, no need to invite a piece, I have already refused him. Chapter 20, Mature Imperial Sister Song Yihan. Lu Shuai froze, not reacting for a moment, and then a smile of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Yes. School sister actually chose me between someone else and me. There's drama. He quickly and excitedly replied back, then I'll go pick you up right now. I'll wait for you. The corners of Song Yihan's lips hooked up slightly, and her smile was filled with a touch of fulfillment from pinning down Lu Shuai. Sure enough. One still likes this feeling of controlling others. Shenmaching. Sooner or later, there will be a day when Lao Ao will get rid of you. The Shen family is not a single hand in the whole of Jiangbei. When I find a backer, you will be on your knees begging me for mercy. It's done? In a male dormitory of Jiangbei University, after Lu Shuai hung up the phone, his roommates revealed a look of surprise. Well, it's done. Lu Shuai looked at his several roommates, the corners of his lips slightly raised, revealing a touch of dark pleasure. A few roommates hurriedly ran down from the bed and hooked shoulders with him, with all kinds of envious and jealous gazes in their eyes. But more than that, it was still admiration and congratulations for him. It's okay, you kid. More than okay? This son of a is dating our school's famous junior high school flower girl. Simply too good. You're really good at this. You have to teach me well when you come back tonight, I've been hung up for a long time. I've been out to dinner, will I be back tonight? Oh yes. TSK, envy Go! What are you talking nonsense about? Lu Shuai instantly blanked them, and then laughed while spraying perfume, I haven't reached that level with Sister Yihan. Sooner or later. A few people couldn't help but raise their eyebrows at him. No more talking, let's go. Lu Shuai was too lazy to bother with them, but in his heart, he had already been happy. Why would he not want something to happen with Song Yihan? But emotional things have to come one step at a time, there is no rush, otherwise it will be counterproductive. Soon, Lu Shuai drove to pick up Song Yihan and went to a Chinese upscale restaurant. The two sat across from each other, looking like a couple. Song Yihan was wearing exquisite and beautiful makeup today, and her long, slightly curly hair was tied behind her head with a black hairband. Fair and delicate face, thin and straight nose, moist and narrow, but also let a person fascinated by the beautiful eyes. Between her eyebrows, there was a faint heroic aura emanating from her. What she was wearing was a black-waisted dress with a hemline above her knees. The top revealed slender white tender arms, and underneath were two slender straight big white legs. The chest was full of. On the feet is a pair of apricot-colored high-heeled single shoes that reveal a large area of snow-white feet. The whole person's temperament, makeup, and dress were all on the side of a style that favored mature women a bit. Even though she was only 22 years old this year. But the whole already gave off a feeling of flavor. This was definitely a fatal blow to Lu Shuai, who had just started his freshman year of college and liked the style of a mature imperial sister. This was also the reason why he had been working as a licking dog for Song Yihan. Not long after, Song Yihan scattered her slightly curly hair that was tied behind her head. Her delicate and pretty face raised and shook slightly, her slender and white jade fingers, at the same time, fiddled with the sides of her shoulders. The long, slightly curly hair that emitted a faint fragrance then naturally fell behind her head. School brother, I'm troubling you to break the bank again today. Song Yihan's left leg naturally rested on her right leg, her posture was straight as she sat on the stool, her upper body showing perfect lines before and after. On her face was a faint smile. It looked imperial lady-like. Gudu. Lu Shuai was a bit mesmerized by her appearance, but he still couldn't help but gulp. School brother? When Song Yihan saw this look on him, a smug look flashed through her eyes without a trace. Against this kind of freshman boy who probably hadn't even had a girlfriend, it could be said that she had plenty of tricks and tactics. Lu Shuai was called out by her, and only then did he realize that he had lost his temper, and a touch of embarrassed shyness appeared on his face. What did you say, senior sister? I said that I'm troubling you to break the bank again today. Song Yihan stretched out her slender jade finger and half covered her pink mouth and smiled, pretending to be amused by his dumbfounded appearance. No. Lu Shuai quickly waved his hand and scratched his head and laughed. It's just eating and eating, it's nothing, senior sister must not take it to heart. No. School sister. You must take it to heart. What I want is this effect. Otherwise how could you possibly keep remembering my goodness? Then school sister will thank you? Song Yihan smiled faintly, looking good, and directly looked dumbfounded at Lu Shuai on the opposite side again. Not only that, the other people who came to dine nearby also cast envious and jealous gazes when they saw this scene. This made Lu Shuai very flattered. He felt that every time he brought Song Yihan out to eat, he would be extremely honored. If Song Yihan could really become his girlfriend, he would be willing to stop reading study materials in the future even if he was asked to do so. Senior sister is polite. After all, it was in front of someone he liked. Lu Shuai didn't want to let himself lose his temper, so he sat upright and took a deep breath. By the way, senior sister, actually, I still have an important thing today. I want to ask you to help. He looked at the beautiful and moving Song Yihan sitting across from him, and after hesitating for a moment, he still said the words he had prepared in his heart for a long time. Important thing? What is it? Song Yihan had a light smile on the surface, but she couldn't help but frown in her heart. She didn't want to be used as a tool. If the matter was of the more troublesome kind, she would definitely have to refuse without hesitation. Well, how to say it? Lu Shuai squirmed and scratched his head, his face flushed. Song Yihan frowned slightly, feeling that it shouldn't be a good thing, so she tried to find a reason to shrug it off. It was at this time that Lu Shuai opened his mouth. It's just that. My parents have recently urged me to find a girlfriend. I want to. He paused, his eyes glancing twice at Song Yihan's good-looking pretty face. I want to ask my senior sister to pretend to be my girlfriend. Song Yihan was stunned, looking at Lu Shuai with some disbelief. Are you serious? Aha! Lu Shuai lowered his head and nodded, then gritted his teeth and looked at Song Yihan. Sister, you just helped me out. He stretched out a finger. Just once. Song Yihan's gaze narrowed slightly and she fell into deep thought. Although Lu Shuai's family wasn't as powerful as Shin Waching's family's company, they at least had some assets. It could at least solve some of their Song family's immediate needs. It could also help their Song family get rid of some of the threats from the Shin family to a certain extent. And with the Lu family involved, the Shin family would no longer be able to exert pressure on their Song family like a dictator. School brother. Actually, there is something you may not know. Song Yihan's eyes flickered, and she couldn't help but sigh. Something happened to our Song family a while ago, and I really don't have that mood. Chapter 21 Bentley? Zhang Sijia was dumbfounded. Her expression was bleak and her beautiful eyes were like water, causing a trace of pity to arise. Is it that thing that made Song Group lose money last time? Lu Shuai was mesmerized by her, and while gulping, he thought about it and asked cautiously. Aha! Song Yihan nodded slightly. I swore that if I didn't get my family better, I wouldn't fall in love. But can fake pretend it's not okay? Lu Shuai frowned, his heart thumping. Song Yihan shook her head with a dull gaze. The slightly broken look. Together with her noble and light temperament, people couldn't help but feel distressed by it while their hearts were moved. Then, Lu Shuai thought for a moment and asked tentatively, if I can get my family to help the Song family, will you promise me, senior sister? Song Yihan's eyes moved slightly, seemingly glowing with a faint shimmer because of his words, but then they were annihilated. She shook her head, revealing a hopeless smile, and said, You're still young, how can you convince your family to help us? No. Lu Shuai's eyes immediately flashed with a flash of light. It seemed like there was a chance. Just wait for my good news, senior sister. Moreover, if my parents know that I found senior sister as my girlfriend, they'll also be very happy. Really? Really? Song Yihan frowned a little skeptically. It was that simple? She had thought that she would have to sell some more misery with Lu Shuai, but she didn't expect that she would actually be able to fool this guy so easily. Of course it's true. Just wait at ease. Lu Shuai looked extraordinarily happy, not like he was joking. Song Yihan then followed suit and revealed a delighted smile. Thank you, senior brother Lu Shuai. Senior sister, you and I shouldn't be polite. Lu Shuai blushed slightly and scratched his head. It's just that. If I want to be successful, I still have to commission senior sister to pretend to be my girlfriend. Song Yihan. She couldn't help but sneer in her heart, so it was waiting for me here. But it doesn't matter. As long as I can pull the Lu family in, pretending is fine, it's not real anyway. Well. Song Yihan nodded. Lu Shuai immediately clenched his hands in excitement. After the meal, Song Yihan found a reason to leave and politely refused Lu Shuai's idea to drive herself. This was because she also had to go meet another dog licker that she had raised. The other person's family also opened a company, and their strength was a bit stronger than Lu Shuai's family. But the person had a bit of a brain and was not easy to fool. About halfway through the afternoon, Song Yihan seamlessly went to meet a third person. To be honest, sometimes she is also quite admiring herself, all day long not idle, running around is not too tired. If it wasn't for her family's current recession, with her current acting skills, she would have wanted to become an actress. Of course, maneuvering between 3 people a day wasn't her limit. When Song Yihan was a freshman, she had several sophomores, juniors, and seniors in one pond at the same time. At that time, the highest number of people she circled in a day reached 10 people. And not a single person was able to take advantage of her. Now it can't, with Shin watching that underhead man keeps pestering himself, his energy is almost exhausted. If it wasn't for revitalizing the family industry, Song Yihan wouldn't even want to raise these licking dogs now. Running around is too hard. Isn't it good to be a beautiful girl quietly? It is not necessary to run around. In the evening, Zhang Sijia lay on the cozy cot in the dormitory, a little distracted. Because Lucian hadn't called her back until now. She also had no way to tell Song Yihan the exact time for the evening meal. This stinking Lucian, what the hell is he doing? Zhang Sijia couldn't help but sigh lightly, opening and closing her eyes. Her mind was filled with Lucian's indifferent face. Ever since she was ruthlessly snapped by Lucian, she couldn't get Lucian's figure out of her head. That face was annoying to recall, but she seemed to have a different kind of affection in it. Actually, Lucian wasn't bad looking. It was just that his own vision had always been very high. And for those boys who were just good looking but had little money at home, she wouldn't even look at them. This was the reason why Lucian used to chase after Zhang Sijia for a long time, but it never came to fruition. But now it was different. That damned stinking Lucian actually took advantage of people's danger and used money to blackmail himself. Pity yourself for this precious first. Whoa. Moreover, this guy actually hit on other girls now. Could it be that you are that bad? After getting me you're still not satisfied. And still want to go and snap other girls? Song Yihan. What's so good about her? Isn't she just a little taller and a little tier than herself? In terms of figure, she's probably not as thin as her own waist and not as big as her own boobs. Flamboyant stinky man. Buzz. Just when Zhang Sijia was in the middle of her thoughts, the cell phone that was placed aside suddenly vibrated frantically. She hurriedly picked it up and saw that it was indeed a call from Lucian. It was coming. Hello? Zhang Sijia sat upright all of a sudden. After picking up the call, there was still a little joy in her heart, but on the surface, she looked arrogant. Miss Zhang, come down, I'm below your dormitory building. Lucian's slightly teasing voice rang out in the cell phone. You're downstairs? Zhang Sijia's heart couldn't help but be startled, and she hurriedly got out of bed, put on her shoes, and ran to the window to take a couple of glances. Sure enough, that familiar figure was standing downstairs, looking over towards the top. She hurriedly took a short black dress that she had found at noon, then put it in front of her body by the mirror and compared it. This is the one. Zhang Sijia hurriedly took off her pajamas and changed into the short dress, revealing a pair of straight and slender big white legs, and put on black silk. The small delicate jade feet then quickly stepped into the short boots on the side. Sijia, what are you doing in such a hurry to go off? Outside the door, the roommate who had just returned saw her in a hurry. Could it be that she found a new boyfriend again? Zhang Sijia did not ignore them, but ran all the way downstairs, although she did not know why she was in such a hurry. Obviously in the past it was other boys waiting for themselves. Darn. Thinking of this, she deliberately slowed down her pace. But Lucian obviously didn't intend to give her too much time to reserve, and directly sent a voiceover. Zhang Sijia clicked on the voice he sent. Lucian's voice then rang out, Miss Zhang, I'll only give you 1 minute, overtime has its own consequences. Nima Lucian. Zhang Sijia instantly gritted her teeth and cursed. However, her legs were obedient. She didn't want to suffer any more perverted punishments. Especially that weird space. It was too scary, directly and completely derailed from the real world. In case Lucian was in a bad mood and locked her inside for the rest of her life, that would be the greatest punishment for her. However, the moment Zhang Sijia ran all the way outside the dormitory and saw Lucian, she was suddenly dumbfounded. The figure that had tormented her and lingered actually sat in a Bentley parked next to him. Chapter 22, Sonihan, your senior Lucian? What are you fuming about? There are still 15 seconds left. Lucian lowered the car window, the corner of his mouth hooked into a faint cold smile, with teasing eyes staring tightly at Zhang Sijia. What he wanted was to completely tame the other party mentally and physically. After all, who let Zhang Sijia PUA herself in the first place? This was the punishment she deserved. Coming. Zhang Sijia couldn't be bothered to be shocked. Her two long slender black silk legs simply didn't listen to her own commands and directly ran over on her own initiative. My goodness! After getting closer, she looked at the body in front of her that had smooth lines and was so clean that it could reflect light, and there was an indescribably complex look in her beautiful eyes. Who can come and tell me what has happened to this damned guy Lucian? How is it that after only 2 days of absence, he is actually so developed? Could it be that? Zhang Sijia's hand that was about to open the passenger door trembled slightly, and her gaze vaguely saw the figure on the main driver through the glass. Could it be that he used to be pretending? In fact, he was a rich young master. Thinking like this, the hesitant Zhang Sijia hurriedly opened the passenger door. Her long and slender black silk thighs slowly lifted up, her upper body slightly bowed, and her round and tight buttocks then sat on the passenger seat. Lucian did not even look at her, and his faint voice slowly sounded, "You timed out for 1 second. Ha?" Zhang Sijia didn't dare to look directly at Lucian on the side, and kept her small head lowered in an honest manner after she sat in. Her legs were angled together and her small white and delicate hands were placed on her legs in front of her belly. After hearing Lucian's indifferent voice, her small face was startled, and her eyes then slightly stole 2 glances in Lucian's direction. I said, if you time out, the consequences are your own. Lucian slowly turned his head, and his eyes, which were flooded with cold light, appeared little by little in Zhang Sijia's slightly frightened gaze. I didn't do it on purpose. Zhang Sijia's heartbeat steeply accelerated, and her heavy chest kept rising and falling up and down. Lucian, please don't punish me, okay? I've already worn nice clothes as you said. She was indeed a little scared, especially when she remembered that space that was so weird that it had no signal. Her pupils followed with a slight contraction. And I called Sonihan for you, she'll be here soon. Look. Zhang Sijia looked at Lucian aggressively while holding her cell phone screen out to Lucian. On it were the very words Sonihan had replied to her. Sonihan, sister, I'll be at the school entrance right away, please wait for me a little bit. Don't be nervous, it's not like I said how to punish you. Lucian casually glanced at her, before carefully sizing up Zhang Sijia who was sitting on the co-pilot. The extremely seductive 2 long black silk legs were slightly together, the short skirt was in just the right position, the waist was slim and tight, and there was not a trace of flab in sight. The chest is a kind of heavy feeling. Lucian looked upward. Today she seems to be specialized in exquisite makeup, face smooth and delicate, small nose is still lovely. The narrow, watery, beautiful eyes are caught with a trace of aggression. The back of the head is still tied in a ponytail, the fragrance between the hair mixed with the faint perfume on her body, vaguely lingering on the tip of Lucian's nose. It even overpowered the smell of the car's aromatherapy. Hiss. Lucian moved over and took a sharp breath in front of her, then leaned back on the seat and exhaled slowly. Sure enough, it was still the same feeling from the beginning. Zhang Sijia had an indescribable feeling about his behavior, with disgust, fear, and seemingly a tiny hint of anticipation. Especially when Lucian approached, her memories instantly returned to the time when she was in the other space villa. That feeling that made it seem as if one was in a delirious trance, as if intoxicated, all of a sudden hit her like a tidal wave. The body unexpectedly followed with a hidden impulse. Looking at her stupefied appearance, Lucian's lips could not help but evoke a faint cold smile. However, just as he was planning to put his hand over to have a good time first, the window of the car next to him was knocked twice by someone from outside. Hello, please can you do me a favor? It was a girl's voice, and it was quite nice. Lucian slowly turned around to look at it and couldn't help but slightly raise the corner of his eyebrows. Oh, such a coincidence? The one who knocked on the window was no one else but the target object he had been waiting for a long time to save Sonihan. Previously, when Lucian was still chasing Zhang Sijia, he had seen the other party a few times. He just didn't know if Sonihan still remembered himself. He lowered the car window, a faint smile on his face, his gaze narrowed slightly as he looked Sonihan up and down. Sure enough, she was worthy of being the junior year's school flower. This tall figure, still heavy chest, slightly curly long hair, a black dress, thin waist, and long legs, simply perfect. And she was different from Zhang Sijia. Zhang Sijia belonged to the kind of girl who looked pure and beautiful, making people very protective. Sonihan, on the other hand, while being cool, seemed to be born with a flavorful temperament. Let a person a glance cannot help themselves. Mature Imperial Sister fan. This was the evaluation Lucian gave Song Yihan tonight. In this way, it seems that the system's vision is really 1 in a million. You could question the system for squeezing you, but you couldn't question the system's vision when it came to choosing a target object. Of course, while admiring Song Yihan as a special object, Lucian naturally didn't forget to open his perspective. In short, just one sentence. What others can see, I want to see, and what others can't see, I also want to see. You are not Lucian Sr.? When the car window was lowered, Song Yihan, in the instant she saw Lucian's face, her slender jade fingers instantly covered her surprised little mouth. If she remembered correctly, this boy was her senior, seemed to be called Lucian, and seemed to have chased after Zhang Sijia before. Good memory. Lucian smiled faintly at her. The look of surprise in Song Yihan's eyes still did not dissipate. She looked at Lucian incredulously. Originally, when she saw a multi-million-dollar Bentley parked here, she wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to get to know the owner of the car by her appearance and temperament. After all, it wasn't a bad thing for herself. Maybe she could even find a backer because of this. It was just that what she didn't expect was that the other party was actually the poor guy that she didn't even look at before. See? Sister Sijia? At this time, Song Yihan also noticed Zhang Sijia in the passenger seat, and her expression couldn't help but be a little stunned. This is embarrassing. It turned out that it had already been a name and a name. But wasn't Zhang Sijia unable to look at him before? Could it be that the other side of this big money identity showdown? Do not pretend? Possibly. As she thought this way, Zhang Sijia and the co-pilot calmed down a bit, revealed a smile, and said, "Hey hun, get in the car." Zhang Sijia naturally could see what Song Yihan's look at Lucian just now represented. This was a sixth sense that belonged to her as a girl. For some reason, she just disliked it when other girls stared at Lucian like that. Especially since this woman was the one Lucian had named to meet. Where exactly was she inferior to her? Breasts? Waist? Or not as good looking as her? Hidden, Zhang Sijia's complexion gradually heavy down, seems to belong to the fight between the two, in the quietly kicked off. Chapter 23, Senior is really young and promising. Song Yihan was stunned, and an elegant smile followed on her pretty face. Then walked to the back and pulled open the car door and sat in. It looks like Lucian is the friend that Zhang Sijia said back in the morning that she couldn't make up her mind about. Sister Sijia, Senior Lucian is your boyfriend now, right? But he's really young and talented. Sitting at the back not a moment later, Song Yihan was the first to open her mouth. Zhang Sijia couldn't help but slightly furrow her brows, and her pair of beautiful eyes glanced at Lucian. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she smiled and shook her head. This Song Yihan, the moment she came up, she inquired about this kind of sensitive information. It was definitely an impure purpose. But she still helplessly returned, "We are just friends." Sorry, I thought. Song Yihan hastily pretended to look like she had said something wrong and covered her small mouth with her hand. But in her heart, she was in a joy that was hard to suppress. This was how the duel between masters was like. Often, just a single sentence could bring out some useful information. If Lucian wasn't the object of Zhang Sijia's affection right now, then that meant that he still had a chance, right? Although Zhang Sijia is very pretty, her own looks and body are not bad at all. Lucian is so rich, even Bentley can afford to drive, then his family's strength is certainly not weak. You have to know that Shin Maching, that lower head man, is the eldest son of the Shin family. Driving a car is only 600,000 or 700,000 only. Bentley. It would have to be driven by someone at the big brother level. I didn't realize that Lucian, a college student, could just drive it out to play. Even if it's rented, it's still a lot of money a day. According to Song Yihan's past impression of Lucian, he shouldn't have the money to rent a car of this grade. So there is only one possibility. That was that Lucian was indeed hiding his identity in the past, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Who? Thinking of this, Song Yihan couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, she had never put him in her heart at all in the past, so she hadn't said anything bad to him. Now it seems that it has paved the way for himself. If she could take down Lucian, she might be able to completely get rid of the Shin family's control over the Song family. And these thoughts of hers were successfully read by Lucian. He didn't expect this Song Yihan to be so proactive, and it seemed to be the reason why her family had suffered some changes. However, the other party had the idea of approaching him, then Lucian was naturally willing to wait with open arms for her to come of her own accord. The system mission hadn't officially started yet. Tonight, let's test Song Yihan for the time being. If she can take the initiative to come to the door, it's just as well that tonight, together with Zhang Sijia, the three of them will play 3 rows. Thought it should be fun. Lucian, where are we going to eat tonight? Zhang Sijia was not willing to show her weakness. She wanted to declare Lucian's exclusivity in front of Song Yihan, so she gathered her courage and opened her mouth. Song Yihan also looked over. The only way she currently knew about Lucian was this Bentley. If she wanted to further understand the other party's strength, then she could only start with consumption. Eating was undoubtedly the best way. After all, no matter what, there were two schoolgirls from Jiangbei University sitting in the car, so it wasn't like going to some low-grade place to eat, right? By then, they would be able to feel out Lucian's consumption level. He. Lucian couldn't help but tickle a faint arc at the corner of his lips as he listened to the heartbeats of the two girls in the car. If he couldn't read the hearts himself, he really didn't realize that the two schoolgirls who were so bright and shiny in front of people actually had such deep hearts. Every step is calculated. The one sitting next to him, who only wanted to compete with the one behind him, seemed to be gambling and slaughtering himself again. The one behind him, on the other hand, is thinking a lot more. All in all, it can't be separated from one word. Money. Lucian smiled faintly. Since this was the case, then he would take the trick and also have a good time being the so-called rich man. There was still plenty of time left for the mission, enough time for himself to be dashing. Of course, it would be better if he could hook Song-Yihan tonight, maybe the system would even have an extra reward. Seeing that Lucian kept silent, Zhang Sijia sat in the passenger seat in some panic, her small hand picking at it constantly. She was worried that Lucian had seen through her little mind. After all, when she called before, Lucian basically knew what was on her mind. Today, she accidentally actually forgot about this matter. You two discuss it, it's best to go to a place that's more quiet and has a better environment. Just then, Lucian suddenly opened his mouth. Of course. He smiled, it's most important to pick a place you guys like. Zhang Sijia couldn't help but be stunned. Was this his answer to that question he had just asked? It seemed that his previous statement about being able to read his heart's thoughts was indeed a lie. Thinking like this, Zhang Sijia's thoughts followed boldly. Song-Yihan knew that her chance to test Lucian had come. Unexpectedly, the other party actually gave the power to pick the dining place to the two girls. According to Zhang Sijia's past style, she would definitely pick a high-class place. In this way, it would be clear whether Lucian was really powerful or fake. Ahem. Ihan, do you have any recommendations? Zhang Sijia knew that even if Lucian gave herself the opportunity to choose the restaurant, she couldn't go and choose it herself. Wouldn't that just plainly tell the other party that she was the one who chose an expensive place to rip him off? She wasn't that stupid. It just so happened that Song-Yihan's family was in good condition and she usually wore designer labels. I'm sure that the restaurants she knows are also the upscale kind. Why don't you use her as a knife to kill Lucian? Both can take themselves out of this matter, but also can slaughter Lucian a meal, but also can let him to Song-Yihan have a gold worship impression. It's like 3 birds with 1 stone, isn't it? Zhang Sijia even began to admire her own intelligence. When Song-Yihan saw that Zhang Sijia had kicked this ball to herself, she also couldn't help but be stunned. But then she smiled. I generally rarely dine out either, but I do know a place that still tastes pretty good. Song-Yihan pretended to think about it and smiled bitterly. Usually it's my dad who takes me there, as for the consumption then I'm not too sure. Oh. Highly skilled. Lucian, who was driving, couldn't help but secretly applaud Song-Yihan for this answer. Although there weren't many words. But it expressed 2 meanings completely at the same time. The first meaning. She seldom went out to dine, implicitly expressing that she was currently single and relatively frugal, not the type to spend money frivolously. Second meaning. The flavor is still very good. And it's usually her dad who takes her there, she doesn't know the spending situation. The hidden meaning is that, when the time comes, in case it is very expensive, cannot say that she is deliberately looking for expensive places. Because she also does not know the consumption situation, just recommended a restaurant that she thought tasted very good. Wonderful. Simply wonderful to the extreme. Lucian couldn't help but want to let go of the steering wheel to give Song-Yihan a round of applause. Sure enough. A woman who could dangle 12 fish at the same time and still not flip the car was indeed that good. This way, she could take the opportunity to feel out her spending power through her attitude towards this store. Chapter 24 Senior, add a contact? Where is it? I'll navigate. Lucian still had more than $900,000 in his hand right now, so as long as this meal didn't exceed $1 million, then he didn't have to worry about money at all. Moreover, Lu Ruinyu didn't seem to care about giving him this $1 million. It even felt like it was given less. Therefore, even if he took this 1 million and blew it away, I'm afraid that Lu Ruinyu would immediately call him another million as pocket money. Eating soft rice is good. Soft rice has to be eaten. Yikes. Song-Yihan searched with her cell phone, then revealed a look of surprise. What's wrong? Zhang Sijia glanced at her with a slight frown. What a way to pretend. Sorry, senior sister, I just checked, the consumption of this store doesn't seem to be low. Song-Yihan deliberately revealed a bitter smile. What's the name? Let me take a look. Hearing this, Zhang Sijia couldn't help but brighten up. Not low consumption? Wasn't that just what she wanted? The corners of Lucian's lips were slightly raised. He then silently kept quiet and watched these two people perform individually. Zhang Sijia. The knight was the one that absolutely couldn't run away. As for Song-Yihan, the system had clearly stated that he couldn't use force on her, so let's take a step for now. For now, this woman seemed to care about money and strength. It should be related to a change in her family. Lucian pondered for a moment. In that case, he could just start with this aspect and then create a false impression that he was very powerful to Song-Yihan. Let her take the initiative to approach and offer herself. Artisan Cuisine Workshop. When she said the name, Song-Yihan looked a little embarrassed. Zhang Sijia looked it up based on the name she said, and when she saw the price, she couldn't help but be shocked in her heart, but she also became more joyful. Good guy. A random dish was thousands of dollars. And it didn't look like the portion size was a lot. It could be said that it was simply even more outrageous than the one she went to for her birthday a few days ago. At least on her own birthday, there were quite a few people who went there, and the total only added up to $50,000. This artisan cuisine restaurant, if they wanted to feed the three of them, they would have to spend $10,000 anyways, right? No. Zhang Sijia's gaze suddenly shook. What did she see? A 60 catty fish. It was actually labeled 3280 yuan a catty. In other words, it would cost more than $1,900,000 if she bought this entire fish. She is a college student from the countryside. Where has she seen this kind of scene? Song-Yihan na Song-Yihan? Zhang Sijia couldn't help but look back at her. You are really good. I only wanted to simply slaughter Lucian to take out my anger. You want to directly take his life. Lucian listened to Zhang Sijia's heartfelt words. Nearly 200,000 fish. I'm afraid it's not that taking a bite has any special effects, right? But this Song-Yihan is also really ruthless. Want to test yourself is not necessary to come up and zoom, right? You wait. Waiting for the old man to take you down, not to put you hard on the ground rubbing a few times out of anger, or sorry tonight this meal. In the end, Lucian did not let the two change places, because what he wanted was to show absolute strength in front of Song-Yihan. This way Song-Yihan would be able to take the bait and approach himself proactively. Song-Yihan and Zhang Sijia also seemed to have tightened up a bit, and didn't really order anything too expensive in the artisan cuisine workshop. Together with the desserts, there were only 8 dishes in total. It probably cost about a small $10,000. For Lucian now, it was just like a sprinkle of water. Song-Yihan's purpose had also been achieved. At least she had judged from Lucian's behavior and expression. Lucian definitely had a strong background. Otherwise, how could he come to such a high-class place without even blinking? Even that 200,000 of fish didn't scare him. It seems like he has the opportunity to get in touch with him more often. I'll go to the restroom first, you guys keep eating. Lucian stood up, his gaze glancing over Song-Yihan's body, a faint smile always hanging on his face. Zhang Sijia was eating with vigor. She didn't have that mind to care what Lucian was going to do. Such an expensive dish, if she ate it herself, she earned it. But Song-Yihan didn't put these things in her mind at all. What she cared about was how she could get herself alone with Lucian for a while without Zhang Sijia knowing. By then she would be able to find a reason to ask for the other party's contact information. And now, this opportunity came. Lucian had just left his seat with his front foot when Song-Yihan stood up with a bitter smile and said, "Sister, I'm also going to the bathroom." Zhang Sijia nodded. But only when Song-Yihan walked in the direction of the bathroom did she suddenly realize something. This little couldn't be wanting to spend some time alone with Lucian, right? Moreover, Song-Yihan was the one Lucian had asked her to call. These two shouldn't be trying to. Zhang Sijia suddenly remembered when she was also tricked into going to the bathroom by Lucian. Then she somehow entered that weird space. No way. As she thought this, her heart was suddenly a bit clogged. It was obvious that she hated Lucian. Why would she be so unhappy at the thought of him staying with other girls? I don't want to care about him. Zhang Sijia thought this in her heart, but her body stood up uncontrollably and her footsteps followed in the direction of the bathroom. Stinky Lucian! Damn Lucian! I'd like to see what you two are up to. Senior Lucian! Song-Yihan walked behind Lucian and called out to him at the corner of the restaurant towards the bathroom. Ha! Lucian stopped his steps and turned around to look at Song-Yihan behind him. It's senior sister Yihan, what's the matter? No. Song-Yihan revealed a sweet smile. This was her usual trick. In front of her schoolmates, she always looked like a mature imperial sister. And in front of the powerful seniors, she just switched to a sweet and understanding look. Oh. Lucian nodded and turned in the direction of the bathroom, seemingly not attracted by her smile. 3, 2, 1. Lucian counted in his heart. Senior. Song-Yihan's voice once again sounded from the back. Lucian turned his back to her, and the corner of his mouth slowly hooked up a faint smile. This is the right thing. Senior. Song-Yihan caught up and smiled at him once again, saying, Senior, can you add a contact? I want to transfer the meal money to you. Saying that, she took her cell phone out and clutched it in her hand. Lucian glanced at her jade hand with skin like condensed fat, then laughed. A small amount of money, schoolmates don't have to take it to heart. But Senior. Song-Yihan frowned and raised her eyes to look at him. My dad said. That going out to eat can't just let the man pay for it. I don't want to go against my dad's education to me since I was little. This. Lucian was stunned, seemed to be pondering, and finally nodded and returned, okay. As expected, she is a sea king who has raised a school of fish. These condescending words were taken to death by her. Afterward, Zhang Sijia hurriedly arrived, and under her watchful eye, the two successfully added WeChat. She looked stunned. After all, it was still a step late. Chapter 25. I'll wait for your mom. Sister Sijia, don't misunderstand. Sonyehan was also stunned when she saw Zhang Sijia's figure. Just when she wanted to explain something, she saw Lucian walk in towards the men's bathroom on the side, seemingly not caring about Zhang Sijia at all. Only then did Sonyehan frown. Could it be that the two of them really weren't a couple in private? Did she think too much? Zhang Sijia stood in place and couldn't help but clench her teeth. Sure enough. This damn smelly Lucian just wanted to snap Sonyehan. The two actually took advantage of their absence and even added contact information. Maybe Stinky Lucian is now thinking about the scene of snapping with Sonyehan in his head. Ugh. Shameless. Scumbag. Sister. Me and Senior Lucian are not what you think. Sonyehan looked at Zhang Sijia's somewhat complicated expression and seemed to have sensed something. If one's guess was right, now it should be Zhang Sijia who was chasing Lucian in turn, right? With Sonyehan's understanding of Zhang Sijia, she definitely wouldn't let go of a rich man who had once chased after her. Sister, actually, I want to transfer the money for this meal to Senior Lucian, there's no other meaning. Sonyehan looked at Zhang Sijia and hastily added, after all, this meal also cost Senior quite a lot of money. Coincidentally, Lucian walked out from the side bathroom just in time to hear the words she said. The expression pretended to be slightly stunned. The indifferent gaze also lingered on Sonyehan's face for 2 more seconds before a kind smile appeared on his face. Sonyehan hurriedly returned a smile to Lucian. Senior Lucian. She was secretly pleased in her heart. Naturally, those words earlier were said on purpose because she had caught a glimpse of Lucian about to come out of the bathroom. The purpose was to make Lucian feel some good about himself. After all, Zhang Sijia was not inferior to herself in terms of looks or body shape. And the other party also had an experience of having been chased by Lucian. Of course he had to use a little mind. Otherwise, he might not even be able to compete with the other party in the end. Sister Sijia, don't blame me, we are all on the same path, each according to our ability, the one who has the ability to get it. Zhang Sijia clenched her teeth while frowning at Lucian across the table. However, Lucian only lifted the corners of his mouth lightly at her, and then directly walked around her in the direction of his seat. Humph. Zhang Sijia's small mouth pouted, and she instantly couldn't help but stomp her feet in place. The two of them looked like a couple that was in the middle of a temper tantrum. Sonyehan looked at Lucian's back and then at Zhang Sijia beside her, and on her face was a faint bitter smile. But in her heart, she was already blooming flowers after flowers. Hawk. Sis, then I'll also go back first. Sonyehan pretended to comfort her for a bit before finding an excuse to hurriedly rush back to her seat. Zhang Sijia walked into the bathroom with a gloomy face and looked at her makeup and dress today in the mirror. The frown gradually loosened up as well. Was it because she didn't dress up enough today? Or is it that this Lucian guy doesn't know how to cherish it when he gets it? Not right. It should be that she couldn't look at him. Now that she thought so, wasn't she being led by the nose by this asshole? I don't care about this asshole. After cheering herself up like this, Zhang Sijia washed her hands and started walking back. But on the way back, she realized that there seemed to be an extra man beside Lucian and Sonyehan. Shen Maching? Zhang Sijia recognized the man at a glance. Wasn't this the off-campus boy who had been eating and shopping with Sonyehan a lot recently? Why was he here as well? This made things much more interesting. Zhang Sijia swept away the previous haze, and her mood became much lighter along with it. Sonyehan, this, was about to be revealed in her original form. Shen. Right? Hello, my name is Shen Maching. Shen Maching combed his oily side-backed hair, dressed in a blue casual suit, with a high nose and a smile at the corner of his lips. Hanging in his neck was a simple necklace, which looked to give people an illusion that he was very low-key and connotative. His height is about 1 meter 8 or so. The figure was not bad, it was the tone of voice when he spoke that was a bit self-centered. This made Lucian dislike it. Shen Maching introduced himself while he thought he was a gentleman and extended his hand towards Lucian. Lucian, however, picked up the cup that had poured sour plum juice on the side for himself and put it to his mouth, slowly savoring a sip. Hiss. So sour nah. This sour flavor is a bit heavy. He made an appearance of being soured, then skipped over Shen Maching to look at Sonyehan and asked, doesn't schoolmate feel sour? Sonyehan froze. She glanced at Shen Maching who was beside her with a slightly furrowed brow before reacting to the meaning of Lucian's words. Hoping that this was insinuating that Shen Maching now smelled sour, right? She wanted to laugh. But she knew she couldn't laugh in front of Shen Maching. Because the lifeblood of their Song family was currently still in the hands of the Shen family. Unless she waited for her to take down Lucian, she could completely get rid of Shen Maching and the Shen family's control over her. Lucian. Shinmaching's face was slightly displeased, then she stood upright, stuck her hands in her pockets and tilted her head to think. This name, I don't seem to have heard of it in Janbei. Ah. It can't be some nameless person, right? Oh, that's because you haven't seen it. Lucian's lips slightly hooked, his tone with a hint of playful mockery, the momentum of the steady pressure on the other side, not the slightest wimp. Just kidding. Lousy can reread the file, physique, strength is not the average person can cope with, on this is not arrogant, pretending to be noble? You. Shinmaching was instantly dumbfounded by his words. He glanced at the crowd of people eating around him, then lowered his voice and threatened, Kid, you have guts. You wait for me. I'll wait for Nima. Lucian really couldn't stand to see this pretentious look of his, and directly threw the bowl of soup on his face. Still letting me wait? How about pretending to be a nincompoop? He stood up, took a step out, and his powerful right foot kicked Shinmaching in the abdomen. Ah! Shinmaching screamed miserably and covered his face while being kicked out several meters, unable to stop himself from curling up. The intense pain caused him to not be able to slow down for a short period of time. The waiters of the restaurant, as well as the guests who were dining on the side, all looked their surprised gazes over. That miserable sound of pain caused every single person to stifle a jolt. That kid was not in his right mind, was he? This is in public. Actually dared to make such a reckless move as well? Those who were most shocked were none other than Song Yihan, who was closest to the two, and Zhang Sijia, who had just walked over. They completely did not expect Lucian to be so bold and direct. And it doesn't end. Lucian ignored the crowd's astonished gazes, and even didn't bother to say anything harsh, walked up to Shinmaching and went up to give him a hard kick. Eventually, probably tired of kicking, he spat on Shinmaching's body and simply loosened up his muscles. Tell you what, no one can be arrogant in front of little master, remember? No one can. What I said, it's useless even if Jesus comes. Lucian's eyes glowed with a hint of ruthlessness, the eyes of someone who had killed. Ha! Put. Before leaving, he spat on Shinmaching's face again, and Shinmaching directly fainted with pain and nausea all over her body. Chapter 26, Forcing Song Yihan's First Kiss. Song Yihan, Zhang Sijia, the two schoolgirls of Jiangbei University, were currently looking at this scene with their little mouths open in surprise and disbelief. Especially Song Yihan. When she saw Lucian's manly charisma and boldness that emanated out of nowhere, her eyes could no longer be described as shocked. If a person didn't have an absolute bottom line, how could they dare to do something so arrogant in front of so many people? At this point, she was already completely certain that Lucian definitely had a powerful background. At least the kind that doesn't put the Shin group in their eyes. The waiter of the restaurant started to call the police. There were quite a few people around who had taken their cell phones to record the scene of Lucian furiously kicking Shinmaching. Zhang Sijia couldn't help but furrow her brows, this was a big deal. Song Yihan, however, sat quietly in her seat as if she was looking at something that had nothing to do with her. There was even a feeling of great joy. She was waiting to see how Lucian would end up. She was also betting that the forces behind Lucian could easily solve this matter. It is best to even Shinmaching to solve it together, and also save this lower head man nothing to harass themselves. But what she did not expect is, Lucian's first thing after coming back was to reach out and wrench her head, and then shine a hard sip on her small mouth. Song Yihan was surprised to see the man in front of her who had zero contact with her and even pried open her own teeth and kept stirring. In her heart was the shock and shame that was difficult to calm down. Bastard! This is my first kiss. Lucian let go of her and smiled with satisfaction. He had to say, sweet, really sweet, fragrant, also really fragrant. Lucian, you asshole, shameless. From behind her came Zhang Sijia's accent that was almost on the verge of tears. Song Yihan's face also revealed a look of incomparable shame and anger. However, right at this moment, Lucian waved his hand towards the crowd and laughed. A very good experience, see you later. Being read. Lu. Shen. Right? Hello, my name is Shinmaching. It was still the same oily side-backed head, dressed in a blue casual suit, with a smile on the corner of his lips. It looked like it gave people an illusion that he was very low-key with substance. But this tone of speech that was a bit self-centered still made Lucian very upset. Thus, under the gaze of Song Yihan and Shinmaching, he shook his head and laughed, then slowly stood up from his seat. Shinmaching frowned slightly, wondering what the hell this kid in front of him wanted to do. Lucian stood up straight, slightly taller than Shinmaching, and completely crushed the other party in terms of his aura and looks. What do you want to do? Shinmaching saw him looking at himself with a look of indifference. His heart was inexplicably a little terrified. It was as if he might get punched at any time. But Lucian didn't beat him up this time, but casually pushed him away like he was rattling ants. Then he walked to Song Yihan's side, bent down, and directly kissed him in the shocked gazes of Zhang Sijia and Shinmaching. Song Yihan stared at her beautiful eyes, her pupils followed by a sudden contraction. How did he dare? Bastard! This was his own first kiss. Shinmaching instantly fell into a state of madness as he violently took a step out and came behind Lucian. He was just about to make a move, but suddenly saw Lucian's eyes looking back. It was an indifferent and icy gaze. It was as if his life was like an ant that could be pinched at any time in the eyes of the other party. He suddenly froze. It was at this time that Lucian rubbed Song Yihan's head and then sat back in his seat. Zhang Sijia also froze in a trance. Sure enough. Lucian, this damn guy just wanted Song Yihan. This shameless scum. Whoa whoa. Shen Moqing's eyes followed after she came back to her senses and became cold and stern. After so many years, there had never been any person of the same age who dared to be so arrogant in front of him. This boy called Lucian was still the first. But soon, he himself would let him know what would happen if he offended himself. And of course, Song Yihan. Thinking like this, Shen Moqing again looked towards Song Yihan, who was still in a daze and didn't react. The latest tomorrow night. Regardless of whether you agree or not, Laozi is going to get your body. He gritted his teeth and originally wanted to give Lucian a punch in passing before leaving, but thought about the bad influence of so many people watching and gave up on that idea. Only the scene where the other party just kissed Song Yihan kept flashing in his mind. Lingering. Bastard. Laozi chased Song Yihan for so long, at such a great cost, but also just eat a meal together and go shopping. You kid actually kissed her directly in front of Laozi? This matter is not over. Shen Moqing's icy cold gaze looked at Lucian, very threatening tone of voice, word by word slowly spit out from his mouth. He. Lucian smiled faintly at him, meeting his gaze without fear, and slowly said, I'll wait for your unfinished business. Humph. Shen Moqing snorted coldly, and the rest of his eyes swept over Song Yihan's face before he left the restaurant in large strides. When Song Yihan saw his gaze, her heart couldn't help but thump. She knew that Lucian had completely angered Shen Moqing by kissing him. If she didn't make any compensation, she was afraid that it wouldn't be long before their Song family's industry would receive a heavy blow. Why is this happening? Song Yihan tightly clutched her small white hand, her face turned pale, her eyebrows knitted, lightly biting her shell teeth. It was like something extraordinary had happened. It was at this time that her cell phone suddenly received a message. It was from Shen Moqing, who had just left. Song Yihan hurriedly clicked to view it, and on it was Shen Moqing's ultimatum issued to her. Shen Moqing, at the latest tomorrow night, I will go to pick you up. If you refuse, the Song family's end you won't want to see. After reading this message with few words, but extraordinarily threatening, Song Yihan's face paled a few points more. She knew that Shen Moqing was planning to use force on herself. But if she didn't agree to him, the Song family would be devastated, and the vitality that had only been restored with great difficulty would cease to exist. But if she agreed to him, then her own innocence. She struggled repeatedly between the fate of the Song family and her own fate, and finally turned her hopeful gaze to Lucian, who was sitting across from her. Zhang Sijia walked over with a displeased look on her face, then sat down beside Lucian. At this time, she was no longer in any mood to eat. Originally, she thought that Shen Moqing's appearance would cause Song Yihan's image in Lucian's heart to fall to pieces. She didn't expect that this damn Shen Moqing was actually here to assist. This shabby stupid lower head man. Lucian naturally knew what these two girls beside him were thinking, and he also knew what Shen Moqing had in mind before he left. It had to be said that if Shen Moqing hadn't appeared at this meal tonight, then he would have had to work hard if he wanted to take down Song Yihan. But now there was no longer that need. Because he had already thought of a better method based on Song Yihan, Shen Moqing's heart. And it was still an optimal method to take down these two people at the same time. Chapter 27, Letting You Relax Tonight. Senior Lucian. You. Song Yihan's mouth still had the feeling that Lucian had brought earlier. Although she felt ashamed, revolted, and overwhelmed, she could only shatter the dissatisfaction in her heart and swallow it in her stomach. After all, Lucian could be said to be her only hope right now. She still had a request from the other party and was anxious to grab the other party as a lifesaver. It was impossible for her to turn her face away on the spot just because the other party kissed her. Lucian casually leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. His left hand reached out and rested on Zhang Sijia's shoulder, the corner of his lips hooked up in a faint arc. Song Yihan's eyes couldn't help but tremble. She didn't know exactly what Lucian meant by doing this. However, she vaguely felt a hint of displeasure. After all, the other party had just kissed himself in front of so many people, and now he was actually embracing another woman. Even though she didn't have a liking for Lucian and was more of a user, she would just feel a sense of jealousy in her heart. Lucian knows that this is a kind of possessiveness, and in front of the same sex is bound to compete with the desire to win in the work of. Zhang Sijia was also startled by Lucian's sudden reckless behavior. But at the same time a trace of a different feeling arose in her heart. She turned her gaze to Song Yihan. While seeing some displeasure revealed between the other party's brows, her heart inexplicably felt a bit brighter. The previous gloominess was swept away. Schoolmate Yihan, I know what you're thinking, that guy called Shen Moqing won't let you go. Lucian's gaze was fixed on Song Yihan, the corner of his lips was a casual smile, but I can help you. Song Yihan's pupils trembled slightly. But I can help you. These words kept echoing in her mind. She didn't know how Lucian knew that there was some entanglement between herself and Shen Moqing. She herself had never said anything about her relationship with Shen Moqing. However, she was convinced of Lucian's last words. Because she believed Lucian had the ability. Not based on anything else. Just based on the fact that he could drive a several $1 million luxury car, just based on the fact that he dared to come to this top-spending restaurant, just based on the fact that he dared to take his first kiss in public. On the basis of even Zhang Sijia, this love vanity gold-digging girl are to him obedient. It should be known that Zhang Sijia's ex-boyfriend, who had just established a relationship with her, was the son of one of the top executives of the Huame International Group. The strength of Huame International naturally need not be said. It's one of the top 500 companies in the country. Shun's group is nothing in front of them. But Zhang Sijia still dumped Li Huan and chose to stay with Lu Shen. And she wasn't angry at Lu Shen's action of kissing herself just now. It was evident how powerful the forces behind Lu Shen were to make her commit herself like this. Shun's group is nothing, Shun's family is nothing more than a jumping clown. If I want to make them lose their reputation in minutes. Lu Shen read Song Yihan's heart, and his casual tone revealed a confidence from the heart. The kind of gaze that was flooded with ruthlessness but looked out of the corner of the eye, seemingly not placing anything in his heart, made people tremble. In the opinion of Song Yihan, who had read countless people and was good at disguising herself, this was by no means a temperament that could be faked by pretending. He must have some kind of backbone to dare to say such arrogant words. For Lu Shen, he wanted Song Yihan to believe that he had a strong background, so that the other party could take the initiative to take the bait. Moreover, Shun Moqing is a rival that must be eliminated. Although the Shun group was not as strong as Lu Ruinyu's company, its strength was not to be underestimated. When the time comes, Shun Moqing will casually make things easy for himself. Lu Shen didn't want to have to guard against being attacked when he was idle. Therefore, he had to bring down the Shin group. At least to make Shun Moqing stumble, take his handle, so that he did not dare to jump in front of him. Even have to make him listen to his own words. Lu Shen already had a plan for this, and Song Yihan was the key to it. Therefore, in the following time, he directly brought Song Yihan to leave the restaurant and return to the car. Zhang Sijia stood outside and looked at the darkness of the car, a displeased expression written all over her delicate white face. But the good thing was that the body didn't shake, which at least meant that the two weren't doing anything nasty in the car. Not right. She suddenly thought of something. Damn stinking Lu Shen could transfer people to that weird space. In fact, Lu Shen didn't do that, he simply explained something to Song Yihan, that's all. Just as Zhang Sijia wanted to go over to see if anyone else was still in the car, Lu Shen and Song Yihan's figures just happened to walk out of the car. Zhang Sijia still had a sulky look on her face. Although Lu Shen and Song Yihan hadn't been in the car for long. However, that weird space of Lu Shen's had a time that flowed differently from the outside. Who knows if the two of them went inside and did that kind of unseemly thing too? Humph. Zhang Sijia twisted her face, which had displeasure written all over it, to the side when she saw Lu Shen walking towards her. Lu Shen instantly read her mind, and the corner of his lips couldn't help but curl up into a teasing arc. This is jealous? Bah! Zhang Sijia blankly glared at him. I won't be jealous of you even if I'm jealous of anyone. You dream on. Alright, stop it, I'll send Yihan back first and come back to talk about the two of us. Lu Shen was too lazy to explain too much to her. He had a mission on his hands, and it had already started. But tonight wasn't the best time to take down Song Yihan. At the latest, tomorrow night. Something interesting will happen. At that time, Song Yihan would take the initiative to come to the door. Phew! Lu Shen secretly sighed in relief. This kind of relying on means to make the little sheep throw herself at him made him feel extraordinarily accomplished. Humph! Although Zhang Sijia was unhappy in her heart, she still didn't dare to be too unrestrained in front of Lu Shen, so she had to follow a piece of the car. Unlike at the beginning, the car was obviously much more silent at this time. Everyone had their own thoughts. The two girls were guessing each other and Lu Shen's thoughts, so naturally there was no topic to talk about. There was even the illusion that swords were drawn between rivals. After all, Lu Shen took Song Yihan's first kiss in front of so many people. He also put his arm around Zhang Sijia's shoulder. Therefore the atmosphere between the three began to become subtle. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lu Shen drove his Bentley and parked outside Song Yihan's upscale neighborhood. Afterwards, he left without making any stops in Song Yihan's complicated gaze. Lu Shen told her about a solution in the car earlier, but this solution was a bit desperate for her. But other than that, there didn't seem to be any other better way. She only had two choices now. Believe in Lu Shen, or have her innocence sullied by Shun Moqing's despicable means. She chose to believe Lu Shen. I'm going to refrain from punishing you tonight. In the car, Lu Shen's voice slowly sounded in Zhang Sijia's ears. Zhang Sijia couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and her gaze then looked towards Lu Shen, who was in the main driver's seat. But then, the other party's voice came again. The punishment is not very good, I intend to let you enjoy and relax tonight. Zhang Sijia's face instantly became flushed. Chapter 28, Obtaining the Stealth Ability. The wide and boundless prairie was endless. As the breeze blew by, the grass that glowed green in the sunlight slowly swayed. The air was fresh and sweet with just the right amount of humidity. In the distance, there was a snow-white peak. One or two right in the middle, under the sun's rays, took on a golden color. The sun shines on the golden mountain. This was the scene that Lucian had constructed in his own random space. When Zhang Sijia saw such a shocking view, she admitted that her heart, which had always been arrogant and strong, had completely fallen. Ever since she was a child, she had a wish. Aspire to be an extraordinarily rich woman, so that she could get rid of her status as an ordinary person. It would also allow her family to live a better life. But the more she grew up, the more she felt that even surviving in this world seemed to be difficult. But the good thing is that the heavens gave her a stunningly beautiful appearance. It made her sigh at the same time as she sighed that her family was ordinary, but at the same time, she secretly felt grateful. Perhaps, in the near future, it is possible that one can marry into a rich man's family. This was what Zhang Sijia had always thought. But now, for the first time, her thoughts ushered in a change. She just wants to snuggle in the arms of this man beside her, and together we can enjoy the blossoming of flowers, listen to the rain falling, and enjoy the feeling of the wind blowing. Grassland, snowy mountains, this boundless wilderness. It was as if it had freed her from the cage that had plagued her in the past. She had finally reconciled with her past self. Lucian sat on the endless prairie, which was a slope with a great view. In his arms was Zhang Sijia, who was wearing a black dress. Her long black silk legs were slightly curled up, and her whole body was lying on her side in Lucian's arms. The breeze whisked by, lifting a few strands of hair from the corner of her forehead, revealing Zhang Sijia's delicate and absolutely beautiful face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, completely freeing the mission object, Zhang Sijia, from her self-imposed prison. Mission reward, time-limited stealth ability. Hint, this stealth ability only has a 15-minute time limit for each use. Complete the hidden mission 3 times to obtain the full unlimited version. Ha! When Lucian heard the system's beep, he was first stunned, then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Stealth skill? Although it was a stealth with a 15-minute limit, it could help him accomplish a lot of things that he had wanted to do before but hadn't been able to do. For example, entering the dormitory. Thinking of this, Lucian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhang Sijia was chilled by his sudden laughter. Darn it! Why are you laughing so loudly? Scared the hell out of me. Zhang Sijia curled up in his arms like a little birdie and couldn't help but reach out and punch him a few times on his chest. It didn't hurt, but on the contrary, it aroused Lucian's interest again. Especially in this scene of blue sky, white clouds, wind and sunshine, he suddenly had a bold idea. When he looked at Zhang Sijia, again, he revealed a faint smile. Ah! Zhang Sijia sensed that something was wrong and was about to climb up and escape on the spot. Unexpectedly, she was grabbed by Lucian and lifted onto the ground with a hand. Don't be afraid. The corner of Lucian's lips hooked up a faint smile. His thoughts were simple. The corner of Lucian's lips rose slightly. 2.5 hours later, within the random space, Zhang Sijia raised her white but slightly reddened neck. Holding up the mineral water, she gulped a few mouthfuls. She then couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and lay down on the grass in exhaustion. There was still some unfulfilled feeling. Hubby. Zhang Sijia looked over. Lucian raised his head and frowned. Hoof. Zhang Sijia mischievously rubbed her stomach. People are still hungry. He. Lucian's gaze narrowed slightly, and the corner of his lips suddenly hooked up a faint arc. This is what you said. Aya. People are joking. Half an hour later. Under the big sun, Zhang Sijia cooed and drank a large amount of mineral water. Extraordinarily cute. However, there was a complex look in her beautiful eyes. Who told you to drink so much water in one gulp? No wasting. The corners of Lucian's lips rose slightly, and his fingers pinched her small arched nose as soon as he did so. Zhang Sijia was a bit breathless, so she drank all the mineral water. Only then did Lucian release her. Ho ha! Zhang Sijia immediately panted heavily, looking at Lucian with a touch of anger in her beautiful eyes. Hate you. Zhang Sijia's face instantly blushed, and she was a little short of breath when she spoke. It's the right thing to say by yourself. But who would have thought that you were coming for real? Alright, don't be aggravated, I'll give you something. Lucian was satisfied with Zhang Sijia's performance tonight, and seeing that she was much more obedient and understanding than before, he planned to reward her. Here. As he spoke, he casually tossed Zhang Sijia an exquisite vial. This was a bottle of beauty liquid that he had spent $5,000 to exchange in the System Mall. What is this? Zhang Sijia received this exquisite vial and her beautiful eyes widened. Wow. This bottle is too good looking, isn't it? This carving, this design. Definitely not cheap. Beauty liquid, drinking it will make your complexion whiter and your skin tighter, and it will remove some of the impurities within your skin. Lucian stood up and took a breath against the wind. The corner of his lips brought up a smile, but the effect is limited, you'll know if you try it. Wow! Are you serious? Zhang Sijia's eyes instantly lit up. She ignored her exhaustion and sat up excitedly, her slender white jade fingers holding the small bottle and looking at it. There was no instruction manual, and there was no developed manufacturer or shelf life, not to mention the ingredient list. This isn't a 3 less product, right? Seeing this, Zhang Sijia was as if she had been poured a pot of cold water, slightly frowning, her beautiful eyes full of questions about this bottle of medicinal liquid. Forget it if you don't want it, just give it back to me. Seeing her look of hesitation, Lucian couldn't help but lower his head and sigh before reaching out to take it from her. Who said I don't want it? Zhang Sijia knew that this was definitely something good, so she hurriedly held the beauty liquid tightly in her arms. This is what you gave me, where is the reason to take it back? After saying that, she gleefully opened the bottle, then placed it at the tip of her nose and fanned it with her hand. Chapter 29 Zhang Sijia falls completely. Woohoo! It smells so good. As the aroma inside overflowed, it instantly made Zhang Sijia's eyes light up, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a happy look. Gudu 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 gudu. Zhang Sijia wasn't afraid that Lucian would poison herself, so she directly opened the cap of the bottle, raised her jade neck, and took a sip of the beauty liquid. Humph! She didn't believe that Lucian would be willing to poison a big beauty like herself. With himself around, it was too late for him to get high. He. Lucian stood on the side, looking at her somewhat reckless appearance. This woman. How much should she believe in herself? But in the end, it was still not as mindful as 1,000 gold from a rich man's house. Wow. Lucian, you have to look, ah. My arms, my hands, they seem to have become more tender and whiter. Not a moment after drinking, Zhang Sijia's slightly surprised voice suddenly rang out from the side. And so smooth. She hurriedly brought her face to Lucian's eyes. Look at my face, quickly see if it has followed to become more tender and whiter? Well, white, tender and smooth. Lucian nodded. So white and tender, wouldn't it be a loss if he didn't kiss it? Boo. You hate it. Zhang Sijia was coldly kissed and immediately reached out to slap Lucian's chest. Then her feet went soft and she deliberately collapsed into his arms, and the corners of her lips followed suit as she involuntarily lifted a sweet smile. It's you who took the initiative to send yourself to the door. Lucian picked her up in his arms, and as his feet moved forward, a wooden house with a windmill appeared out of nowhere. Ha! More awe. Zhang Sijia's face immediately revealed a bitter expression. Big brother. This is too strong for you. The production team's donkey can't be milked like this over and over again, ah. Wha? Hiss. Lucian sniffed frantically at her body. After drinking the beauty liquid, Zhang Sijia seemed to have a hint of body odor vaguely added to her body. It was a bit more tantalizing than before. Lu Ruinyu simply couldn't last too long and too many times when it came to farming in that area because she was on the older side. But Zhang Sijia was different. She had just turned 23 a few days ago. At the age of youthfulness, no matter whether it was in terms of energy or in terms of the degree of endurance, she was too much better than Lu Ruinyu. However, the kind of flavor on Lu Ruinyu's body was far from being comparable to these young girls. Both have their own advantages. Boom! After Lucian carried Zhang Sijia into the wooden house, the door of the room was tightly closed by an invisible force. Not long after, a creaking sound came from inside, accompanied by the sound of the wind outside, the sound of the bells, and gradually into a good. At 9:30 in the evening, Lucian contentedly sent Zhang Sijia back to Zhangbei University. Quite a few people had just returned from outside at this time. Sijia? Several of Zhang Sijia's roommates all revealed a look of incredulity when they saw her get down from a Bentley. Not big sister. How long has it been since you broke up with Li Huayan? And you just found another boyfriend who was even more powerful than him? Moreover, if they didn't see wrongly, the one sitting on the main driver's seat of the Bentley should be the boy named Lucian, right? He had been chasing after Zhang Sijia before, and they thought he was a poor boy. They didn't expect that it was actually a hidden Big Brother level character. Hey! Before Lucian left, he lowered the car window and called out to Zhang Sijia, you did well this time, look at the message from your cell phone. What? Zhang Sijia couldn't help but be stunned, then she picked up her cell phone and took a look at it, only to realize that her bank card had arrived with $50,000. Wow! She instantly happily covered her cell phone in front of her strong breasts. When she looked at Lucian again, her face followed with a trace of sweet and touched look. Thank you, hubby. Good night, I'll come back for you tomorrow. Lucian waved his hand at her and closed the car window, the corner of his lips slightly raised. This time he had really taken Zhang Sijia's heart. Sure enough. Once a person formed an image of a bad person in someone else's heart, then it only took one good deed to move the other person. And this is exactly how he took Zhang Sijia, deliberately creating a sense of contrast in her heart. In hindsight, the effect seems to be good. This night, although Zhang Sijia was tired, she slept peacefully. In particular, the shadow that had been brought about previously due to Lucian had also dissipated. In her dream, she fought another 300 rounds with Lucian. This time it was herself who had the upper hand. The corner of her lips couldn't help but lift up a happy arc. After being bullied for so long, she was finally able to thwart the other party. And in a certain luxurious villa in Zhangbei. Lu Xun and Lu Ruinyu also wrapped their arms around each other and entered dreamland after sweating profusely. In contrast, Song Yihan had some insomnia. She lifted the quilt on her body, revealing a pair of long, slender, white and tender legs, then lowered herself from the bed and stepped into her cute slippers. Song Yihan stood up. Her tall figure looked exquisite under a thin layer of ice silk pajamas. A perfect curve was outlined in front and behind her body. Her brows were slightly furrowed, seemingly with a trace of sadness hidden within them. Even though Shen Moqing did not send messages to harass her at night, that ultimatum was always like a needle prick in her heart. Phew! Song Yihan slowly exhaled, strolling over to the window, reaching out to touch the curtains and pulling open a tiny gap. The gaze in her beautiful eyes stared at the moon in the sky that was half hidden in the clouds. Lu Xun, will you keep your word? A thought that made her contradict herself suddenly arose in her heart. If Lu Xun didn't keep his promise tomorrow, then he himself would be completely reduced to Shen Moqing's plaything. Alas! Song Yihan put down the curtains and couldn't help but sigh low. No matter what, she couldn't put her innocence and safety into anyone's hands. Whether it was Lu Xun or Shen Moqing, none of them were worthy of her true trust. Thinking of this, Song Yihan quickly walked to a side table cabinet, then took a pair of scissors out of the drawer. That originally watery beautiful eyes suddenly became cold and ruthless for a few points. Early the next morning, Lu Xun was still asleep, in a daze, and couldn't help but frown. Lu Ruinyu brought a bottle of red wine and poured a glass. Phew! Only then did Lu Ruinyu let out a sigh of satisfaction. For a few days, she often drank red wine. Chapter 30 Baby, I'll give you 20% of the shares. Has the company encountered any difficulties in the past 2 days? From time to time, Lu Xun would see a faint hint of sadness showing between Lu Ruinyu's brows and read her mind. Huamei International Group Limited was created by Lu Ruinyu when she was young with the strength of her mother's family. Nowadays, it was already under her complete control. Huamei International was involved in many industries, but the most profitable ones were cosmetics and skin care products at the high, mid and low-end levels. And the things that made Lu Ruinyu feel worried these days were related to these products. About 10 days later, Zhang would organize a grand beauty and skincare bidding conference. The convention was organized by an internationally renowned company. It was organized every 2 years. The enterprise that ultimately stands out from the convention will be qualified to cooperate with this international enterprise. They would also be responsible for selling the products of the winning enterprise to the world. 100 domestic and international experts in the skin care industry will be invited to test and vote on the products. The last winning bidder was the leading company in the domestic skin care industry. And Huamei International is just 2 votes lower than them. Directly with that international enterprise has no chance for 2 years. This year, Lu Ruinyu had wanted to make his family's products stand out in this tender. On the one hand, it was to be able to advertise for free for their own family. On the other hand is also want to make their own products fully internationalized. But Huamei's new product has been developed for 2 years. Although both in terms of skin care effect and whitening effect, it has exceeded expectations. But there is a fatal problem. It was that when this skincare product was smeared on the face and came into contact with sweat, it would emit an irritating and unpleasant odor. Lu Ruinyu spent a lot of time and effort and finally found the problem a few days ago. It was the essence extracted from a plant that had a problem. It was also this problem that caused her heart to fall into a heavy state. Because if this plant extract was removed, then the whitening and moisturizing effect of this skincare product would be greatly reduced. Even if they found another essence to replace it, there was no way to achieve the initial effect. If within 10 days, Huamei International couldn't solve this problem, then it was likely that Lu Ruinyu would once again lose to last year's leading company. Although the impact on Huamei's current business is not large, but in the long run there is still a certain impact. It's fine, I'm just a little tired. Lu Ruinyu looked at Lu Xun's concerned eyes, her face revealed a pleased smile. Baby, I'll go cook for you. After saying that, she got off the bed and prepared to walk outside the bedroom. Ayu! Lu Xun called out to her and slowly said, what do you think of the bottle of beauty liquid I gave you last night? It's very effective. I've never seen a skincare product with this kind of whitening effect. Lu Ruinyu hurriedly nodded heavily. Do you think it's expensive to sell a bottle for $50,000? Lu Xun asked seriously. This beauty liquid was exchanged in the system and a bottle required 5,000 coins, but the effect was surprisingly good. He was sure that once this beauty liquid was released, it would be sought after by many rich women and beauty-loving ladies in a mad rush. But he wasn't going to take out too much. Because good things always need less to appear precious. After all, things are more expensive when they are rare. 50,000? Lu Ruinyu frowned. She glanced at her skin color, glossy and beautiful, compared to before like a few years younger. How could something like this treasure be worth $50,000? She shook her head, stretched out 10 fingers, and laughed. Even if it sells for 100,000 people to buy it, there are still many people. 100,000? Lu Xun frowned somewhat unexpectedly. It wasn't that he felt that the beauty liquid wasn't worth the price. Rather, he thought about the fact that the system exchange only required 5,000 coins, and this resale could actually earn so much. Lu Ruinyu certainly wasn't exaggerating. In rich people's circles, especially those rich women's circles, tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars of luxury goods were bought in heaps, without even blinking an eye. If they knew that there was a kind of beauty lotion that had an immediate effect and could even make their skin a few years younger, they wouldn't have swept it all away. Just. Lu Ruinyu looked at Lu Shin, revealing a touch of doubt, and asked, "Baby, isn't this product an heirloom of your family?" "Aha." Lu Shin nodded. "That's why I want to take a stake in Huame International with beauty liquid. What do you think?" Lu Ruinyu frowned slightly and seemed to be in deep thought. Lu Shin continued, "The beauty liquid will be provided by me, and Huame will be responsible for sending it for inspection. The quality will definitely be fine, and you know the other process is better than me." "Baby, this is not a small matter, can you let me think about it?" The reason for Lu Ruinyu's hesitation was not because she was worried about Lu Shin's shareholding. Rather, she was considering the fact that this was Lu Shin's ancestral recipe. What she was torn about was that if Lu Shin took a stake, he would definitely have to disclose the secret formula to Huame before it could be developed in large quantities. But listening to Lu Shin's words just now, it seemed that he didn't intend to make the secret formula public, but rather provide it himself. This was certainly no problem. It was just that could he alone provide a large amount of supply? "You don't have to worry about the source of goods, I have my own way of coming, look." Lu Shin read Lu Ruinyu's mind and knew what she was worried about, so he stretched out his hand and changed a bottle out of thin air. Lu Ruinyu was not surprised by this. Because she had even seen Lu Shin's marvelous space, this kind of thing of changing something out of thin air was not surprising. However, we can't lay in large quantities of something as valuable as this, things are more expensive than rare. You should understand that better than I do. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lu Shin's lips, and the cost of each bottle is $20,000, so I also need startup capital. Good. Lu Ruinyu naturally trusted Lu Shin. Especially after learning that Lu Shin had some supernormal capabilities in his body, her love for him could be said to be even more uncontrollable. "I'll contact the company's shareholders today, and tomorrow I'll take you to the company and hold a shareholders meeting to finalize this matter." Lu Ruinyu had absolute say in Huame International. After all, she herself held 70% of the shares, and it could be said that no one in the entire Huame International could shake her position. "There's no rush first, there's still plenty of time, I have other things to do in the next few days, so I'll finalize it when I'm done with it." Lu Shin slowly shook his head. "This matter is kept secret for the time being, I'm worried that the company isn't all on the same page." "Aha, listen to you, how many shares does baby want?" After a major concern of the group was resolved, Lu Ruinyu's mood also became better. Lu Shin smiled and stretched out 5 fingers. "Ha? 50? Lu Ruinyu blinked her big beautiful eyes, her white bright shell teeth lightly biting her own lower lip with a tentative meaning in her tone. "What 50? Lu Shin looked at her somewhat adorable appearance, reached out and flicked her brain and laughed in a good-natured manner. 5%. I only need 5%. "Ha?" Lu Ruinyu instantly opened her small mouth in surprise. "What? More?" Lu Shin smiled faintly. "Not." Lu Ruinyu didn't have the good sense to laugh. "Baby, I'll give you 20% of the shares." After all, the efficacy of this beauty liquid could really only be described as amazing. 20%, not much. Chapter 31. Baby, I can't. 20%? Lu Shin was somewhat touched by her words. It was also Ayu, who was being sincere from the start. If he didn't agree, he would be failing the other party. Of course. The things of money and property are all small things. Since Lu Ruinyu had treated him sincerely, he couldn't let money affect the pure feelings between the two. So he couldn't refuse. Good. Deal. Lu Shin smiled faintly, and his strong and powerful hands swept Lu Ruinyu onto the bed. Then pulled over the quilt to cover the two. Baby is not just. As she spoke, feeling Lu Shin's love straight to the bottom of her heart, Lu Ruinyu's brows suddenly knitted slightly. Then there was only a face full of shyness and enjoyment. Lu Shin stroked her shoulder while slowly smiling. "Just now we talked about a big project, now it's another big project." You're so bad. Men aren't bad, women don't love. Half an hour later. Lu Ruinyu was lying paralyzed on the bed, and on her body was a thin blanket that clung to her torso, outlining perfect lines. "Baby, I can't, there's still some food in the refrigerator, why don't you watch and eat some yourself?" She took a deep breath and let it out again in a long exhale. Obviously she was already very tired, but she was still concerned about Lu Shin's breakfast. "It's fine, Ayo, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." Lu Shin placed his hand on her waist, gently stroking it back and forth, a gentle smile on his face. What Lu Ruinyu had done to him was more than enough. It was just a matter of cooking a meal, and although he himself was no match for a restaurant chef, he at least had a few good dishes. "I won't." In the morning. Lu Ruinyu was first stunned, then a touching look suddenly flashed in her eyes. But before the words were finished, they were interrupted by Lu Shin. "Forget it, you can eat whatever I cook, or you'll have to say you won't eat again." "Well. Good." Lu Ruinyu blushed slightly and nodded obediently. She was supposed to keep her figure from going out of shape, so of course she had to be moderate in her diet. But since it was made by Lu Xun himself, she had to taste it. Lu Xun laughed and slapped on Lu Ruinyu's plump ass before leaving the bedroom. Oops. Lu Ruinyu instantly blanked him. It is said that Lu Ruinyu uses a special kind of Chinese medicine, and this fragrance can be said to have been fixed on her feet. Frequent sniffing even has the effect of removing nightmares and helping the spirit to sleep peacefully. Lu Xun has been sleeping especially soundly these days. Breakfast: 2 dishes and 1 soup. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded pork with fish flavor, and egg drop soup with purple cabbage. All of them are home cooking that Lu Xun learned during his internship. After all, it is too expensive to go out to eat, and you can still save a little bit by doing it yourself. Lu Ruinyu is more and more satisfied with him, and the more she looks at him, the more she feels unable to help herself. Throughout the entire meal, her pair of affectionate gazes were all on Lu Xun's face. Lu Xun even suspected that Lu Ruinyu didn't even want to care about Li Huayan now. Because last night, Li Huayan made several phone calls, but Lu Ruinyu didn't answer. When she finally answered, she also advised him not to come back, saying that she would let him have a good experience outside by himself to polish his temperament. Baby, why don't we change a villa to live in? When cleaning up the dishes after the meal, Lu Ruinyu's pair of moist eyes looked at Lu Xun, her tone full of discussion. Why? Isn't it quite good here? Lu Xun naturally knew what was on Lu Ruinyu's mind, which was nothing more than worrying about Li Huayan suddenly coming back one night and bumping into them. Lu Ruinyu hesitated for a moment and returned, I'm afraid of Huayan. Whatever, listen to you. Lu Xun interrupted her and smiled, it doesn't matter where I live, what matters is that I have your company. Aha! Lu Ruinyu nodded with a happy face all of a sudden. She didn't want to tell Lu Xun that it was because she was afraid that her son would come back and bump into them, then it would be as if they were unseemly with each other. But she also didn't want to find any other reason to deceive Lu Xun. Fortunately, Lu Xun was very understanding and did not let her finish her sentence. Thinking of this, there was once again a trace of tenderness and love in Lu Ruinyu's gaze towards Lu Xun. Baby. Lu Ruinyu stood on her tiptoes, raised her snow-white crystalline chin, and brought her face to Lu Xun's eyes. The two of them just stared straight at each other, their hearts were endlessly on fire. No matter what happens in the future, I will always love you, very much, very much, very much, and I hope you will cherish me too, okay? Lu Ruinyu looked at Lu Xun's pair of resolute eyes, lightly opened her vermilion lips, and said all the words that she wanted to say to Lu Xun inside. Lu Xun did not answer her, answering her only with a fierce passionate kiss. In the evening, Song Yihan had just walked out of the classroom when she received a message from Shin Moching on her cell phone. Looking at the message with few words, her face instantly became stiff. Shin Moching, 8 o'clock in the evening, Imperial Plaza International Hotel, 808, Presidential Suite, wore the purple wraparound dress from the last date. Outdated consequences. Song Yihan's feet went soft and her body nearly fell, but she gritted her teeth and stood up straight. Sure enough. Just as she thought, Shin Moching couldn't wait any longer at all. Tonight would be the moment that would determine her future fate. Thinking this way, Song Yihan hurriedly found Lu Xun's WeChat and then sent the time and place piece by piece. Will he really show up as promised? Song Yihan covered her cell phone in front of her chest, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly, as if she was somewhat lost in thought. After a period of half an hour, Lu Xun still didn't reply to the message. She had already begun to have no hope for Lu Xun. Sure enough, the other party didn't want to offend the Shin group either, and, just like what she thought, no one would help themselves for no reason. Song Yihan gritted her teeth and her gaze became more and more determined. She tightly clutched the bag in her hand, which contained a pair of scissors that she had put in last night. She was struggling. Because she didn't know if she had the guts to do it herself if Shin Moching still took the future of the Song family as a threat. Or whether she had the guts to do it to herself. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Song Yihan drove her own sedan towards the Imperial Palace International Hotel. On the road she stared at her cell phone screen every now and then, expecting Lu Xun to reply to her message. But unfortunately, there was no. Chapter 32, People Wear It Especially For You. At the same time, Lu Xun drove his Rolls-Royce and parked downstairs at the girls' dormitory of Jiangbei University. He glanced at the message from Song Yihan on his cell phone, and the corner of his lips slightly hooked up a faint arc. A good show was about to begin. However, he didn't rush to reply because he wanted to create a sense of a tense atmosphere for Song Yihan. Only excessive despair could maximize the hope he brought. Not long after, Zhang Sijia bounced and ran down from the dormitory building with a happy face. Then she sat in the co-pilot's seat in the envious gazes of many girls. Hubby, I'm coming. Before her but landed on the seat, Zhang Sijia couldn't wait to ask Lu Xun for a kiss. Hubby, kiss it, mwahaha. Aha. Lu Xun smiled, then put his cell phone down and turned his gaze to Zhang Sijia on the side. Such a simple request, he definitely had to fulfill it. So the two of them nibbled on each other in the car for almost 2.5 minutes. Not a bad dress up today. After separating, Lu Xun took a closer look at Zhang Sijia. Today's Zhang Sijia was different from the past. She had always liked to wear a high ponytail before, but now her long hair was hanging down. From the looks of it, it should have been purposely tended to, and the hair was naturally slightly curled, setting off her face in a much more delicate and compact manner. The upper body was a purple slimming sleeveless t-shirt top. The fabric looked very stretchy. The breasts were highlighted extraordinarily obviously. The waist position was tightened, looking very slender, only hands can hold. The whole person compared to before also has a more mature flavor. Her lower body was a light purple glossy satin half-body dress that looked smooth, like an ice silk fabric. It was also smooth to the touch. Then below that were the bare slender legs, wrapped in a thin layer of flesh silk. Just looking at it makes people want to stop. Feet wearing is a pair of fashionable white sandals high heel, revealing a large area of snow-white good-looking feet. If there was not still business to do, Lucian might have directly brought Zhang Sijia into the arbitrary space to fight 300 rounds. But now is not the time. Tonight he wanted to try the feeling of being served by two schoolgirls of Zhangbei University at the same time. It looks good, doesn't it? Zhang Sijia looked at Lucian with a happy face. She knew that Lucian must like this mature style of dressing. Otherwise, how could he look at that Song-Yihan? If she herself really dressed up, she wouldn't know how many times prettier than her. Not bad. Lucian faintly replied back. Compared to mature flavor, it was definitely no match for Lu Ruinyu. But like Zhang Sijia, this kind of looks and body outstanding, and is the flower season wonderful age of the young girl. Dress up mature but is another kind of flavor. Humph. You don't know how to compliment people. Zhang Sijia instantly pouted her small mouth somewhat unhappily. People are dressing up like this for you? Oh, just kidding, it's beautiful and very much to my liking. Lucian then smiled. Hate you, just know to make fun of me. Zhang Sijia frowned and once again made her small, painless fist towards Lucian. Alright. Lucian put the car on fire and slowly spat out in a flat tone. Tonight you'll take you to see a wonderful play. Watch a play? What kind of theater? Which movie theater to go to? As soon as Zhang Sijia heard that Lucian was going to take her to a movie, a look of anticipation appeared on her face. But it seems like there aren't any good movies coming out lately, eh? You only have movies in your head. Lucian was instantly speechless. If you want to say that Zhang Sijia has a heart, to say more, it seems like it's similar to praising her. But you have to say that there isn't. After Lucian's observation for such a long time, she was more or less still a bit, making do with what she had. Anyway, in the past few days, he vaguely felt as if Zhang Sijia wasn't too smart, and he didn't know if it was an illusion or not. Your brain is the one that is full of movies. It is clearly you who said that you want to go to the theater. Well, Zhang Sijia pouted a bit unconvincingly. What kind of theater is it? Peking opera or you opera? Ha! Lucian instantly failed to hold back a laugh. He shook his head and sighed, returning a sentence. You'll know when the time comes. Then he stopped talking. Oh. Zhang Sijia nodded with a puckered little mouth. The Rolls-Royce driving on campus drew a lot of attention, which made the vanity-loving her extraordinarily satisfied. At 8 o'clock in the evening exactly, Song-Yihan rang the doorbell of Presidential Suite number 808 of the Imperial Plaza International Hotel on time. Not long after, Shen Maching came from inside and opened the door. After seeing that Song-Yihan was indeed wearing the purple wraparound skirt he mentioned, the corner of his lips couldn't help but lift up an arc of triumph. Song-Yihan, Song-Yihan. Lousy had been chasing you in the beginning and you didn't agree. Now don't blame Lousy for giving you a hard time. What strong twisted melon is not sweet? Lousy loves to eat strong twisted melon today. Thinking like this, Shen Maching's greedy eyes completely surveyed Song-Yihan's body. Only in the end did he withdraw his gaze in satisfaction. I've come here as you said, but you have to promise me one thing, otherwise I'll leave immediately. Song-Yihan stood outside the door and did not intend to go in directly. Even if the Song family completely falls apart, I won't let you have your way. Oh? Shen Maching looked at her with interest, a teasing look on his face. What is it? Tell me. His gaze lingered on Song-Yihan's face and chest for a moment before he looked at her big, snow-white, slender legs. Worthy of being the school beauty of Zhangbei University. Whether it was her looks or her body, she was at the top level. Shen Maching couldn't wait to take Song-Yihan's first night. Ha! Song-Yihan naturally noticed Shen Maching's gaze, a gaze that made her feel sick and disgusted, but right now she had no choice. You have to sign a contract with me first, even if it's handwritten, but it has to have your handprint and your name on it. Song-Yihan's voice, laced with a hint of heavy determination, slowly sounded. What contract do you want? Shen Maching's gaze gradually narrowed slightly, but in his heart, he was stifling a sneer. Contract? Song-Yihan, you don't have a problem with your brain, do you? But it's good, then I'll sign one for you. It's not a big deal. It's better than if I had to go through half a day's effort to come to the hard way. The huge sum of money that the Song family owed the Shen family before is cancelled, and another 8 million will be given to the Song family as compensation. Song-Yihan took a light breath and spoke out her request. The corner of Shen Maching's eyes couldn't help but twitch slightly, and the cold snort deep in his throat was suppressed by him. Afterward, he smiled and returned. As long as you satisfy me tonight, none of this is a problem. No way. Song Yihan frowned, and an icy voice followed, you must sign first. Good. Shinmoching nodded and turned toward the room, you come in first, there are pens and paper in the suite, when the time comes, you say alright. Song Yihan hesitated for a moment, did not dare to move. Shinmoching turned to look at her, faintly said, it's always okay to leave the door open, right? Song Yihan thought about it and finally walked in with her white and tender legs. Shinmoching's lips hooked up a faint cold smile, a small remote control appeared in his right hand and gently pressed it. The moment Song Yihan walked in, the door to the suite was directly shut. Chapter 33 Bastard, you shameless bastard. You lied to me. When Song Yihan reacted, the door to the suite had already been closed, and she realized that she had fallen for Shinmoching's trick. She instantly wanted to turn around and go back to open the door to her room, but Shinmoching violently rushed over and grabbed her long hair. Stinking, come here for me. Ignoring Song Yihan's pain and cries, Shinmoching yanked her hair and walked to the sofa in the living room. Then without any mercy, he threw her on it. Bastard. Shinmoching, you are a shameless asshole. Song Yihan was instantly scared and curled up. Shinmoching was very strong and powerful, and there was no way for her, a weak woman, to resist. And the other party had been using the Song family's matter as a threat, wanting to use this to break through her heart's defenses. This made Song Yihan fall into extreme panic. Yihan, I truly like you, you should be able to feel it. Shinmoching began to take off his clothes, and his smile became much more unrestrained. As long as you listen, I promise to promise what you say. Song Yihan gritted her teeth and slowly closed her eyes. Tears involuntarily slid down her cheeks from the corners of her eyes. The white fingers were clenched tightly from anger. She wanted to fight back, but her bag containing the scissors was viciously slammed aside by Shinmoching. She could only watch as this disgusting man bullied his way in, and she couldn't do a thing about it. Shinmoching, you're committing a crime. Song Yihan gritted her teeth, intending to stand up to maneuver with the other party, but she didn't expect Shinmoching to pounce on her in a flash. Strong and powerful big hands grabbed her small white tender hands and then pressed them fiercely on the top of her head. Shinmoching, you asshole. You shameless. You beast. Pig and dog or worse than that. Song Yihan gritted her teeth and cursed with all her might while resisting with all her might, and her tears even flowed down unconsciously. But Shinmoching's strength was too great. This bit of her resistance in the other party's eyes instead became a stimulant to arouse desire. Shinmoching had completely reddened his eyes. In his eyes, Song Yihan had completely fallen into his prey. Song Yihan's fear and shouts were stimulating the excited nerves in his brain all the time. Especially when he saw Song Yihan's snow-white arms, jade neck, and that sexy body wrapped by the purple hip dress. That primitive impulse had completely drowned out reason. Snap, snap, snap. However, right at this moment, a crisp clapping sound suddenly rang out from the side. Hee, wonderful, truly wonderful. A slightly familiar voice followed a piece and reached Shinmoching's ears. Who? Shinmoching was immediately startled by this sudden voice. His body instantly softened and his mind became much clearer. He hurriedly turned around to look over, and what appeared in front of him was actually the man he had seen in the artisan cuisine workshop last night. Lu Shun. Shinmoching's brows knitted tightly, his face filled with vigilance while his heart thumped. The reason was that at this moment, Lu Shun was holding up his cell phone and seemed to have recorded the act of using force on Song Yihan just now. Lu Shun. When Song Yihan saw Lu Shun appear, it was like she saw her savior. She hurriedly climbed up from the sofa and ran towards him. How did you get in? Shinmoching tried her best to calm herself down, but there was still some hidden uneasiness in her heart. Do you know that it's illegal for you to break into my room without my consent now? It's an invasion of my privacy. I don't know. Lu Shun spread his hands, then sat down on the sofa to the side, crossed his legs, and quietly looked at Shinmoching. But I know that what you just did. TSK, but it's enough to ruin your future minion. What? Do you want? Shinmoching had completely sobered up at this time, and it was because of this that he had a hint of panic. He didn't know what kind of background Lu Shun had, but it was already unbelievable that the other party just appeared here so bizarrely. Moreover, the door to the suite showed no signs of having been opened. It was even less likely that the hotel's waiter had opened the door. In other words, this man called Lu Shun was squatting here early in the morning. But how was this possible? Don't be afraid. Just as Shinmoching was panicking, Lu Shun took the opportunity to put his arm around Song Yihan, patting her back and saying a few words of comfort. Song Yihan was in the middle of panic at this time. Lu Shun was the savior for her, so she didn't think too much, she just wanted to have someone to rely on. It just so happened that Lu Shun was cheap. Asshole. Shinmoching also reacted at this time. Anyway, Lu Shun is alone here, he directly snatched his cell phone is not good. But he miscalculated. Boom. Lu Shun read his inner thoughts at the same moment and rushed over first, kicking him hard in the small of his back. Shinmoching's entire body was kicked to his knees, his wide-eyed eyes covered in hideous blood. He covered his stomach, and the intense pain instantly hit him, swallowing up his reasoning that had only calmed down with great difficulty. Last time there were many people, I let you off the hook, this time there's no one, do you think you can still be arrogant? Lucian grabbed Shinmoching's hair and made him raise his head to look at himself, then a mouthful of old spit followed and spat on his face. Kid, you'll regret this. Shinmoching clenched his teeth, his mouth still so diehard. Ugh. Lucian let go of his hair and shook his head, but his gaze suddenly flinched, and with a wave of his big hand, he went up to a big forced pocket. Sorry, I'm a person who hates it when people can't recognize their own situation. You. Shinmoching had wanted to fight back, but realized that not only did her belly hurt, but now even the side of her face that had been hit also followed the fiery pain. Lucian sat back on the sofa and crossed his legs, then took out an agreement and faintly said, Can you see what this is? Shinmoching raised her head with difficulty, and when she saw the agreement in front of her, her pupils were abruptly shrunk. You. How did you get this? It's simple. Lucian put the contract away and laughed, of course it was found from your Shin family's safe. Impossible. You can't possibly know the password to our Shin family's safe. Shinmoching almost roared out. I'm too lazy to explain, all you need to know is that I have all the evidence in my hand of your Shin family uniting with the Shell Company to victimize the Song family. Lucian faintly sneered, as well as those improper transaction records of your Shin family. What? Song Yihan's face instantly changed when she heard his words, and then her icy eyes looked at Shinmoching who was kneeling on the ground. Our family was pitched in business. Actually was designed by your Shin family in conjunction with others. Chapter 34, If you don't want to die, take it off yourself. You're bolting me. Shinmoching looked at Lucian with wide eyes, but his heart was completely lost. Because the matter of uniting the Shell Company to victimize the Song family was only known to him and his own father, as well as the representative of that Shell Company. But there was an agreement signed by everyone, and it was absolutely impossible to reveal it to outsiders. This was tantamount to seeking one's own death. But now Lucian actually knew about this matter as well. That could only mean that what he had just said was true. Moreover, what he was holding in his hand was indeed the agreement signed between the Shin family and that Shell Company in the first place. If all of these things are exposed, then their Shin clan group will usher in a fatal blow. And even be sanctioned by the law. No. It's not just your Shin clan that will be ushered in by the law, but also you. Lucian shook his head and laughed, then shook his cell phone. Don't forget, I still have the video of you forcibly molesting Song Yihan here. Lu. Brother Lu. Is that I have eyes without pearls, I have eyes that don't recognize him Tai, you have a large amount of adults. Shinmoching immediately did not care about her pain and crawled step by step to Lucian's front, her face was begging for mercy. If it was really as Lucian said, once these evidences were exposed to the public, then their Shin family, including him, would definitely be finished. But Lucian didn't choose to expose it to the public, but appeared here to talk nonsense with himself, then he must have something to ask of the Shin family. Right. That's right. That must be it. He must have something to ask for. Thinking of this, Shinmoching's eyes once again glowed with a sheen. As long as the other party had something to ask for, then both the Shin family and himself still had a ray of hope for survival. Brother Lu, Mr. Lu. Shinmoching gritted his teeth, he didn't dare to be reckless, but the conjecture in his heart gradually calmed him down. It was even the thought that he had found a bargaining chip for negotiation. Even if he didn't know what Lucian wanted. What do you want from me? I can satisfy you. No, it's the entire Shin family. The entire Shin family will satisfy you. He. Lucian looked at Shinmoching, who was kneeling in front of him, looking slightly comical, and couldn't help but reveal a faint cold smile. Having a favor to ask of the Shin family? This was the biggest joke he had heard tonight. However, it was no wonder Shinmoching thought too much. After all, it was true that he did not choose to expose himself to the public. But that was just not wanting to go through his own hands. Whether it is the Shin family partnership Shell Company of this agreement, or the Shin family over the years those improper transactions. In addition to being used to threaten the Shin family, it could likewise be a handle for himself to pin down Song Yihan. Lucian is to be in front of Song Yihan's face, let Shinmoching personally recognize the gold content of these things, and feel fear for it. The more fearful he was of these handles, the more Song Yihan would be able to understand just how much getting this evidence would help their Song family. But to get this evidence from his own hands, Song Yihan would have to pay the price. Shinmoching looked at the cold smile at the corner of Lucian's lips and had a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. He recalled the words he had threatened the other party with last night at the artisan catering workshop, and also recalled the scene where Lucian kissed Song Yihan in front of him. Thinking like this, a lot of cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. Along with that, an idea that made him unable to hold back his trembling followed and quietly sprouted from the depths of his heart. Perhaps, Lucian is not asking for the Shin family. Rather, he wanted to step on the Shin family as a stepping stone and then befriend Song Yihan. TSK, worthy of being the young master of a rich family, can't you still have some brains? Lucian listened to Shinmoching's heart, also couldn't help but shout for a while, but there's one thing you still guessed wrong, to be punished. Oh. What? Punishment? Shinmoching's heart was stunned, he didn't even say anything, he just thought about it in his heart, and Lucian knew about it? Wait. Mr. Lu, I don't seem to have said anything, right? How come I have to be punished? He looked at Lu Xun, his eyes revealing a hint of panic. Although he didn't know how Lu Xun would punish himself from the other party's ruthlessness, he definitely wouldn't let himself have a good time. Don't worry, take a deep breath, don't be nervous, it won't hurt you. Lu Xun smiled casually at him, then told Song Yihan to go to a side room to take refuge. Although Song Yihan wasn't sure what Lu Xun was going to do, she was already satisfied to see Shin Moching begging for mercy in such a sorry state. So she obediently went to a side room. Lu Xun took out his cell phone and at the same time had an extra dagger in his hand, which was placed on Shin Moching's neck, scaring him so much that he cried and begged for mercy. Because Lu Xun's eyes were just too scary. He swore that those eyes were definitely eyes that had killed someone. Didn't put his life in his eyes at all. If you don't want to die, take off your clothes yourself and do a radio gymnastic dance, your movements and expression must be on point. Lu Xun said indifferently, this way maybe I can still spare your life, but if you don't do what I say, your end will definitely be miserable. Shin Moching couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He didn't doubt the truthfulness of Lu Xun's words in the slightest. Compared to shame, he cared more about this precious life of his. Money could be unwanted, and women could be unwanted, but with his life gone, there would be nothing left. But brother Lu, I don't know how to do radio gymnastics. If Shin Moching had known that one day he would be threatened to dance radio gymnastics, he would have definitely taken it seriously when he was in middle school. But now, he could only pray that Lu Xun would change his punishment, even if it meant making himself dance a dance, he would be willing. Dance your best dance, your posture must be beautiful and your expression must be on point, or else you will die an ugly death. Lu Xun sat on the sofa indifferently, he wasn't at all worried that Shin Moching would take the opportunity to escape because he could read the file at any time. Moreover, he didn't intend to kill Shin Moching, that would only cause trouble for him to complete his future missions. What he wanted was to threaten Shin Moching to enjoy dancing for a while, and then he recorded the whole thing. If he was in a bad mood one day, maybe he would pay off some people to let the video leak out. Of course, it also depended on whether Shin Moching would listen to himself. Yes. Shin Moching hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded his head and agreed. Although he didn't know if Lu Xun had any special fetishes, but he was under constraints nowadays and could only do what the other party said. Wait a minute. Brother Lu. He instantly reacted when he saw Lu Xun raise his cell phone. This was to record the whole thing. Jump. Lu Xun frowned slightly, an icy look flooding his gaze, scaring Shin Moching into a cold shiver. He didn't dare to disobey, even if the other party was videotaping the whole thing. Soon, the cell phone screen appeared with Shin Moching enjoying dancing while being frank. Boom. After finishing, Lu Xun made a hand slash and directly cut Shin Moching unconscious and injected him with the system-redeemed ecstasy. Only then did he turn his gaze to the room to the side. The appetizer has ended. The main show will soon begin. Chapter 35 Song Yihan gives up resistance. Ka. The door handle of the room was twisted, and Song Yihan's complexion instantly fell into a state of alertness. She stared tightly at the door of the room not far away, and her breathing began to become rapid. It was only when the door opened and Lu Xun's figure appeared in front of her eyes that she couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Song Yihan hurriedly ran towards Lu Xun, because only by staying by Lu Xun's side would she feel absolutely secure. Senior Lu Xun. Shin Moching he. Let him sleep. Lu Xun revealed a faint smile towards her. Aha. Song Yihan reached out and stroked the location of her temples, then shook her head, her feet softened and she suddenly leaned into Lu Xun's arms. Lu Xun wrapped his arms around her, no expression could be seen on his face. Song Yihan was wearing a purple dress wrapped around her hips today, covering a length roughly up to the base of her thighs, revealing her long, snow-white legs underneath. The whole person looked charming. Especially the light scent wafting from her body was refreshing. No wonder Shin Moching couldn't help but grab Song Yihan and pounce on the sofa as soon as they met. This little special thing in exchange for anyone cannot hold ah. Song Yihan opened her beautiful eyes, and Lu Xun's 4 eyes, said breathlessly, Lu Xun Sr. I'm so afraid. Afraid of what? Lu Xun just quietly watched her perform and faintly spoke, afraid of me? Or afraid of Shin Moching? What is Senior saying? How could I be afraid of Senior you? Of course I'm afraid of that shameless bastard Shin Moching. While Song Yihan mentioned Shin Moching, the gaze in her beautiful eyes followed with more than a hint of ruthlessness, perfectly unlike a weak appearance. Lu Xun naturally knew that she was pretending, but since he had this kind of advantage to take, he wasn't going to be in a hurry to dismantle the other party. According to normal circumstances, Song Yihan should have left the place and called the police at the first opportunity after being so frightened and molested here. However, she did not choose to do so. There was only one reason. Her goal was to take possession of all the evidence she had in her hands. Lu Xun couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He then turned his gaze to the window not far away, where nothing could be seen without a closer look. However, it could not be hidden from him who could read minds. If you're tired, schoolmate, you can go to the bed and rest for a while. Lucian pushed Song Yihan away from his arms, then strolled over to the window, stood still, turned around, and looked at her, the corners of his lips curving up into an arc. Voodoo. Looking at Lucian's figure, Song Yihan's eyebrows knitted slightly, and her gaze lingered somewhere by the window for a moment longer. It won't be. He couldn't possibly know what he was hiding there. Lucian smiled and stretched out his hand towards the window. He knew that Song Yihan had deliberately picked up the bag on the floor before entering this room. There was not only a pair of scissors in there, but also a compact sports camera. Originally, Song Yihan had planned to use the scissors to threaten Shin Moching and then use the sports camera to secretly record his beastly side. It turned out that reality didn't let her have her way. But she was now using one of the things to count on her savior, not bad for a woman with a deep heart. But when it came to anything that was favorable to her, she would do whatever it took. Of course, Lucian didn't think there was anything wrong with this because he was also this kind of person. But it was a pity that Song Yihan had used her small intelligence and heart in the wrong time and place. Schoolgirl is really an expert at hiding things. Lucian looked at Song Yihan with a cold smile while reaching his hand into the curtains and taking out a compact sports camera from inside. When Song Yihan saw this scene, her heart suddenly thumped. What did the senior say? I did not hide anything. What is that? I don't know, this is the room Shin Moching opened. She quickly forced a calm smile. Although she didn't know how Lucian could tell that there was a sports camera there, this was no longer the key. The key was that she had to clear all relations with this matter. Oh? It's not yours? Lucian glanced at it and realized that the video inside had been recorded since before he started coming in. If he hadn't been able to read his own mind, he might have thought that this camera didn't have anything to do with Song Yihan. After all, who knew if Shin Moching had some kind of video recording fetish? But luckily, Lucian had the ability to read heartbeats. Song Yihan's purpose of putting this sports camera wasn't even to guard against Shin Moching, but to explicitly scheme against Lucian. What a woman with a deep heart. In contact with this kind of woman, once you accidentally step on the wrong step, you may be pushed into the cliff by the other party at any time. Senior. How can this be mine? Song Yihan looked at the camera in Lucian's hand, and her face couldn't help but stiffen slightly. In fact, she had been trying to figure out how to count on Lucian when she was in the living room earlier and learned that Lucian held evidence that the Shin family was victimizing the Song family. The simplest way was to lure Lucian into doing indecent or even aggressive behavior towards himself. Then record it all with her own sports camera. She would also have a handle that could threaten Lucian and thus have the leverage to exchange for those evidences. But what Song Yihan didn't expect was that this seemingly seamless scheme of hers had actually been declared over before it even started. Schoolgirl, there's no need to pretend with me anymore. Lucian played with the camera for a bit, then deleted the video inside and put it into his pocket, revealing an icy smile. Senior. You? What are you talking about? What, pretend or not? Song Yihan stepped back a bit. She knew that Lucian was seeing what she was thinking. Although she didn't know how the other party did it, it was true. It's meaningless for you to be like this. Why don't we open up the sky and talk? How about you say your demands and I mention mine? Lucian walked slowly to Song Yihan's body, the corner of his lips slightly raised, and in his gaze was a touch of calm but ice-cold look. Falling in Song Yihan's eyes, she only felt that all her thoughts, as if they had been seen through by these eyes of his. Only then did she smile, completely removing her disguise, raising her eyes again to look at Lucian, and asked, "What are Senior's requests?" Requests? Lucian took a step closer to the front, just a little distance away. The two of them would be able to stick together. Song Yihan's breathing started to become tight. Even though Lucian didn't say anything, she obviously already knew what the request was. It was nothing more than dedicating her petite body. It seems like there's no need for me to say that you already know. The corner of Lucian's lips lifted slightly as he reached out and directly wrapped his hand around her soft and slender waist. I have to say, the hand feel is indeed very good. Song Yihan did not make any resistance. She raised her haughty chin, raised her eyes to Lucian, and softly said, "Senior, I haven't said my request. I don't need to say mine, and your naturally don't need to say it either." Lucian reached out and climbed. Those evidences, the only thing they can do for me, is to let you get rid of the Shin family. Why do you want to help me? Song Yihan was still the first time a man touched this position, her eyebrows slightly knitted, somewhat less adaptable, but still did not make resistance. Lucian's fingers hooked up her snow-white crystalline chin and smiled. It's simple, because you have a good figure and are beautiful, I want to sleep with you. Chapter 36 Song Yihan does not give in. Song Yihan's face suddenly turned red. Lucian's words were just a little too direct, there was no gentlemanly demeanor to speak of. But strangely enough, she did not have the slightest intention of wanting to resist other than feeling a little red in the face. Perhaps, from the time when she wanted to flatter Lucian, she had already thought that there would be such a day. Anyway, sooner or later thing. At least compared to that sinister and cunning, not talking Shin Moching, Lucian looks obviously more reliable. And those evidences he held in his hands were also more tangible than any promises Shin Moching made with his mouth. What's more, one had no choice now. As Song-Yihan thought this, her body had already been roughly pushed down onto the bed aside. She couldn't help but pant heavily. Her legs were tightly pressed together. Obviously caused by nervousness. After all, it was. This was completely inconsistent with the plot of marrying Prince Charming in her previous imagination. But this was one's own destiny. Being born into a rich man's family might not always allow one to live the life one wishes. Relax. Lucian was already a seasoned veteran in his profession. Looking at Song-Yihan's tantalizing, his lips followed a faint arc. Don't be afraid, I will be gentle. The corner of his lips hooked up slightly, then like a hungry tiger pouncing, he ruthlessly printed on Song-Yihan's warm and soft Jew lips. Well, Song-Yihan was startled by his so-called gentleness. The other party's nostrils were so close to her. Especially, a fiery heat on her body made her consciousness gradually become disoriented. The small abdomen, like, making her body uncomfortable. Take it easy. Lucian forcefully kissed Song-Yihan while reaching out and wrapping his hand around her slender and soft waist. Learn. Senior. Please wait. Song-Yihan sensed something, her beautiful eyes snapped open and her pupils followed with a slight contraction. Ha! Lucian smiled faintly. At a time like this, he naturally wouldn't listen to Song-Yihan's nonsense. He had his own rhythm. Half an hour later, Song-Yihan was exhausted and paralyzed on the bed, her delicate white pretty face turned sideways. The corners of her forehead and cheeks were strewn with messy hair. The white neck and arms were slightly reddened. The beautiful eyes were flooded with water droplets, and at the corner of the eyes was a trace of tears that had already dried. She didn't know why she had suddenly lost herself. It wasn't her true self. Even the words that had been said were gibberish in that state. Absolutely. Absolutely. Definitely can't be taken seriously. Song-Yihan comforted herself in this way, trying to deny her lost self. Lucian knew that Song-Yihan hadn't really given in from the bottom of her heart. This was because the system's mission beep hadn't sounded yet. The reason why he ended it so early was not because he had no feelings for this woman. On the contrary, he was in love with Song-Yihan. Ending early was also because he wanted to use more time to save the other party. Compared to this presidential suite, the follow your heart space was clearly a better and more cost-effective place to go. Moreover, there was another waiting for him there. Lucian just thought about it and couldn't wait to get double the pleasure. But before that, he had to give Song-Yihan some hope before that. That way the other party would willingly give themselves. Here, an agreement appeared out of thin air in Lucian's hand, the very evidence of the cooperation between the Shin family and that shell company, and he casually threw it to Song-Yihan. This is... Song-Yihan's eyes lit up, reflexively trying to quickly sit up, but realizing that her body was a little sore, she slowed down. Of course it's something you've always wanted. Lucian's faint voice slowly sounded. The only purpose of this agreement had been to help him achieve it, and giving it to Song-Yihan now would still allow her to develop a sense of trust in herself. At least it wouldn't make her feel like she was a man of her word. Of course, apart from this agreement, Lucian still had records of improper transactions between the Shin family and the shell company in his hands. That would have to wait for Song-Yihan to help herself to complete the system mission before he could give it to her. Really? Song-Yihan hurriedly flipped through the agreement when she got it. There was not only the official seal of Shin Group on it, but also the signature and handprint of Shin Maching's father. It seemed like that shell company was also worried that the Shin family would backstab themselves, which was why they had them do multiple insurance. It was estimated that the Shin family also didn't expect such an important thing to be leaked out, otherwise, they definitely wouldn't dare to stamp and press their handprints. And what about? Song-Yihan hurriedly put the agreement away in her bag, then looked her beautiful eyes with a smile at Lucian. What else? Lucian's gaze was calm, as if he didn't quite understand what she was talking about. Song-Yihan instantly frowned and said unhappily, I've done everything I need to do, and you're only giving me an agreement? He. Lucian laughed lightly, then do you know that this agreement alone has cost me a lot of money and work? Actually, not really. He wouldn't tell Song-Yihan that this was something he had read Shin Maching's mind, instantly moved plus stealth, and then stole it from Shin's house. It was effortless. But I also paid for my own body. Song-Yihan furrowed her brows, a look of resignation on her face. My good schoolgirl. Playing emotional cards won't work with me, you know what I want. The corner of Lucian's lips hooked up a cold arc, and his body followed and closed in on Song-Yihan. Song-Yihan could only grit her teeth, recalling the previous scene of the flipping clouds, her face couldn't help but follow the heat. In fact, if he can still maintain the level of that half an hour, it is not impossible. I'm afraid that he is not useful and still trying to be strong, and in the end, he made himself a mess, and his face is full of saliva. Okay. I promise you. Song-Yihan took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. In her beautiful eyes was a touch of determination. But senior, you also have to keep your word before you do. Anyway, it's not like there's any difference between once and twice. Maybe the time is even shorter this time. Good. Lucian licked his lips and revealed a faint smile. Short time? Then let you enjoy an immersive experience. Chapter 37, Double the Pleasure. Soon, the surrounding space was slowly covered by another scene as if it was a gradual change. This scene immediately startled Sonihan. How? What happened? Her beautiful eyes widened, her pupils filled with an unbelievable look. Her petite body hastily leaned towards Lucian's body, her white and slender arm tightly wrapped around his arm. Although Sonihan had seen a lot, this was the first time she had seen such a bizarre scene. To say that she wasn't scared was absolutely false. However, she soon sensed that this all seemed to be related to Lucian. Because when a normal person is experiencing this kind of thing, not to say fear, at least they will be shocked, right? But in her eyes, Lucian always had that calm and indifferent look. It was as if he had known what was going to happen. In just a moment's work, the presidential suite had ceased to exist, and in its place was a vast prairie. A gentle breeze breezed by, making one's heart feel refreshed. Sonihan was shocked on the spot in her messy purple wraparound skirt, her hair not having had time to take care of it. Especially when she saw several snow-white peaks still standing in the distance, the incredulous look in her beautiful eyes intensified a few points. This. She took a deep breath and slowed down for a while, but couldn't get 2 words to pop out of her shell teeth. Lucian was also too lazy to explain too much to her, and directly took advantage of the gap in her concentration to pick her up from the ground. Ah! Feeling that strong and powerful, and hot and scalding palms, Sonihan instantly yelled out in reflex. It was at this time that a familiar silhouette suddenly ran out from a windmill wooden house nearby. The other party was also dressed in purple, slightly curled fashionable long hair naturally scattered on both shoulders, setting off the cheeks more small and exquisite. The lower body is a light purple glossy satin half-body skirt, looks particularly elegant and generous. Further below was a pair of slender large white legs exposed in the air. There was also a thin layer of flesh-colored stockings wrapped around them. Nothing was worn on the feet, revealing large swaths of snow-white, good-looking insteps, and rows of delicate nails that were painted red. It was her. Seeing this, Sonihan's gaze was abruptly stunned. Appearing in front of his eyes, who else could it be if it wasn't schoolmate Zhang Sijia? Could it be that there be that kind of relationship between Lucian and Zhang Sijia as well? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but frown, her heart seemed to be a little less comfortable. However, when she thought about when Lucian went to embrace Zhang Sijia in front of her last night, she gradually calmed down. She and Lucian were nothing more than a trading relationship. When she got those transaction records, she would cut herself off from him and never have any relationship again. Why should it be hard? Hubby. Zhang Sijia knew it was Lucian coming back when she heard a commotion outside, and she hurriedly ran out of the house excitedly. But just as soon as she went out, she saw another woman held in Lucian's arms. Sonihan? Zhang Sijia similarly followed suit and furrowed her eyebrows, a touch of jealousy flashing across her fair and delicate pretty face. Sure enough. Stinky Lucian still snapped Sonihan in the end. This messy hair. And that wraparound skirt that wasn't even properly organized after being lifted up. To say that there is no relationship with Lucian, she absolutely does not believe it. Good. So it turns out that when you said you were bringing me to see a good show, you were actually letting me see my own good show. Looks like I showed up at a bad time. Whoa. No, you came at the right time, don't stare, come in. Lucian held Sonihan in his arms and reached out to gently scratch the tip of her nose as he passed by Zhang Sijia's side. Oh. Although Zhang Sijia was a little jealous, she still pouted her little pink mouth and followed her in. She wouldn't admit defeat. It wasn't like her own looks and body lost to Sonihan, and she had even been snapped a few days earlier than her. In terms of seniority, she Sonihan has to call herself a sister in any case, right? Put me down. After being carried into the cabin, Sonihan blushed and lowered her head. She didn't want to be seen by Zhang Sijia as she fell. No matter what, the two of them were also schoolmates of the same club, when they raised their heads and lowered their heads. Private relationship is also not bad. Now being Lucian pieced to get to this strange place, think about it, also know what will happen next. It's too humiliating. This nasty Lucian himself did not say that he is not willing to do with him. Just have to be in front of acquaintances? This makes himself how to face Zhang Sijia in the future? Sonihan had planned to completely cut off relations with Lucian after getting the records of the Shin family's improper transactions. Then what happened between the two would not be known by a third person. Now it's good. The thing that was feared still happened. Ah! Just as Sonihan was thinking, Lucian suddenly threw her out, and this maneuver directly gave her a shock. You have to know that the bottom was a sturdy wooden board. How painful would it be to fall so high? However, what she was worried about didn't happen, and the imagined pain didn't appear either. Because the moment she was thrown out, Lucian casually waved his hand and a soothing mattress suddenly appeared out of thin air below and caught her. Sonihan's heart had long been turned upside down with shock. Mysterious grassland, wooden houses, snowy mountains, and this can change out of thin air things of supernormal capabilities. Was this still the world that he recognized? Oof. Zhang Sijia looked at Song Yihan's surprised appearance, and a smug look appeared on her face. Country bumpkin, you don't get it, do you? How uneducated. Lucian heard her heart and couldn't help but shake his head. This girl isn't that bad, she's just a little too uneducated. But where there is something that others have not seen, they are anxious to find a sense of superiority. It seems that it is indeed grew up in a more difficult environment, otherwise it would not be able to produce this kind of brainless idea. It should be said not to say, compared to Song Yihan, Zhang Sijia, who was happy and angry, was still simple and too much. Lucian, what do you want to do? Just hurry up and do it well, send me back after doing it, we are just a deal, you have to keep your words. Song Yihan slanted her legs and knelt on the mattress, supporting herself with both hands, her gaze swept over Zhang Sijia's face before looking at Lucian on the opposite side. A deal? Zhang Sijia couldn't help but frown and also looked towards Lucian. Lucian, however, did not reply, but snapped his fingers, and the brightly lit room instantly became dim and out of reach. Subsequently, an exquisite warm light gradually lit up around the room. On the ceiling of the room was a bright starlight. A moving and beautiful melody slowly sounded. In such a cozy cottage with a sense of mood and atmosphere pulled together. Ah! Lucian picked up the dazed Zhang Sijia with a hug. A few strands of messy hair scattered down her delicate and pretty face, and under the light and shadow, there was a sense of broken beauty. Chapter 38, various props come out. Ding! The host has purchased a speed pill, deducting 4,000 coins. The host's use of the speed pill has been detected as successful. The host's speed will increase by 100%, with a time limit of 90 minutes. Ding! The host purchased a pair of black rose masks, deducting 50,000 coins. The wearer's sensitivity will be increased by 50%, and his dependence on the user will be increased by 20%. Ding! Host buys a pair of black warrior crystal heels, 100,000 coins deducted. The wearer's charisma, sensitivity, wildness, and initiative will increase by 30%, while the dependence on the user will increase by 10%. Ding! The host purchased a redemption whip, minus 120,000 coins. When whipping, the excitement of the redeemed person increases by 50%, while their dependence on the user increases by 30%. This effect cannot be stacked. The breeze blew through the vast prairie, and the small wooden hut that stood not far away seemed particularly abrupt and lonely. But at the same time, it was also a splash of embellishment in this uninhabited area. The windmill is slowly rolling, the sky is still the same, with a few strands of nice clouds. Next to the cabin, the wind caught a creak. Song Yihan's mood, compared to the very beginning, has changed. She had never thought her own actually drew to a close so shamefully in an unknown place. Her stubbornness, her shyness, and the unyieldingness of her heart towards all of them were completely crushed in these 2.5 hours. There was clearly a voice in her heart that kept resisting. But her body was like it had been hit by magic, and little by little it started to become active. This was not the self she knew. Just as in the beginning, for the sake of the Song family, she broke through her inner morality for the first time and used herself as bait to raise a pond of fish. Today, she once again trampled on her bottom line. She knew that she had finally lived into a completely different self from her ideal. But since fate cannot be changed, then enjoy life to the fullest, enjoy all the happiness that this moment brings. Soon after, it seems that everything is over. After today, there will be no more of this. But Song Yihan would not forget. Once upon a time, in this undisturbed, very quiet, very peaceful odd wooden house, she was both conflicted and desperately enjoying a certain help me up. Zhang Sijia. Song Yihan closed her eyes. She admitted, I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get a good deal on this, but I'm sure you'll be able to. As a punishment. The other party also proved his strength completely in his. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing Song Yihan, completing the mission and receiving a reward of 3,000 points of rescue value. The system is about to release the next mission. Mission description: Jinmei Biotechnology is a rival company to Huamei International, and you and Lu Ruin you are like glue, so you decided that you couldn't just ignore it. So you ruthlessly suppressed Jinmei's old boss Su Lancao, making her feel deeply frustrated, and took the opportunity to save her from the fire. Reward for mission success: 10,000 points of rescue value. Mission failure penalty: Kuan shrinks 10 centimeters. Time limit for mission: 30 days. This timing is mission timing. Reading the file will not reset this timing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, completely attacking the heart of the task object Song Yihan within 48 hours. Mission reward: time limited stealth ability. Hint: this ability will not work every time. Ding! Tip: the time limit for each use of this stealth ability has been extended to 30 minutes, and the time-limited version is available upon completion of 3 hidden missions. Hidden mission progress: 2 hours. Current progress of completing hidden quests: 2-3. Ha! Listening to the system's beep, Lucian, who had gotten dressed, couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. According to this progress, after completing the hidden quest one more time, he would be able to obtain the stealth ability without a time limit. But As he thought this, his gaze couldn't help but linger on the next mission. Rescue the old president of the Jinmei Biotechnology Group. Nice guy. If he remembered correctly, this company should be the leading skincare company that had previously given Lu Ruinyu a headache. Letting himself suppress the female boss of this leading company, and also letting her have a deep sense of frustration. System, you're dreaming, right? Lucian's brows couldn't help but knit slightly. Even if he possessed the beauty liquid and could guarantee that Huamei would win at the bidding meeting, it wouldn't be so bad that it would make Su Wanzhou have a deep sense of frustration. At most, people would only feel a small regret for once. Not to mention having to suppress her. Phew. Thinking of this, Lucian couldn't help but exhale. Anyway, there are still 30 days left, so take your time to think of a solution. This damn system really doesn't let people save their minds. Hubby. Did you hear what people said? Right at this moment, Zhang Sijia's voice with a slightly petulant tone sounded again. Snap. Lucian smiled faintly and nonchalantly slapped towards her arched buttocks. All deflated like this and still talking tough. Humph. You hit me again. I didn't. Quickly. Help me. Help me up. I can still continue. Zhang Sijia couldn't help but hum softly, and the gaze of her pair of beautiful eyes paused on Song Yihan's stunningly beautiful face. One must behave better than Song Yihan to be able to do so. Never give in to defeat. Hearing her mention Song Yihan in her mind, Lucian then couldn't help but look towards the pretty woman who was resting her eyes closed. Then he reached his hand over. Feeling that there was suddenly an extra hand in her soft place, Song Yihan opened her eyes at once and couldn't help but let out a soft cry. You. She looked at Lucian with some annoyance, but there was somewhat nothing she could do about it. She no longer had the strength to struggle anymore. You said that you would give me the records of the Shen family's improper transactions. Song Yihan slightly knitted her eyebrows, her firm beautiful eyes looked at Lucian, and her tone was filled with a hint of coldness. Lucian knew that her coldness towards herself was forced, but didn't break her down to her face. Because it was hard to want a woman to admit that she was in love with a man who was only in a trading relationship. It takes time, and it also requires further conditioning of her by Lucian in the future. Chapter 39, thoroughly pinning down Song Yihan. Take it. A USB flash drive appeared out of thin air in Lucian's hand, then casually tossed it to Song Yihan, who sat up from the mattress. USB flash drive? Song Yihan received it in her hand and looked at it, but she couldn't help but frown slightly. You gave me this. How do I know that what's loaded inside are those transaction records? It's not like there's a computer here. Don't you have one when you go out? Lucian glanced at her casually and laughed lightly. I don't have that kind of effort to print out all the records for you. You. Song Yihan had wanted to raise 2 more barbs, but on second thought, Lucian was right, so she gradually quieted down. When will you take me out? She put on her clothes while turning her indifferent gaze towards Lucian. Song Yihan was already mentally prepared. As soon as she herself confirmed outside that the contents of this flash drive were okay, she would immediately sever any relationship with this man. At that time, the two of them would face the sky, each going their own way. From now on, they will not be related to each other. Any time. Lucian was smiling lightly at her thoughts. Now that the task of Song Yihan has been completed, the follow-up to her is to use hard or soft, all depends on their own mood. Moreover, in his own hands, there is still a video of Shen Moqing forcibly molesting her. If she doesn't listen, then this video himself could also consider editing it into something else. For example, Song's daughter, in order to pay off her family's huge debt, does not hesitate to use her color to seduce Shen's family's great young man. Of course, this was the next best thing. Even if it was to be used, it would only verbally scare and threaten Song Yihan. If it was really issued, then Song Yihan's life would be ruined. Lucian didn't want to lose a schoolgirl whose looks and body were absolutely beautiful. Especially the feeling that he felt when he mutated her. It was simply wonderful. After 10 o'clock at night, the three of them returned to the Rolls-Royce from the Follow Your Heart space. Given that Song Yihan no longer had much energy to drive, Lucian reluctantly became a good guy for once and sent her back. Before saying goodbye, Lucian lowered the window and looked at Song Yihan, who was about to turn around, faintly saying, "Don't ever think of pulling the plug on me." Song Yihan's footsteps lurched, her eyebrows slightly knitted as she looked at him. On what basis? She lightly bit her shell teeth, the corners of her lips lifted slightly, and she couldn't help but let out a sneer. Who am I to listen to you? Lucian, I'm telling you, the deal between you and me is over. We end here. He. Lucian shook his head and laughed, a pair of icy gazes looking at her. You don't want to wake up early in the morning and directly become a hot topic on the entire internet, do you? What do you mean? Song Yihan's eyes moved slightly, and her heart couldn't help but thump. She always felt that there was something in Lucian's words, but for a moment she couldn't think of what other handle she had in the other party's hands. Could it be? As if Song Yihan suddenly thought of something, her pretty face instantly changed, and she hurriedly lowered her voice and asked, "You secretly filmed me?" Zhang Sijia followed with a start, as if she was watching the fun, and turned her gaze to Lucian. She knew Lucian's methods better than anyone else. Stealing a photo of such a thing, maybe the other party could really do it. However, she was happy to see Song Yihan's relationship with Lucian break up. To be honest, if you didn't say it, I really didn't think of it, I was only focusing on business and forgot about this. Lucian smiled faintly. But it's almost the same. He stretched out his index finger and nodded on his temple. Think about it, schoolgirl, what other videos do I have in my hand? Song Yihan frowned tightly, and it was only under his reminder that she suddenly remembered the scene he had recorded with his cell phone in the Imperial Palace International Hotel. But that video could only prove that Shin Moching had forcibly molested himself. How could it be a handle for this man to threaten himself? Bingo! Looks like you've remembered. Lucian snapped his fingers, then raised his eyes, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Song Yihan. You want to threaten me with this video? You're dreaming. Song Yihan lightly inhaled a breath, cold words, spitting out word by word from between her shell teeth. Want to threaten yourself with this video? Impossible. Whether it's a dream or not. You have to think clearly. Lucian said indifferently, don't forget, the video is in my hands, how to edit it, how to title it. I have the final say. You. Song Yihan's pupil shrunk, and only then did it dawn on her. She then gritted her teeth and lowered her voice. What exactly do you want? It's very simple. Lucian stared straight at her and slowly said, in the future, as long as I look for you, you have to arrive at any time, remember, it's any time. Song Yihan clenched her shell teeth and couldn't help but close her eyes. She had only just escaped Shin Moching's control, and now she had fallen into the hands of another person. Although she didn't know how she felt about Lu Shin. But it was true that she was stronger than Shin Moching. Stick your forehead out. Just as Song Yihan was thinking, Lucian's slightly indifferent and unrefusable voice rang out again. She lightly bit her shell teeth, and the half-hour in the presidential suite and the 2.5 hours in the grassland cabin came to mind. Exactly. One was just enjoying oneself, and there was no resistance. But what did that mean? If because of that, it proves that one is in love with this man called Lucian, is it possible? But why did she not dare to reject him? Why don't you feel sad when you are taken advantage of by him over and over again? Even the heart will be complacent. Song Yihan couldn't figure it out. Unconsciously, she had already followed what Lucian said and stretched her forehead over. Boo! Along with the proximity of Lucian's nostrils, Song Yihan's forehead unsurprisingly received a warm sensation. It was a kiss. Her slightly thin and delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Good night. When she raised her eyes again to look at the man in front of her, a concerned smile appeared on the other's face. Are you serious? Song Yihan didn't know why she suddenly asked the sentence, but after asking it she felt her aversion to stupidity breaking out. Especially in front of Zhang Sijia. She didn't want to act soft, that would only cause the other party to mistakenly think that she could forcefully overpower her. Lucian did not answer Song Yihan's question either. Instead, after rubbing her head, he drove away from here with Zhang Sijia. Lucian, what kind of person are you in the end? Song Yihan looked at the Rolls-Royce that was traveling away, her eyes were a bit out of focus, as if she was in deep thought. Only when the slightly cool night wind blew her awake and the Rolls-Royce's taillights completely disappeared from sight did she turn around and walk into the neighborhood. She seemed to have figured it out. There were some things that perhaps didn't need to be entangled too deeply, and it was good to follow what was in your heart. She knew how she felt about Lu Shen. Just has not been willing to admit. Because that would be the same as admitting that she is a woman who loves to do that kind of thing. She didn't want to admit such a self. But she also knew that the feeling of pleasure at that moment was real. And herself, she was indeed enjoying. Chapter 40, Know Yourself and Know Your Enemy. After 11 o'clock at night, the dormitory rooms of Zhongbei University had already locked their doors. Lucian simply found a 5-star hotel and let Zhang Sijia live in alone. Hubby. I'm scared of being alone. Don't you come and live together? Zhang Sijia pulled Lucian's hand, pouting her pink mouth, her beautiful eyes were a flash of anticipation. No, I have other things tomorrow. Lucian shook his head. Of course he couldn't stay here with Zhang Sijia, after all, there was a mature and gorgeous babe waiting for him in the big villa. Lu Ruinyu was nothing but good to herself. Since he had promised her that he would go and accompany her every night, he would never go back on his word. Moreover, the next mission was also related to Lu Ruinyu. To be precise, it was related to the rival enterprise of Lu Ruinyu's company. Lucian planned to go back and learn more about Jinmei Biotechnology Group from her. Especially Jinmei's dominatrix, Su Evening Zhou. Regarding this mission, he needed to understand the target audience clearly in advance before he could make a well-thought-out set of layouts. Otherwise, he would most likely be wiped out for failing the mission. This wasn't a joke, so caution needed to be exercised again and again. Oh. Zhang Sijia lowered her head with some loss. Before she left, she fiercely pulled Lucian, then stood on her tiptoes, and her soft and watery vermilion lips imprinted on Lucian's lips in one go. Well. Zhang Sijia was extraordinarily enjoying herself. The more this happened, the more she didn't want Lucian to leave her. It wasn't until after some nibbling that Zhang Sijia reluctantly parted. She now only felt that she had fallen deeply in love with Lucian. Love his heart, love his person, and even more love the feeling he gets when he is with himself. As long as she could keep Lucian, Zhang Sijia was willing to do anything. Really? Want to go? Zhang Sijia lifted a pair of narrow and bright beautiful eyes and stared at Lucian tightly, with a touch of love-inducing color in her gaze. I'm not sleepy yet. Tonight I can try the pair you said. You don't go, okay? Rest well, call me if you miss me, I'll be there anytime if I'm free. Lucian also wanted to try the Energizer. But now was not the time. Zhang Sijia had already experienced a big battle tonight. Her body was in the midst of weakness. Although there has always only been exhaustion. There is no. But there are always exceptions to everything, and one must know moderation. Alright. Zhang Sijia nodded. Lucian rubbed her little head. Good night. Good night, hubby. Zhang Sijia revealed a nice smile and waved her hand towards Lucian before she reluctantly walked into the room and closed the door. After Lucian drove the Rolls-Royce, he rushed all the way to Lu Ruinyu's villa. Baby, are you here? Shortly after, Lu Ruinyu sent him a voice message. Lucian didn't reply because he had already seen the familiar villa. Is it busy? Lu Ruinyu was lying on the bed in her bedroom, glancing at the chat page from time to time, tossing and turning, having trouble sleeping. According to usual at this time, Lucian should have returned early. But now it was past 11 o'clock at night, and the other party hadn't even returned a single message. Why? Lu Ruinyu sat up, wearing, on her body, a black lace nightgown that emphasized her figure to the fullest. She couldn't sleep, so she stepped her snow-white and delicate little feet into her slippers, then opened the bedroom door and walked out. It was at this moment that the sound of a card being swiped outside the door suddenly made her become agitated. Lucian's figure also appeared in front of her eyes. Baby! Lu Ruinyu couldn't wait to trot down and came all the way to Lucian's body, and like a little woman, she threw herself directly into his embrace. Has Ayu been good at home? Lucian hugged Lu Ruinyu's slender and soft little waist, and in passing, he freed his right hand to pat her on her arched buttocks. Nasty. Lu Ruinyu buried her head deeply into his embrace, and on her pink pretty face was a reassuring smile. Is it hate or like? Lucian lowered his head and looked at Lu Ruinyu's small head and asked. Lu Ruinyu raised her stunningly beautiful pretty face, looked at him and whispered, Baby, I like it. So good. Lucian laughed and picked her up as he walked towards the upstairs bathroom. Boom. The door was vigorously shut. Soon after, there was a... Half an hour later, Lucian hugged the sleepy Lu Ruinyu and entered the bedroom together. The temperature in the room was not too hot and not too cold, just right. Lucian pulled a thin blanket over her and himself, then gently patted her arse. The blanket outlined a slender curve on Lu Ruinyu's body. Lucian couldn't help but look twice more. This woman is really a seductive special thing. Lu Ruinyu opened her beautiful eyes and glanced fondly at Lucian, a happy smile appearing on her face. Afterward, she leaned towards Lucian's side before closing her eyes at ease. Sleep. Lucian smiled at her. Aha! Lu Ruinyu nodded obediently. The lights in the room then went out, and the late night ushered in its quietest moment. The next 2 days were the rest time stipulated by the system. However, Lucian was not idle. After all, he currently knew very little about Jinmei's old boss, Su Wanzhou. As the saying goes, knowing the enemy and knowing yourself is the only way to fight 100 battles. Although he had various abilities gifted by the system, there were still some things that he had to rely on his brain. Especially for every mission. It could be said that Lucian's opponent was both the target object of the mission as well as the system itself. Because once the mission failed, he was going to face the end of being directly obliterated by the system. That was why he was extraordinarily serious and careful in every mission. This time was certainly no exception. Baby, didn't you say that the shareholders' meeting would be held a few more days later? Lu Ruinyu narrowed her narrow beautiful eyes after hearing Lucian's words and couldn't help but cover her small mouth with a smile. I did consider the confidentiality thing before, but now I have a better idea. Lucian picked up the tea that Lu Ruinyu had brewed on the table, placed it on his lips and took a sip, and laughed. Do you want to see Jinmei frustrated? Originally, he was still thinking about what methods he could use to thwart Jinmei. But in this exchange with Lu Ruinyu, he had gotten more information about Huamei's new product. For example, Lu Ruinyu mentioned that the new product, after being improved, no longer had the problem of the original irritating and strange odor. But there was a new problem. And this new problem was currently known only to Lu Ruinyu and one of the lab's minders. And this was the key to Lucian's frustration with Jinmei. Of course I want to. Lu Ruinyu couldn't help but smile, but Jinmei isn't a paper tiger. They've managed to get this far by relying on their solid foundation. She didn't put it too bluntly. But the meaning was already clear. It was to let Lucian know that Jinmei was not so easily defeated. If they could, they, Huamei International, would have done it a long time ago. Lucian of course knew what Lu Ruinyu meant. But Huamei couldn't do it because they hadn't met themselves before and were missing a moment where they could thwart Jinmei. And he had seen that moment. Trust me? Lucian looked at Lu Ruinyu, a serious look in his eyes. Aha! Lu Ruinyu hesitated for a moment and nodded heavily. Lucian revealed a pleased smile and stood up, his calm gaze looking out of the window as his low voice slowly sounded. This tender, we are going to lose to Jinmei. Chapter 41 Shareholders Meeting. There were less than 8 days to go before the bidding conference for the beauty industry in Jiangbei began. Many of the enterprises that had been invited, or were qualified to participate in this bidding fair, were making their final preparations. Despite the strong competitors, these enterprises still had absolute confidence in their products. However, this confidence had quietly turned into a silent sigh from the major shareholders of Huamei International Group. The new product that Huamei had developed for 2 years still had problems at the last minute. This was something that all the shareholders of Huamei knew. Even though the RD staff had been working overtime to find a solution, it was too late. Baby, at this shareholders meeting, there might be other shareholders questioning you, just leave it to me then, you don't have to pay attention to them. On the Rolls-Royce, Lu Ruinyu was sitting in the co-pilot seat, glancing at Lucian who was acting as a driver for her eyes were filled with a gentle look. However, at the same time, there was also a touch of hidden determination and dominance in the depths of her eyes. This was her self-confidence as a Han of Huamei, and also her bottom line of having absolute say in Huamei. Well. Lucian nodded towards her, but his thoughts had been perfecting his plan. Baby, don't worry, with me here, they actually won't dare to say anything. Seeing that he seemed to have something on his mind, Lu Ruinyu thought that he was a little nervous because he had to face the other shareholders. Lucian, however, shook his head and laughed. After all, a second in command was suddenly inserted across the board, so let them say whatever they want to say. I won't let them say anything about you. Lu Ruinyu spat out her tongue mischievously. 10 o'clock in the morning. In the top meeting room of Huamei International Group Corporation. At this time, there were already 5 shareholders sitting and waiting. 3 men and 2 women. They all looked to be in their 40s or 50s, but their skin was considerably better than their peers. Several of you, what do you think of today's shareholders meeting? A man sitting on the right side of the conference table turned his gaze to the other 4 shareholders present. His name was Zhao Ruidong, 49 years old, and he was the one who held the highest percentage of shares amongst these shareholders besides Lu Ruinyu. It was probably around 10%. The remaining 4 people, together, only totaled 20%. Mr. Zhao, since it's General Manager Lu who called the meeting, there must be something in her mind, maybe there's a breakthrough in the new product. Sun Xingxing, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, smiled faintly at him. She was closer to Lu Ruinyu, and she would deliberately speak toward Lu Ruinyu on weekdays. However, she had the opposite attitude towards Zhao Ruidong. Because Zhao Ruidong gave her the feeling that he was a hypocrite. Although Sun Xingxing couldn't say exactly where she disliked the other party. But as long as Zhao Ruidong opened his mouth to speak, she always wanted to retort a few words. What about the other few? What do you guys think? Zhao Ruidong knew that Sun Xingxing liked to target herself, so he directly ignored her words and looked at the other few people. In his opinion, Sun Xingxing was a woman with more emotions than reason. Although she had a bit of shares in hand, she didn't have much of a brain and was easily incited by her emotions to take advantage of them, which in turn made her a time bomb. Mr. Lu said that there are important things to announce. I think it should be related to the new product. Another shareholder who looked older opened his mouth. As you all know, there are a few more days before the bidding meeting. The one who spoke was called Lu Qiming. He had stayed in Huamei International for quite a few years, and was considered a senior figure who had fought together with Lu Ruinyu. He continued, the matter of developing new products has always been that Mr. Lu is personally in charge, so I hope there will be good news today. The crowd also nodded after hearing his words. Just at this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open and Lu Ruinyu walked in with Lucian. The 5 people hurriedly stood up and greeted with smiles. General Manager Lu. Eyes then fell on Lucian who came in together. Sit. Lu Ruinyu nodded towards the several people, her tone carrying a hint of a strong woman's competence and plainness. This was her usual style of speaking when she was in the company. Everyone had already gotten used to it long ago and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Mr. Lu, you can just sit next to me. Lu Ruinyu smiled, then made an inviting gesture towards Lucian, and her tone of voice was obviously eased up a lot. This made the other 5 shareholders couldn't help but be a little surprised. It should be known that Lu Ruinyu was notoriously cold in the company and usually never treated anyone so politely. Even treating these shareholders of theirs has always been the attitude of saying something and not disturbing anything. I did not expect that today she would actually be so gentle to a young man. Could it be that it is not a relative of the family? Only, the shareholders meeting, Lu Ruinyu brought such a young relative over, it seems to be a little inappropriate. Let me introduce to you all, this is Mr. Lucian Lu, the next second largest shareholder of our Huamei. Lu Ruinyu did not intend to talk nonsense at all, and directly opened the door. And her words, unsurprisingly, were like a rock hitting the water, instantly stirring up a large splash. All the shareholders present, when they heard these words, immediately turned their gazes towards Lucian in front of them. In their eyes was a look of disbelief. "Good day, gentlemen." Lucian sat on a chair, crossed his legs, and smiled faintly towards Zhao Ruidong's few people. To him, there was nothing at all that made these people worth treating themselves well. This was because he had already read the minds of these people when he came in. It could be said that they were all people with their own agenda. If it wasn't for the fact that there were still interests involved between these people, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to sit together at all. Especially that one called Zhao Ruidong. He actually had thoughts about Lu Ruinyu. When there was a chance, one would have to straighten him out. Mr. Lu is always bringing a new kind of product into our Huame, and I intend to divide 20% of the shares from me to him. Lu Ruinyu's slightly cold voice slowly sounded in the large conference room. What? 20%? Upon hearing this figure, the conference room was in an uproar. A look of shock followed on everyone's faces. Especially Zhao Ruidong. At this moment, when he looked at Lucian again, his gaze could be said to be cold to the extreme. Although he hadn't joined Huame for a long time, he had at least made a lot of contributions and had actually invested money into it. He only had about 10% of the shares. This guy called Lucian, based on what? Based on a so-called new product? You know, his shareholders together, only 30% of the shares. He's a brat, and he's coming up with 20%? Lu Yunyu. What the hell are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Lu Qiming is the presence of the oldest, but also follow Lu Ruinyu longest old shareholders. It can be said that it is the person who understands Lu Ruinyu's character the most among several people. He is very clear about Lu Ruinyu's ability and also understands the other party's determination to pay for Huame. If this young man called Lucian did not have some ability, Lu Ruinyu simply could not be willing to take out 20% of the shares. Thinking this way, Lu Qiming couldn't help but look at Lucian's body a few more times, but he didn't open his mouth to speak. This young man didn't seem to be as simple as he appeared. Chapter 42, each has his own thoughts. Mr. Lu. Do you want to reconsider? After all, it's 20% of the shares, not a small amount. Although Sun Xingqing also believed in Lu Ruinyu's decision-making and vision, but 20%, it was really a bit scary to her. Do not know, also thought it was Lu Ruinyu that uneducated son was held hostage and kidnapped it. How else could he have made such a decision? Simply outrageous. The other few people knew Lu Ruinyu's nature and didn't dare to say anything more. I only hope that Lu Qiming, Sun Xingqing, Zhao Ruidong, three people can persuade this woman with absolute power of speech. After all, 20% of the shares is really too amazing. Especially since the other party looks like a young man in his 20s. New product shares? They don't believe that there will be any new product that can be worth 20% of Huame International shares. It was simply nonsense. Mr. Lu. Zhao Ruidong took a deep breath, his gaze lingered on Lucian's face for a moment before he looked at Lu Ruinyu in the main seat. But before he could open his mouth, he was interrupted by Lu Ruinyu. I have carefully considered this matter, and Mr. Lu's new product is also worthy of this 20% of shares. Lu Ruinyu slightly raised her jade neck and lightly glanced at Zhao Ruidong. She naturally knew what the other party wanted to say. This self-righteous fellow, who usually raised a bar with himself and disagreed with him, was after all a shareholder of the company. It was fine for herself to give him this face. But not now. This matter concerns the future development of Huame International, as well as his own commitment to Lucian. Of course, he couldn't let Zhao Ruidong talk nonsense. Mr. Lu. Zhao Ruidong again hastily looked towards Lu Qiming, who was sitting opposite. Lu Qiming shook his head with a smile and then stopped looking at him. What Lu Ruinyu decided. Whoever comes out to block is useless. This is the power of having an absolute controlling interest in Huame. Of course, if Lu Ruinyu really took out 20% of her own equity and gave it to that young man, then her absolute right to speak would also be weakened quite a bit. That is to say, if that young man and these few shareholders of theirs stood in the same position, they would also have the ability to arm wrestle with Lu Ruinyu. This was something that someone as shrewd as Lu Ruinyu could not have not thought about. So now there was only one possibility. It was that even if this 20% of the shares were in that young man's hands, he would be just as likely to turn toward Lu Ruinyu. At least in the short term, he would not betray. Otherwise, there was no way that Lu Ruinyu would agree to share 20% of the shares to him. Unless these two had other relationships. Lu Qiming seemed to be able to see what was going on, but he himself was an old shareholder towards Lu Ruinyu, so he did not say anything more. Sun Xingqing saw that Lu Ruinyu's mind seemed to be made up outside of his words, so he also stopped persuading him. After all, Huame was built from scratch by Lu Ruinyu alone. At first, many people wanted to get a piece of the pie, but they were all suppressed by her thunderous means. This woman is by no means simple. I just need to keep my own equity, the annual dividends add up, are enough to feed the whole family. This kind of thing, or less worry about the good. Zhao Ruidong saw Lu Qiming and Sun Qingqing were silent. He also has nothing to say. After all, although he has 10% of the shares, but compared to Lu Ruinyu, it is a bit small. Without the support of others, he could only acquiesce to Lu Ruinyu's decision. Who? Zhao Ruidong gritted his teeth and couldn't help but exhale out before asking, I wonder what kind of new product Mr. Lu has brought. It was absolutely false to say that he wasn't curious about this new product. As soon as these words came out, several other people also looked towards Lucian in front of them. They also wanted to know what kind of new product could actually make Lu Ruinyu get his hands on it even at the cost of 20% of the shares. The matter of the new product. Lu Ruinyu was about to make an announcement to everyone, but Lucian stood up and smiled at her before turning his gaze to the others. Gentlemen, I think you all should know that the new product that our Huame has been developing for 2 years had a problem a few days ago. Lucian walked slowly to the vicinity of Zhao Ruidong, his gaze meeting his, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. The crowd furrowed their brows slightly. After all, Lucian's age looked really too young, and was probably just as old as their own children. Such a young man with no experience, what amazing moves could he make in business? Looking at Lucian's gaze, Zhao Ruidong followed with a faint smile. In terms of seniority and experience, he didn't think that this brat would be able to outperform himself. That's because the other party has taken advantage of the so-called new product, or else can he work with himself in this conference room? He despised Lucian from the bottom of his heart. Lucian naturally knew what was in this man's mind, and he didn't intend to directly hit each other in the face, because he had his own rhythm. In this layout, he needs to have a hangdog persona in order to realize it step by step. Business matters himself might not understand. But business warfare, strategy, psychological warfare, those present, none of them would be his own opponent. Seeing that the crowd had no intention of picking up the conversation, Lucian continued, this problem is fatal enough to affect the future development of Huame. For example. He paused, the corner of his lips hooked into a smug smile as he turned his gaze to the crowd. There are less than 8 more days of the bidding meeting. If the issue of the new product is not resolved, then this bidding meeting will have no connection with Huame. Lu Qiming, Zhao Ruidong couldn't help but frown. Because this matter was clear to all present, they certainly hoped that Huame would come out on top in the bidding session. That way, Huame's revenue in the future would set a record high. Accordingly, the dividends for them, the shareholders, would also increase. Who would have trouble with money? It means that the new products brought by Mr. Lu can help Huame win the project in this bidding meeting? Zhao Ruidong looked at Lucian and smiled. The crowd once again converged their eyes on Lucian. If that was really the case, then Lucian was naturally qualified to stand here, but who knew if he was bragging? Lu Qiming knew that before the start of this shareholders meeting, Lu Ruinyu had definitely examined the products in Lucian's hands. Now that she was able to bring Lucian here, it must be because Lucian's product was superior. At least it won't be any less effective than the new products they have been developing for the past 2 years. Although they, the shareholders, hadn't intuitively felt how Huame's newly developed products were, Lu Ruinyu was clear about it. Over the years, no matter if it was the development of the product or the formula, it was basically in her hands. This was another reason why she was able to achieve absolute say. Of course. Lucian smiled faintly towards Zhao Ruidong. Does Mr. Zhao want to feel it for himself? Chapter 43 Time Concentration Serum. Oh. Zhao Ruidong couldn't help but brighten up, and then immediately looked towards Lu Ruinyu on the main seat. It was important to know that over the years, for the trial of new products, Lu Ruinyu had a very strict control. This was because it involved an issue of confidentiality. Of course, it was also out of a kind of protection for others. After all, the characteristics of the new product had too many unknowns, so naturally, it couldn't be taken directly to people to use. So they, the shareholders, could rarely have the opportunity to personally try and feel the new product before it was announced. But today, it seems to be not quite the same as usual. This youth named Lucian seemed to have an inexplicable confidence in his product. Moreover, judging from Lu Ruinyu's attitude, she should have already tried it before this. So it seemed that the other party's product was indeed a bit of a gateway. Lucian looked at Zhao Ruidong and smiled. He heard all the thoughts in the other party's heart. He was a man with a brain, and his heart was quite deep. But unfortunately, what he was facing was an alien with the ability to read people's minds. Time Concentration Serum. Lucian pulled a bottle of serum out of his pocket and then placed it on the conference table, his gaze looking at the crowd at the same time. Zhao Ruidong, Lu Qiming, and Sun Qingqing immediately focused their attention on the exquisite bottle of serum. So, what effects does it have? Please also ask Mr. Lu to introduce it to us. Zhao Ruidong crooked his head and smiled, while making an invitation gesture towards reaching out his hand. Lu Ruinyu hadn't planned to let Lucian personally take the stage. After all, these veterans who had been in the business world for years weren't easy to deal with. But now it seemed that she had underestimated Lucian's mental capacity. In the face of pressure, scrutiny, and suspicion from such a group of business veterans, he was still able to show a breezy demeanor. He was even able to follow his own layout and proceed in an organized manner. It really wasn't like a college student. Instead, there is a kind of sophistication that is able to see through people's hearts. Especially when he pretended to look like a dude dangling. Too much. It's simple, just like its name. Lucian revealed a faint smile, his face filled with absolute confidence, instantaneous smoothing of fine lines, long-term activation of collagen regeneration. And can significantly improve skin firmness and luster with immediate results. The effect will be even better with continued use. Zhao Ruidong's gaze couldn't help but narrow slightly. Sun Qingqing and the other female shareholder, however, instantly brightened up. Because they had noticed the skin on Lu Ruinyu's face when she came in, it was obviously much smoother and whiter than before. Perhaps it was precisely the use of this product from Lucian that was also possible. Mr. Lu, are you telling the truth? Sun Qingqing's face revealed a look of considerable interest, and the eyes that looked at Lucian also had more than a hint of kindness in them. Lu Qiming, on the other hand, couldn't help but look at Lu Ruinyu in the first place. He had certainly noticed Lu Ruinyu's skin color. After all, this kind of thing was extraordinarily sensitive to any employee of a company that focused on beauty and skin care. At the same time, he was also observing Lu Ruinyu's attitude towards Lucian's words. Mr. Sun, right? You can try it yourself, good things never stand the test, and this serum is no different. Lucian spoke with confidence and a hint of an unquestionable attitude in his tone. It was obvious that he had absolute confidence in his own stuff. Sun Qingqing glanced at Lu Ruinyu, wanting to see what her opinion was. Lu Ruinyu slowly said, "It's true as Mr. Lu said, everyone can personally get their hands on it and feel the effects, but..." She swept her calm gaze over the crowd present, and her cool voice then continued to ring out. "I hope that what happened today, all of us can keep it firmly confidential." She paused, her gaze becoming stern. "At least until the bidding session is over, there must not be any disclosure to the public." Understood. The crowd nodded with grave expressions. Lucian glanced at them, but secretly sneered. Sun Qingqing and another female shareholder were the first to try out this time concentration serum. When they saw that the skin on their hands was a bit more tender than earlier, a shocked expression appeared on their faces. How long had it been? Not even 5 minutes of time, and it actually had this kind of miraculous effect? It was simply stronger than the top skincare products on the market, alright. No. It should be said that it was completely abusing those skincare products. This is too strong. Sun Qingqing turned her unbelievable gaze towards Lucian. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Ruinyu was there, she would have wanted to spend money to buy it. Zhao Ruidong became silent directly after feeling it himself. Lucian indeed wasn't exaggerating. Once this thing hit the market, I'm afraid it would usher in an unprecedented mad rush. If there wasn't a stronger product on Zhenmei's side, then the leader of this bidding meeting would definitely be Manhwa. No wonder Lu Ruinyu would rather take out 20% of the shares to this kid, but also want to get this product to hand. Lu Qiming looked at the slight change in the skin on his hands, and his gaze gradually became slightly narrowed. Lucian couldn't help but look at him one more time, then the corner of his lips hooked up into a faint arc. Good product indeed. Lu Qiming was silent for a while and couldn't help but nod his head. It seems like we should be secure in this bidding meeting. Excellent. Sun Qingqing followed and chimed in from the sidelines. Several other shareholders also glanced at each other and gave their absolute approval. Lucian put away the serum, walked back to his seat and sat down, crossed his legs and smiled. What else do you all want to say? This serum was a beauty fluid that he had redeemed with the system and dripped into a huame one to blend it out. Although the effect is also very good, but compared to the beauty liquid can be far worse. However, it is also enough to be used to bluff this group of shareholders of huame. The hook has been buried. Next, all it was needed was to act like a winner, so that the fish would have a sense of crisis and then take the initiative to take the bait. Since everyone has nothing to say, then I have one more thing to announce. Lu Ruinyu cast an admiring glance towards Lucian before continuing to look at the people in the conference room. Tomorrow, we, Huame, are going to organize a party at the Ruiding International Hotel, and we will invite all the bigwig figures in the business circle. She lingered on everyone's face for a moment. At that time, I hope that no one will be absent, that's all. Oh, right. Lu Ruinyu stood up and seemed to have thought of something. All of Zhenmei's shareholders will be attending as well, so everyone will be able to exchange just a little bit. After saying that, she glanced at Lucian, who nodded and smiled at her. Lu Ruinyu continued, "Dismiss the meeting." Lucian followed and stood up, slowly stretching, then looked at the crowd, waved his hand and smiled. "See you all tomorrow night." "See you tomorrow night, Mr. Lu." Sun Qingqing hurriedly waved goodbye to Lucian. He. Zhao Ruidong couldn't help but sneer as he looked at the departing figure of the two Lu Ruinyu. In his heart, he didn't know what he was calculating. Lu Qiming glanced at him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a hint of deep meaning followed in his gaze. Chapter 44 Experiencing the Farm Flavor. Mr. Lu, what do you think of Mr. Lu's product? Waiting for the other shareholders to leave the room, Zhao Ruidong looked at Lu Qiming, who was about to walk out of the conference room door, and revealed a faint smile. Oh? Lu Qiming stopped and slowly turned around, turning his gaze towards Zhao Ruidong and smiled. Mr. Zhao is interested in this product? Oh. After all, it is the key to whether Huame can win in the bidding meeting. Of course I am interested. Zhao Ruidong walked over and smiled. Is Mr. Lu not interested? Interest, well. Naturally have. Lu Qiming nodded. But. He raised his head and turned his slightly narrowed gaze towards Zhao Ruidong and faintly said, the matter of the product is all the responsibility of Mr. Lu. I only care about marketing. When this product goes on sale, I can buy some to go back and study it properly to fulfill my interest, but before that. Mr. Zhao. The corner of Lu Qiming's lips slightly raised. General Manager Lu explained that any news about this product should be kept firmly confidential. Don't forget. This I naturally won't forget. Zhao Ruidong smiled faintly. It's just that I see that Mr. Lu doesn't seem to be very old. Has Mr. Lu ever heard of him before? First time I've seen. Lu Qiming shook his head, his gaze fixed on Zhao Ruidong. What? Mr. Zhao is also interested in Mr. Lu? Zhao Ruidong quickly waved his hand and laughed. No, don't misunderstand Mr. Lu. I have no intention of hitting on Mr. Lu. I hope not. Lu Qiming nodded and smiled. Zhao Ruidong, this person was ambitious. This was something Lu Qiming knew very well. If the other party was given the opportunity to spend time alone with Lu Xun, he would definitely use flowery language to trick Lu Xun. After all, Lu Xun was just a young man. From the previous meeting, we can basically see that he has little heart, does not know how to restrain his emotions, and his joy and anger are all in the form of color. This is also in line with his identity as a young man with little experience. But Zhao Ruidong was different. This guy is in the business circle for decades of old oil. Dealing with a young man is still more than enough. Mr. Lu is not saying anything. Zhao Ruidong couldn't help but shake his head and laughed. I just think that Mr. Lu is a bit young and doesn't seem to be very stable. Mr. Lu is always young. But with Mr. Lu, I believe there is no big problem. Mr. Zhao should not worry too much. Lu Qiming patted his shoulder and was about to walk outside the conference room. Zhao Ruidong nodded his head and smiled, standing still and quietly watching Lu Qiming leave. He didn't believe that an old shareholder who had followed Lu Ruinyu for so many years and didn't hold as many shares as himself would not have other thoughts. Maybe just very good at camouflage. The lab personnel will temporarily stay in the staff dormitory these days. Tell them to make sure to keep the formula a strict secret. On the way back, Lu Xun still reminded Lu Ruinyu. Don't worry baby, I've already notified down. Lu Ruinyu smiled, a pair of narrow and bright beautiful eyes sizing up Lu Xun in the main driver's seat, somewhat wanting to speak. Lu Xun couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly when he read her mind. Good guy. Sure enough, it was still Aya who knew herself best. Baby. Lu Ruinyu thought about it and finally gathered the courage to say it. Time is still early, let's find a place to play? Oh. Where does Yujiu want to play? The corners of Lu Xun's lips rose slightly, revealing a bad smile. Of course he knew where Lu Ruinyu wanted to go. As early as a few days ago, Lu Ruinyu had such an idea, but she just never had the time. I have a farm in the west of the city. It's quite big and has a nice view. Usually only an old couple takes care of it. Why don't we go there? Lu Ruinyu smiled at him. Sure. Lu Xun agreed without even thinking. After all, he also wanted to go to the farm with Lu Ruinyu. And there was nothing to bother. Really? That's great. Lu Ruinyu immediately revealed a happy smile. She wanted to try what it was like to be outdoors with Lu Xun. It had never happened before. But ever since she met Lu Xun, she had the idea to try communicating in different scenarios to make up for her past self. Lu Xun was naturally responsive to this kind of understanding idea of hers. Although the two had once tried it in the Follow Your Heart space. But it was always not as exciting as in reality. Afterwards, Lu Xun drove the Rolls-Royce towards the farm in the west of the city according to the location given by Lu Ruinyu. The location of the farm was relatively remote, and it took about an hour for the two of them to arrive outside the gate of the farm. Lu Xun looked over and saw that the farm's outer perimeter was a ring of guardrails, and from the outside he could see the grass inside, as well as a large vegetable garden. The farm did not seem to cover a small area. At this moment, a kindly old couple was standing at the entrance to greet the two. Lu Ruinyu lowered the car window. General Manager Lu, you're here. The two old men hurriedly smiled and greeted them. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Hui, how is your health these days? Lu Ruinyu smiled at the two. Lu Xun could see that she was much more relaxed here than in the company, and her attitude towards the two old men was sincere. There seemed to be a feeling of treating them like family. Although this kind of Lu Ruinyu had less of a domineering and high-cool temperament, she had another kind of flavor. Sure enough, mature women are still more tantalizing than ordinary little girls. He was already a little impatient. Thanks to Mr. Lu's thoughts, both of us are doing very well now, and our bodies and bones are strong, huh? Uncle Zhang had a happy smile on his face. And we hurriedly invited, Mr. Lua, quickly come in first, old Zhang and I have cut the watermelon, just waiting for you to come. Baby, do you want to eat watermelon? Lu Ruinyu glanced back at Lu Xun in the main driver's seat. She was now as itchy as Lu Xun, and was a little impatient to try out the new scene. But nay. The hospitality of the two old men was not good enough to refuse outright. Well. Lu Xun nodded. So, after the two of them drove the car in, they followed the two old men and went to the house on the side to eat a few pieces of watermelon. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Hui, this is Mr. Lu Xun Lu, the new shareholder of the company. Don't look at Mr. Lu as young. He can be powerful. Lu Ruinyu introduced Lu Xun to the two old men to recognize him. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Hui were both from the past. They could tell something from the way Lu Ruinyu looked at Lu Xun, but did not mention anything related to this aspect. They just praised Lu Xun. For example, he looks good, has a good face, can talk, etc. Lu Xun also hadn't laughed so openly for a long time, which made him feel a different kind of warmth as an orphan. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Hui, let's just stroll around casually. There are still some pressing matters to talk about, so you guys just rest and relax. After chatting briefly for a while, Lu Ruinyu stood up and smiled at the two old men. Well, good, Mr. Lu, you guys feel free to stroll around without anyone disturbing you. Uncle Zhang smiled and nodded. Lu Ruinyu couldn't help but blush slightly. Lu Xun, however, held her hand and smiled at the two old men. Then Uncle Zhang, Aunt Hui, will go ahead and casually walk around? Looking at the smiles that appeared on the two old men's faces, Lu Ruinyu's pretty face became even more flushed. Chapter 45, Baby, let's do something different today. When Lu Xun and Lu Ruinyu got on the car and drove deeper into the farm, the two old men followed with a look of relief. General Lu is still young. I have long advised her to find another one. All those years have been busy. She does not have much time. Now it is quite good. Aunt Hui smiled and nodded. Although this Mr. Lu is a bit younger, but standing with General Manager Lu, it's really a good match. Yes, General Manager Lu doesn't lack money in his life, so it would be a good thing to have a companion by his side. Uncle Zhang smiled, his gaze full of approval, just like the two of us. He then stretched out his arm and wrapped it around Aunt Hui's shoulders. The two of them snuggled together and couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. The road in the farm was very smooth, and in the past, when Lu Ruinyu had nothing to do, she would often come here to camp and take a break. At that time, it was only her and a few of her girlfriends. It was a completely different mood than now. Under her guidance, Lu Xun drove the car to a place with excellent scenery. There was open grass, shade trees, and a lot of beautiful flowers. But the two of them weren't even in the mood to appreciate all of this at this time. They had long been impatient. The moment the car stopped, Lu Ruinyu's face evoked a tantalizing smile, and she turned her gaze full of deep affection towards Lu Xun. Today, she was wearing a light workplace formal dress. The upper body was a light gray-green the fifth neck shirt, with the neckline slightly open, revealing delicate white collarbones and a very deep gully. The chest is still heavy. The waist is extraordinarily slender. The lower body was a slim black open half-body skirt, which was tightly attached to the arched buttocks and thighs, outlining the perfect curves. In front of outsiders, she was the high and cold and indifferent chairman of Huame International. But in front of Lu Xun, she was just a little woman who needed to be hurt and loved. Baby, let's do something different today. Lu Ruinyu looked at Lu Xun and revealed a sweet and tantalizing smile. Oh? How is it different? The corners of Lu Xun's lips hooked up slightly, his gaze looking straight at the pair of moist and beautiful eyes on the opposite side. Lu Ruinyu smiled, flattened her chair, took off her own high heels, revealing her snow-white crystalline jade feet. Then bent her body and carefully climbed into the back seat, taking out a piece of chilled watermelon from the refrigerator. That's it. She reclined her body, one hand propped up her cheek, one hand holding the watermelon, half lying on the back seat. The bright and charming eyes looked over as if they were carrying Cupid's hook, taking in the heart. Afterwards, her small mouth slightly opened and she lightly bit into the watermelon in front of Lu Xun. Lu Xun immediately understood what she meant. The corner of his mouth revealed a faint smile, followed by flattening the chair and drilling into the back seat. Baby afraid of ice? Try it to know. Well. Hiss. The farm was still peaceful and quiet, and as Uncle Zhang said, no one would appear to disturb it. Half an hour later. Lu Xun and Lu Ruinyu stepped down from the car. The two of them shook off their shoes and walked barefoot on the grass of the farm. Lu Ruinyu unfolded her arms and danced as she twirled in circles in the sunny grass. Then the two of them chased after each other and jostled. When they were tired, they found a big tree nearby and then sat down against it. The breeze lightly brushed by, blowing the hair of the two of them and bringing up a refreshing wind sound in their ears. Lu Ruinyu lay on Lu Xun's lap at ease, listening to him tell some funny paragraphs that amused her so much that she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. Baby, I feel really lucky. Myself. Her eyes were closed, and on her white and delicate pretty face was a beautiful and tantalizing smile. You were already a lucky kitty. Lu Xun nodded his head and smiled, reaching out to pinch her on her small arched nose, and it will continue to be so lucky. Lu Ruinyu slowly opened her beautiful eyes and stared straight into Lu Xun's eyes, then nodded with a sweet smile. She thought, no matter what happens in the future, she will never leave this man. Lu Xun read her heart. The corner of his lips hooked up a smile, lowered his head, and printed on Lu Ruinyu's lips. Under the sunlight, beside the big tree, a gentle breeze passed by. The silhouettes of the two people, in this dreamlike scene, were as beautiful as if they were framed in a landscape painting frame. In the evening, after Lu Xin and Lu Ruinyu had seen the evening sun, they bid farewell to Uncle Zhang and Aunt Hui and rushed back towards the city. During this period, Zhang Sijia made several phone calls in a row, but Lu Xin didn't answer any of them. It wasn't until he sent Lu Ruinyu home that he drove to Zhangbei University again. Humph. This stinking Lu Xin must be seducing some girl again. Zhang Sijia was lying on the bed in her dormitory, looking at the missed calls on her cell phone. Originally, she had planned to let Lu Xin accompany her today, to find a house outside to live in. After all, the internship would be more convenient. Of course, the main reason was also to be able to stay with Lu Xin more conveniently. She didn't want to be locked out every time because she came back too late, and then she would have to stay in a hotel alone again. I don't know what this smelly Lu Xin is doing, he can't get through on the phone all day long. Didn't he say he was on call? Humph. It's all a lie. Ding. Right at this moment, Zhang Sijia's cell phone suddenly received a message from Lu Xin. She was instantly jolted and sat up in a hurry. Good fellow. She had contacted him for half a day without a response, and just after a few sentences of whining, she sent a message. Stinky Lu Xin really can read minds? Zhang Sijia hurriedly clicked on the other party's message and took a look. Lu Xin, 5 minutes later, downstairs in the girls' dormitory, only waiting for you for 1 minute, out of time. Coming? After reading the message, Zhang Sijia's face was instantly happy, and she hurriedly changed her pajamas into a skirt, stepping on her sandal heels and ran out. What's strange about Sijia lately? The roommates glanced at her departing back somewhat puzzled. Who knows? One moment unhappy, the other moment happy, like a great aunt is coming. Ha! What do you know? Women who are in love are all like this. I think she probably really likes that Lu Xin. Who doesn't? He's so rich, he's a Bentley and a Rolls Royce, even if it's rented, it's still a lot of money. If only I could find a rich boyfriend too. Look in the mirror first. Hubby. Zhang Sijia raced all the way downstairs, and after seeing Lu Xin's Mercedes-Benz Big G, she hurriedly trotted over happily. Hubby, why didn't you answer the phone after calling you so many times today? Sitting on the passenger seat, Zhang Sijia beamed her small mouth and somewhat aggrievedly looked her beautiful eyes towards Lu Xin. There's something. Lu Xin hooked up her white as gelatin chin, then kissed her lightly on the lips and faintly said, What? Anxious? Chapter 46, The Collision of Youth and Maturity. Humph. It's you who said it. On call. Zhang Sijia pouted her little mouth and pouted. People have called you a lot of phone calls, and you didn't pick up a single one. Well. Lu Xin thought for a moment, revealed a faint sneer, and continued, then as compensation, how about I give you an extra hour tonight? Nasty. You're so nasty. Zhang Sijia instantly slapped his chest a few times with her small fists. Just know how to bully people, but this is what you said. Oh. Of course. Lu Xin smiled faintly, then picked up his cell phone and sent a voice message over to another person. Downstairs in the girls' dormitory, are you coming over? Or should I pick you up? Song Yihan was fidgeting in her room at home when her cell phone suddenly received a WeChat message. She hurriedly opened it and took a look, not realizing that it was actually from Lu Xin. Regarding the matter of the Xin family joining forces with a shell company to victimize their own family, their Song family had already taken the evidence and started the legal process. In the end, or thanks to this Lu Xin. Otherwise, they will really be played by Xin watching that lower head man in the palm of his hand. And, alas. Thinking about something, Song Yihan couldn't help but sigh again. Her feelings towards Lu Xin were vague. There might be fondness, but this kind of fondness was different from the kind of love at first sight for the opposite sex. Instead, it made her a little unclear. For the matter of Lu Xin taking away her first time, Song Yihan was no longer that entangled. She originally thought that if Lu Xin didn't take the initiative to contact her, then she definitely wouldn't be in a hurry to go back on her word. Instead, she could also enjoy a leisurely. But what she didn't expect was, when her parents learned that there was such a number of people who had helped their own family to get the evidence, they asked her to take the initiative to approach the other party in order to gain favor. Just kinda speechless. Forget it. Just take it as listening to mom and dad. I'm not going because you contacted me. Song Yihan gritted her teeth. Humph. I also have a backbone. Thinking like this, she became a lot better in her heart, then took a deep breath and sent a message back. Song Yihan, you come to pick me up. Lu Xin, well, remember to dress up. I don't like women with ordinary clothes. Song Yihan, you. Angry.jpg. Seeing the message Lu Xin replied, Song Yihan burst into a fit of gnashing of teeth. When had her own clothing been ordinary? Ha? Me. Ask. You. She stretched out her slender jade finger and viciously poked Lu Xin's avatar a few times. Her slightly reddish pretty face was filled with indignation. You a dead Lu Xin. Which time I dress up is not beautiful. Not better than the one who called you a husband of a gold-digging woman? Song Yihan, I want to dress up how I want to dress up. This you cannot control it, right? Lu Xin sat in the big G and glanced at her message. The corner of his lips couldn't help but lift a faint cold smile. Lucian, be obedient, you don't want to suffer punishment yourself, do you? Cluck. Song Yihan gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly, but soon after, she slowly loosened them as if she had let go of her breath. One had a handle on the other party after all. And Mom and Dad have also sent word to contact Lucian more. That way, it was as if she had grabbed a life preserver and was anxious to sell herself out. She even questioned whether she was pro-life. Song Yihan, got it. Lucian didn't reply again. Zhang Sijia was already secretly bellyaching in the passenger seat. Her small mouth was pouting like a toad, clearly dissatisfied that Lucian was taking himself and chatting with other women. But there was no way, she didn't want to leave Lucian just like that, both physically and psychologically, she wasn't allowed to make such a decision. Therefore, this bitterness, she could only break it up and swallow it in her stomach. If she was destined to compete with other women, then she must be the woman who stood on the tip of Lucian's heart. Lucian read Zhang Sijia's heart, and the corner of his lips couldn't help but tickle an imperceptible arc. The other party didn't dare to be as gold-digging as before. The $50,000 she gave last time, she also didn't dare to spend it much like a treasure. From the looks of it, Zhang Sijia also knew very well how difficult it would be to take a penny out of herself. About half an hour later, Lucian parked his car outside Song Yihan's neighborhood. Not far away, a tall and seductively dressed girl was slowly walking towards here. Song Yihan had her long hair up today. The upper body was wearing a purple high-neck sleeveless tight top, the material of which was held up full, slowly undulating up and down as she walked. The lower body was a black split wrap-around skirt that clung to her waist and hips, outlining a perfect arc of curves. The slender white thighs were wrapped in a thin layer of black silk from top to bottom. The sound of black high-heeled shoes stepping on the ground, as if it was beating on the tip of the heart, generally makes people can't help but look sideways, difficult to move away half a point. Coming? Seeing Song Yihan's figure, Lucian raised his chin, his gaze narrowed slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. This youthful vigor of a young girl, colliding out with a mature dressing style, produced a seductive power that was truly intoxicating. Da! 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 The sound of high-heeled shoes got closer and closer, stopping by the car as it approached Lucian's big G. Get in the car. Lucian looked Song Yihan up and down from close range before making a gesture towards her to get in the car. Only then did Song Yihan walk towards the back in a high and cold manner, open the rear door and sit in. Where to? After closing the car door, Song Yihan looked to the front and opened her mouth to ask with a flat gaze. Take you to a fun place. Fun place? Song Yihan couldn't help but frown. She didn't think that Lucian was really taking herself and Zhang Sijia to some fun place. Calling himself out in the middle of the night, he must be trying to do something unseemly. He. Lucian laughed coldly and faintly said, Han Hana, am I such a person in your heart? What? What? Song Yihan was instantly startled. He didn't say anything himself? How did he know what he was thinking? Zhang Sijia frowned slightly. Sure enough. Stinky Lucian eavesdropped on someone else's heart again. Lucian's gaze was calm as he continued, today, I'll first take you guys to buy some new clothes that you like. Yeah? Zhang Sijia couldn't help but be stunned, and then a happy smile appeared on her face all of a sudden. Wow. Really? Hubby, you're so nice. Several of her more expensive stockings had been torn by Lucian before. She was worried about spending some money to buy a few more. But it was just a bit expensive. Now that someone was going to give her clothes away, it was just the right time to save some money. Count Stinking Lucian, you have a conscience. If you rip it yourself, pay for a new one, no problem. Chapter 47 Parking, on the side of the road. No need. Song Yihan frowned her eyebrows and faintly replied back. To be honest, she didn't need Lucian to buy any clothes for herself at all. Those clothes at home had long been more than enough to wear. As for the black silk that had been ripped by Lucian before, the wrap-around skirt herself had more than enough, so who needed to spend his stinking money on clothes? Why? Lucian's slightly cool voice rang out from the main driver's seat. No reason, I don't have any favorite clothes. Song Yihan raised her snow-white jade neck, stubborn words slowly spat out from between her Jew lips and shell teeth. Ha! Lucian couldn't help but sneer, faintly said, sorry, don't get me wrong, I'm talking about buying what I like. You. Hearing his words, Song Yihan frowned her eyebrows, opened her small mouth, and was dumbfounded for a while. By the way, husband. Today I learned something from the comic. By the time. No, tonight we can try it out. The car was quiet for a while, and Zhang Sijia's delicate and nice voice suddenly sounded cautiously. Song Yihan's good-looking corner of her eyes couldn't help but twitch slightly, and on her delicate pretty face was a faint color of surprise. It's not a sis. How did this? You ignore this big living person in the back seat and then say such words so blatantly? Is there not a bit of shame? Oh? Learned what? Lucian raised his eyebrows slightly, a slightly interested smile hanging on the corner of his lips. Oops. There are other people in the car, wait until you sleep at night and you'll know. Zhang Sijia quietly glanced at Song Yihan in the back seat, her face showing petulance while flashing a hint of cunning. Lucian didn't break up her idea. After all, it was quite good to let Zhang Sijia stimulate Song Yihan. Two girls fighting over jealousy was the scene he wanted to see the most. At that time, there was no need for him to do any more PUA on them at all. They would fight for each other's favor on their own and obey obediently. Compared to the ones you've learned, I still like your articulate little mouth. Lucian inclined his head and glanced at Zhang Sijia. Hate. Zhang Sijia instantly understood what he meant and couldn't help but lower her head and redden her little face. Song Yihan clenched her teeth. She hadn't even realized that she was already jealous because of the intimate conversation between them. The position of her chest seemed to be a little stuffy as well. Who? Upon noticing the changes in her emotions and body, Song Yihan couldn't help but be shocked and hurriedly eased her breath. Could it be that she really liked this scumbag? No. Impossible. Even if he loved that feeling of being with him again, the other party clearly had Zhang Sijia as his girlfriend. Song Yihan's thoughts were a little messy. She didn't want to be the mistress in someone else's love story. But both Lucian and Zhang Sijia seemed to be unapologetic about such things. Especially Zhang Sijia. What kind of mesmerizing soup had this woman been given by Lucian? Lucian now has his feet in two boats. Hey. Can you wake up a little bit? Lucian listened to Song Yihan's heartfelt voice and directly parked the car on the side of the road, then got out and opened the backseat door. What are you doing? Song Yihan couldn't help but move her but to the other side of the seat, her eyebrows knitted lightly, a hint of caution and suspicion in her gaze. Without saying a word, Lucian directly pulled Song Yihan's feet and forcefully lowered her onto the car seat. Ah! Song Yihan was coldly startled. Lucian. What do you want? Lucian's strength was too big. It was so big that she had no way to make any resistance at all, and could only let the other party manipulate her at will. I told you, there are punishments for disobedience. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Lucian's gaze, and the corner of his lips held an icy arc. Then he drilled into the car and closed the rear door with one hand. Sijia, lock the door. Ha? Oh. Zhang Sijia was also startled by this sudden scene, but she quickly reacted and hurriedly pressed the button to lock the door. But she still didn't understand. Why did the nice Lucian suddenly stop the car? Could it be that the other party was dressed? Too flirty? Can't help but do it without waiting to find a decent place? Hiss. Don't. The sound of tearing came from behind. Zhang Sijia had the look of a melon eater, staring tightly at the back, not wanting to miss a moment, a playful smile on her face. Song Yihan simply could not have imagined that Lucian actually dared to park the car on the side of the road. Just directly. It is not that she does not want to resist. It was that she simply had no way to resist. Half an hour later. Song Yihan gently bit her shell teeth, closed her eyes, and couldn't help but take a deep breath and slowly exhale, her chest slowly rising and falling up and down. The long hair coiled behind her head was spread out at some point, lying messily on the back seat. The clothes on the body were intact. Only some places were. The high heels on her feet were also intact on her feet. She was tired. The memories of last night came rushing back to her like a gushing spring. The same man. But gave her a different feeling. Thunk. Accompanied by a violent lightness on her body, the sound of the rear car door being opened and closed came over. Song Yihan's face was calm as she slowly sat up. She detected the gaze from the passenger seat and faintly raised her jade neck, meeting her eyes over. Then the corners of her lips lifted slightly, revealing a high and mighty smile. It was as if it was telling, I can make him lose his grip at any time, can you? Humph. Zhang Sijia had wanted to suppress her in terms of aura, but when she saw this look and smile, she suddenly frowned. It wasn't right. Wasn't this punishing Song Yihan? How did it turn into rewarding her? Thinking of this, Zhang Sijia instantly turned her dissatisfied gaze towards Lucian in the main driver's seat and couldn't help but let out a light hum. After not getting any response, she lowered her head and went to sulk by herself. Lucian was too lazy to coax, and of course, he couldn't coax at this time. The conflict between the two women, let them deal with it on their own. If you're in charge of everything, then you're going to get caught in the crossfire. Then he would have to be exhausted by these trivial things. Song Yihan was much more honest, and her head was emptied, as if she had compromised with her fate. It may also be that she has figured out some things on her own. The scenery outside the window was changing, and the thoughts in her heart were changing along with it. It was more than 8 o'clock in the evening. The three of them went to the biggest shopping mall in Jiangbei and bought a lot of nice clothes and skirts. Zhang Sijia also got a new cell phone. This made her extraordinarily happy, and in front of many people, she directly hugged Lucian and kissed him fiercely. There was no shortage of men shopping around the mall who were jealous. Lucian smiled faintly. Sure enough, the one who can pin down Zhang Sijia, besides himself, is also money. As for Song Yihan, Lucian had long known her preferences by reading her mind. That was a secret hidden deep in Song Yihan's heart. A secret that had been buried deep in her heart since childhood. Chapter 48, Hard and Soft. Lucian glanced at Zhang Sijia and Song Yihan and said, let's go, next stop, the biggest amusement park in Jiangbei. Ha? Song Yihan's beautiful eyes moved slightly and she couldn't help but stare, then her small mouth opened slightly and asked, "What did you say?" "I said." Lucian smiled faintly and said back, "Next stop, the biggest amusement park in Jiangbei, the Ferris wheel." Song Yihan's delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. The memories that had been hidden deep inside for a long time, as if they had suddenly been opened up and sealed, came out in a frantic and enthusiastic manner. "Going there for what?" Song Yihan's breathing became a bit rapid. "What do you think, Miss Song?" Lucian smiled close to her, then rubbed her head and said, "What else can you do when you go to a playground? Of course it's to play." After saying that, he turned around and walked over in the direction of the elevator, his right hand stretched out, and Zhang Sijia naturally swept it up. By the way, he also glanced back at Song Yihan. "Ha!" Song Yihan looked at Zhang Sijia's somewhat smug smile and couldn't help but sneer. "It's just an arm wrap, it's nothing to show off." Before in the car. Bah! Upon realizing that her thoughts had gone astray, Song Yihan instantly clenched her teeth angrily. How could one have this kind of mentality? Ha! Lucian, who was walking in front, couldn't help but reveal a faint arc at the corner of his lips when he heard her mind. "Very good, that's how it should be. Husband." Zhang Sijia hugged Lucian's arm, then raised her eyes to him and said softly, "Why don't we do it in the parking lot?" "Ha?" Lucian raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Zhang Sijia beside him with some surprise. You don't look at people with this kind of eyes." Zhang Sijia instantly pouted and shook her body, rubbing back and forth on Lucian's arm. "It's not what you think, nasty." "Oh." Lucian shrugged his shoulders. "I am trying to change a set of clothes. Can you also change a set of The two of us wear the couple's clothes we just bought." Zhang Sijia leaned close to his shoulder, a delicate and nice voice that came slowly from her small cherry mouth. Song Yihan frowned her eyebrows, listening to her words from the sidelines, and couldn't help but snort lightly in arrogance. "Green tea bitch. How come I hadn't realized that this schoolmate was so capable of pretending before? What a blind eye. But there is a saying that is not bad. The child that cries has milk to eat." At this rate, Zhang Sijia's position in Lucian's heart was definitely higher than his own. Not. Song Yihan furrowed her brows even tighter. Why did she think of this again? Oops. Bored to death, bored to death. Unsurprisingly, Lucian fulfilled Zhang Sijia's request. The two of them changed into a pair of cute couple outfits. Zhang Sijia was visibly happy. Song Yihan, however, looked like a not-so-congenial outsider and was indifferently discarded in the back seat. "I don't care about." She comforted herself secretly like this. But she was still irritated by Zhang Sijia's heartfelt happiness. Lucian didn't care and directly stepped on the gas, so he drove towards the biggest amusement park in Jiangbei. Song Yihan had come to this amusement park a few times with her parents when she was very young, but the experience wasn't very good. It wasn't the amusement park's pot. Rather, her parents were simply too busy. Whenever they came out to play, they always seemed to pick up the phone and leave her behind to work on something. Her favorite ride was the Ferris wheel, enjoying the feeling of being high above the world, but all this time, she had only been on it once when she was very young. On that occasion, it was her grandfather, who had not yet passed away, who accompanied her. Shortly after that, her grandfather became seriously ill and remained bedridden, and until his death later, she hadn't been to the amusement park much. And before these happy times, gradually, also became her childhood memories deeply hidden in the middle of her heart. Song Yihan had a wish. After she found her own Prince Charming, together with her Prince Charming, she went to the biggest amusement park in Jiangbei to ride the Ferris wheel. At that time, she would definitely tell each other about the happy times she had with her grandfather when she was a child. That must be a very happy thing. Moreover, she would also, in the future, tell about it to her own children. But Song Yihan now became confused. Because her life had changed. She didn't know if she had really found that so-called Prince Charming. Maybe. But at this moment, the other party was wearing a couple's outfit with another woman, saying sweet words that could irritate her at any time. Song Yihan's beautiful eyes then flashed with a look of aggravation. Lucian frowned slightly as he listened to Song Yihan's heartfelt words, and his conversations with Zhang Sijia gradually became much less frequent. The amusement park at night was even more lively than during the daytime. All kinds of lighted programs came out endlessly. After parking the car, Zhang Sijia and Song Yihan followed Lucian and entered the amusement park through the VIP channel. The first program was the Ferris wheel. Zhang Sijia held an ice cream in her hand and looked at the high Ferris wheel, eager to try. Song Yihan, however, was a bit thoughtful. She looked at Lucian, who was standing at the side, with her glowing eyes. Lucian then looked back and locked eyes with her. Song Yihan was instantly startled and hurriedly averted her gaze from her gaze with Lucian. When Lucian saw this shy look of hers, the corners of his lips couldn't help but hook up slightly, revealing an evil arc. It is impossible to queue up. Thus, the three of them quickly sat in the Ferris wheel's cockpit. During the slow ascent, Song Yihan honestly sat in her seat, looking sideways at the night scene outside the glass. In her mind, there was a scene of memories that flashed past. Unconsciously, the corners of her eyes gradually followed slightly moist. Cry out if you want to cry. Right at this moment, Lucian's figure sat over from the opposite side and handed a tissue towards her. Zhang Sijia was originally quite happy. But when she saw the scene, she couldn't help but pout. It was just that Song Yihan's unusual behavior had similarly caught her attention. Riding a Ferris wheel was just. Shouldn't be enough to be scared into tears, right? Thank you. Song Yihan couldn't help but sob in a low voice when she received Lucian's tissue. Then she turned around and hugged Lucian's arm, burying her face deep into his chest. The sobs also followed and became much louder. It's okay, Grandpa is watching from the sky, good boy, be obedient. Lucian patted Song Yihan's back and revealed a gentle smile. He was not a cold machine. To Song Yihan or Zhang Sijia, those superficial words and attitudes were just a means to take them down. Of course. Undeniably, perhaps the current gentleness was also. Because there are times when in order to take someone's true heart, one needs to be both soft and hard with her. Don't leave me, okay? Song Yihan, with a sobbing voice, hugged Lucian tightly, speaking in a voice that made people unable to help but feel heartbroken and compassionate. Well, I won't leave you. Lucian smiled faintly. He then stretched out his hand towards Zhang Sijia, who was sulking alone on the opposite side, signaling for her to sit over. It was at this time, in the distance, a firework suddenly bloomed. The timing was just right. Because that was what Lucian had arranged long ago. Chapter 49, Black Silk Female Assistant Li Xiaoting. After coming down from the Ferris wheel, Song Yihan's attitude towards Lucian quietly changed. The eyes that looked at Lucian also changed from the complicated, stern eyes at the beginning to the ones that now carried a slight touch of soft color. She didn't know why Lucian had brought himself to ride the Ferris wheel. But she could clearly feel the sense of security that Lucian brought to her at that moment. Just like when she was a child. Back in the car, Lucian directly took the two of them into the Follow Your Heart space. This time, the theme was Fairyland on the clouds. Ah! The two girls couldn't help but scream as they floated on the clouds and looked at a sea of clouds below. Lucian quietly stood on the cloud that was as soft as a mattress, looking at the slender, but somewhat frightened too, then licked his lips. The breeze brushed lightly, ruffling the broken hair on Lucian's forehead, and in the light of his eyes, a beautiful landscape was being presented. During this period, Song Yihan and Zhang Sijia changed several sets of different styles of clothes. Nearly 2.5 hours later, Lucian looked at the two people with tired faces, slowly stood up, looked at the red sun gradually rising in the east, and exhaled a long breath. Life in the world. A great man should be like this. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the three of them walked out of the Follow Your Heart space. Lucian first sent Zhang Sijia back to her dormitory before sending Song Yihan to the door of her neighborhood. After Song Yihan got out of the car, she looked back at Lucian in the main driver's seat. Her beautiful eyes had a complex look in them, and she wanted to speak. What did you just call me? Lucian looked sideways at her, revealing a faint smile. Old husband. Song Yihan's face suddenly turned red, and she hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look directly at the man in front of her. Well, Lucian faintly said, I don't care what you call me when there are people, but what you should call when there is no one, you should have it in your heart. Well, I remember. Song Yihan's gaze tightly fixed on the bag she was carrying in her hand, and gently nodded. And Lucian looked at her and continued, those fish you raised can all be kicked out, I don't want you to still have their contact information. Ah? Song Yihan's heart instantly thumped and looked at him with some surprise. How did you? You know that? I've broken into your heart, can this secret be hidden from me? Lucian stretched out his fingers and hooked her snow-white crystalline chin, making her slowly raise her head, then smiled evilly. Remember, from now on, you Song Yihan can only have me as a man, the others, tell them all to get lost. Song Yihan was stunned. Lucian smiled faintly at her and pinched his fingers on her chin a few times before withdrawing it. Alright, rest early, good night. Late. Good night. Song Yihan nodded somewhat stiffly. Afterward, Lucian drove his car and gradually disappeared from her sight. Song Yihan took out her cell phone, frowned, clicked on WeChat, and pulled black and deleted all the lickers that she had added before. Late at night, those boys who had fantasies about her, after sending messages and seeing the red exclamation mark on the chat page, the sky collapsed. When Lucian returned to Lu Ruinyu's villa, it was already after 11 o'clock at night. Lu Ruinyu had already gotten used to him coming back at this time. For her, as long as Lucian could accompany her, she didn't dare to expect anything more. After all, the age difference between the two was here. In the end, it was still herself who took most of the advantage. Lucian felt a hint of unprecedented warmth towards her understanding, smiled, and then hugged her and went into dreamland. Early the next morning, after Lucian and Lu Ruinyu had dinner, they went to the company together. After all, the plan still had to unfold. The system's mission countdown had also begun. Baby, I've already had someone pack out an office for you yesterday, so you can go there and rest first. Lu Ruinyu purposely gave Lucian a few words of explanation in his own office, fearing that he would think too much about things and not know how to rest. Aha! Lucian nodded and smiled. Not long after, Lu Ruinyu called out to a female assistant wearing a professional shirt and a wrap-around skirt, making her responsible for assisting Lu Shun. Literally, this is General Manager Lu, the second largest shareholder of the company. In the future, if you will follow General Manager Lu. Okay, General Manager Lu. Li Xiaoting smiled and nodded, then turned her gaze to Lucian, who was sitting on the sofa to the side, and smiled, "Hello, Mr. Lu." Aha! Lucian stood up and glanced at Lu Ruinyu before saying towards Li Xiaoting, who wasn't small at all, "Take me back to the office first." Okay. Li Xiaoting was 27 years old, and although she had only been an assistant at Huame for just over a year, she was already familiar with most of the business. Lu Ruinyu had arranged for her to be Lucian's assistant, also because she wanted Lucian to be able to worry less about things. "Goodbye, Mr. Lu." Before leaving, Li Xiaoting politely smiled at Lu Ruinyu before slowly closing the office door. "Little Li. What's your full name?" On the way to his office, Lucian asked suddenly without looking back. Li Xiaoting was thinking about how this young handsome man beside her became the second largest shareholder of Huame when she was coldly startled. "Mr. Lu." "Lu, my full name is Li Xiaoting." "Li Xiaoting." Lucian muttered under his breath and smiled faintly. "Heh. Very nice name. How long have you been in the company?" "There's half a month left, it'll be a year and a half." Li Xiaoting truthfully returned. "Well, how do you feel about staying at Huame?" Lucian continued to ask. Li Xiaoting hurriedly returned, "It's very good. General Manager Lu is usually very good to us, and the colleagues are also very amicable." He. Lucian laughed and stopped, his gaze looking at her. "So do you think Huame will win the bid in the next beauty tender?" "Ha?" Li Xiaoting looked at Lucian's smiling gaze and suddenly froze a little. It wasn't because the other party was handsome, but because she was stumped by this question from Lu Shun. "Mr. Lu. Just kidding with you, just want to hear what you guys are thinking." Seeing that she was a bit embarrassed, Lucian shook his head and laughed, pushing open the door to the office room and slowly walking in. Li Xiaoting followed her in before continuing, "Because the new product has to be kept secret, the specific parameters are only best known to General Manager Lu, so..." "Aha, I know." Lucian sat on the chair behind the desk and leaned back, revealing a faint smile towards her. "You help me send a notice in the company's big group, just say that all the company's departments will have a group building at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and the expenses will be reimbursed by the company." Li Xiaoting couldn't help but be startled at once, and in her pair of bright, beautiful eyes, there was a flash of incredulity. "Mr. Lu, is this matter with General Manager Lu?" "I still have this bit of power, so there's no need to ask General Manager Lu for instructions." Lucian crossed his legs and casually waved his hand. "By the way, there is." Chapter 50. Auntie, busy? You said. Li Xiaoting frowned slightly and listened attentively. Lucian looked at the more maturely dressed imperial sister in front of him, his left hand resting on the thick desktop, his fingers gently tapping. A low voice then slowly sounded. "Let the people from the procurement department buy some celebration supplies. The scale should be organized according to the specifications of Huame's previous celebrations." Li Xiaoting froze, but still nodded. "Go." Lucian glanced at her and stopped paying attention, instead opening his computer and playing music. "Mr. Lu." Li Xiaoting lightly bit her shell teeth, then pushed the black-framed glasses on the bridge of her nose, looked at him, and asked, "What's the use fill in?" "After all, go to the purchasing department to purchase items. People still have to submit an application. The application always have to write the purpose clearly it. So that the company's finances are good for accounting." Lucian read her mind, thought about it, and said lightly, "Celebration supplies are definitely the ones that will be used for the celebration meeting, so let's go with this one." "Oh good." Li Xiaoting nodded. "Mr. Lu, then I'll go and get busy first." "Aha." Lucian responded softly. "If there's something you want to do, feel free to call out to me." Li Xiaoting no longer stayed too long, opened the office room door, stepped on her high heels and walked out with her long slender black silk legs. It was only then that Lucian stretched out his lazy waist for a long time. His eyes glanced at Li Xiaoting's back as she left. She was quite beautiful. Big breasts, thin waist and round ass, dressed mature and sexy, but unfortunately, not a perfect body. And it was still dedicated to a person in the company. Interesting. Lucian thought of some of the hidden things he had discovered while reading Li Xiaoting's heart, and the corner of his lips couldn't help but curl into an icy smile. "What? This afternoon's sector-wide group building was proposed by Mr. Lu?" Lu Qiming couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye after learning that the news of the group building in the company group was sent by Lucian, who asked his assistant to send it out. Originally, he was wondering which unintelligent company executives had asked their assistants to send the message to the general group. Unexpectedly, it was actually a new shareholder who had just arrived. Now even if he felt it was outrageous, he couldn't say anything more. Who makes people the second largest shareholder of the company? Only, this Lu Total. It is true that because of his young age, he is a little less mature, and even a little idealistic. Do you think that by having a sector-wide group building, the employees will all be towards you? And they will all say hello behind your back? Naive. Stupid. Simply not taking the assets in the company seriously. Knock knock. Just then, a knock came from outside the door. Only then did Lu Qiming exhale, easing his complexion a bit, and faintly said, "Please come in. Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhao is here to see you." The tall female assistant came in and reminded. Oh? Lu Qiming raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he didn't know what Zhao Ruidong was looking for, he still let his assistant invite the person in. He. Mr. Lu, ayo? Who pissed you off this is? How come the face is a bit not so good? Zhao Ruidong just entered the door and realized that Lu Qiming's face was a bit ugly. He couldn't help but secretly sneer. Nothing, isn't Mr. Zhao usually quite busy? Why did you suddenly come to find me? Is there something wrong? Lu Qiming slowly sat down and leaned on the back of his chair, smiling faintly. He didn't think that Zhao Ruidong had come to find himself simply to chat or flirt with himself for a few moments. It was probably also related to Lucian. Then I'll get right to the point. The message that Mr. Lu asked his assistant to send out in the general group, I'm sure that Mr. Lu should have already seen it as well. Zhao Ruidong smiled. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the whole company, the whole department is having a group building. This is not a small thing. So? Lu Qiming looked at him quietly. Mr. Lu, the company is now, but there is still business going on. You are responsible for managing the marketing. You should be well aware of the hard work involved. Zhao Ruidong sat on the sofa and slowly said, isn't he adding to the mess on creating benefits for the company by doing this? You think about it. He poured himself a cup of tea and then turned his gaze to Lu Qiming. All the doors of the group building, it also means that the live broadcast will also be stopped. At that time, the company's loss of these few hours is counted on whose head? There is Mr. Lu to give him a bottom. How do you know that this is not Mr. Lu's intention? Lu Qiming glanced at him and laughed lightly. Even if it's not General Lu's intention, Mr. Lu is at least the second largest shareholder of the company. He. Zhao Ruidong smiled meaningfully, seemingly understanding the meaning of Lu Qiming's words. Since you are a shareholder of the company, you have to be responsible for every decision you make and bear the consequences. Lu Qiming's faint voice slowly sounded. Mr. Zhao has also been at Huamei for so many years, can't he even understand this? Yes. Zhao Ruidong smiled. What Mr. Lu said is that Mr. Lu is still too young and indolent. The bidding meeting hasn't even started yet first. His words didn't continue, but Lu Qiming had already heard what he wanted to express. I heard that he also let the people in the purchasing department purchase the celebration supplies in advance. The probability is that it's for the celebration meeting later. Zhao Ruidong picked up his cup, took a sip, and continued. Oh? Lu Qiming's gaze could not help but narrow slightly, seemingly thinking about something. Is too indolent some. He. Zhao Ruidong looked at his complexion and couldn't help but secretly sneer. His purpose had been achieved. I think Lu Qiming's heart has also planted a seed. Oops. In the company's corridor, a girl wearing a black waist slimming dress was suddenly bumped into and couldn't help but frown. Oops, Yifei. Sorry, I was in a bit of a hurry and didn't see you. Familiar voice rang in her ears. Lu Yifei raised her eyes to look, only then did she realize that the one who bumped into her was the company's assistant Li Xiaoting. It's Sister Xiaoting. It's fine. Lu Yifei smiled and waved her hand. By the way, Sister Xiaoting, I see that you send out the news of the group building in the general group. What's going on here? Li Xiaoting paused, then invited her to one side and said in a low voice, today, General Manager Lu brought a General Manager Lu, and it was General Manager Lu who asked me to post it. Mr. Lu? Or did General Manager Lu bring him? Lu Yifei's eyebrow slightly raised, somewhat puzzled. I don't remember the company having a top-level person surnamed Lu. It says it's the new shareholder of our company. Li Xiaoting smiled. Right, I still have to go and say something more to the people in the purchasing department, so I'll leave first. Oh, okay, bye. Lu Yifei smiled at her and waved her hand. As she turned around, she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What does Mr. Lu want? Thinking like this, Lu Yifei quickly walked to the door of Lu Ruinyu's office and knocked on the door. Enter. Inside came Lu Ruinyu's high and cold voice. Lu Yifei smiled, opened the door and gently closed it, then looked at Lu Ruinyu and softly said, Auntie, still busy? Chapter 51 Angry Lu Ruinyu. Oh, it's Yifei, why did you suddenly think of coming to find me? Lu Ruinyu put down the document in her hand and looked at Lu Yifei, revealing a faint smile. Lu Yifei was her own niece in her mother's family. She had just turned 23 this year. Now in her senior year at Jiangbei University, and in time for her internship, Lu Ruinyu let her come to her company for an internship. Mainly responsible for that piece of work. After all, the young girl is at the age of youthful beauty. Their looks are also extremely outstanding. Those anchors in the company are not as beautiful as her. Let her to live carry good skin care products is more than appropriate. It's nothing really, I just miss you aunt, came to see you, and consult some things in the meantime. Lu Yifei had her hands behind her back, and on her delicate pretty face was a sweet smile. I knew you wouldn't come to me for no reason. Lu Ruinyu laughed and shook her head, then gave her a look without any humor. He. Louis Fei guffawed and walked over to her desk, asking, "Auntie, I heard that the entire company is going to have a reunion at 3 o'clock in the afternoon?" What's up?" Lu Ruinyu glanced casually at Louis Fei while looking at the documents in her own hands. "You came just to ask about this?" "Yes." Louis Fei beamed her small mouth, her tone carrying some petulant hints. "Auntie, you also know that our live broadcasting department's performance has only improved recently after a long time." She walked behind Lu Ruinyu and pinched her shoulders for her, "And the live broadcast time is fixed every day. Why don't we not go?" Lu Ruinyu laughed and let her rub her shoulders. "Is this your decision alone, or the decision of the entire live broadcast department?" Louis Fei couldn't help but pause before saying, "I'm also doing it for the sake of our company. A few hours is going to be a lot less revenue. You don't need to worry about these things. Since we said that the whole department is building a group, then the whole department should be building a group, not even one can be missing." Lu Ruinyu shook her head. "It's just as well that you can take a break. You've been working hard on the live broadcasts these days, so go and have a good time and relax in the group building." "Oh, well." Louis Fei saw that she didn't listen to herself at all, so she could only nod obediently. "Then can I know why the company is having a reunion?" "It's nothing, everyone has worked hard during this period of time, just thinking to treat everyone." Lu Ruinyu patted Louis Fei's small hand, signaling that she didn't need to press it anymore. "This way they are more motivated, aren't they?" "Oh." Louis Fei nodded thoughtfully. "But I heard that this was all arranged by the new Lu general manager. He also arranged for the purchasing department to purchase celebration supplies." Lu Ruinyu couldn't help but knit her good-looking eyebrows, while looking a pair of beautiful eyes towards Louis Fei. "Where did you hear all this from?" "Everyone is passing it around." Louis Fei lightly bit her vermilion lips, "And everyone is still guessing if there is a better new product. That's why they are celebrating in advance." Boom. Lu Ruinyu instantly slapped the folder on the desk, her gaze fixed on Louis Fei, and asked, "Where in the world did you hear all this from?" "And me." Louis Fei saw that Lu Ruinyu seemed to be a little angry, so she knew that she had said something wrong, and quickly tried to find a remedy. But Lu Ruinyu didn't listen to the explanation at all. It just seized on where she heard these speculations from and never let go. "It's just that everyone is spreading it, or exactly it came from I don't know." Louis Fei immediately aggrieved and lowered her head, white and slender jade fingers fiddling back and forth on her skirt. Lu Ruinyu knew that he couldn't ask anything from her, so he didn't ask her further. Instead, she called out to her assistant and said that she wanted to hold a department-wide leadership meeting. Seeing that things seemed to have gotten a little too big, Louis Fei honestly kept her mouth shut. In fact, she wanted to tell Lu Ruinyu that a large part of everyone's speculation came from today's group building and the purchase of celebratory supplies. After all, if everything was fine and dandy, how could there suddenly be a large-scale reunion? And there was also the acquisition of celebration supplies. It was rumored that the purchasing department even wrote the reason for the application for the celebration on the submitted application. Although Louis Fei did not know how these rumors came out, but now most people in the company just know. At 11:30 at noon, Hua Mei urgently held a meeting with the leaders of all departments. At the meeting, Lu Ruinyu especially emphasized the need to put an end to rumor mongering and let the leaders of each department play a supervisory leading role. Just this matter is still far from over. This meeting was as if it had told those speculators that there was no silver in this place. Instead, it made them confirm their guesses even more. In the afternoon's regimentation, quite a few people were still saying this matter implicitly at the beginning, and then they directly and boldly discussed it later. There are even more. After drinking wine, Straight said that the company has 100% certainty that it can take this project in the next bidding meeting. Most people felt that this speculation was not unreasonable, because the several shareholders in the company were acting too confident. Especially Lu Ruinyu and that new general manager Lu. Although these two didn't say it explicitly, from Lu Ruinyu's tacit approval and this general manager Lu's high-profile actions, it should be a sure thing. Therefore, this night, everyone had a great time and was at peace. In their opinion, soon, the company would usher in a large amount of new orders, and at that time, the company's profits would also break through to new heights. Then this job of theirs would also be more secure. Su Lanzhao looked at her watch, less than half an hour from the start time of the party that Hua Mei had invited herself to. Her face was cool and she was wearing a red sleeveless gala dress with a tight waist, emphasizing her slim and tight waist. The neckline revealed her snow-white collarbone, and the upper part of her neckline was held up full. The lower part of the dress just covered her knees, revealing her slender white calves underneath, and her jade feet in high heels. At 34 and still single, she looked like she had a sense of nobility from the inside out. Every move she made seemed to reveal an elegant and intellectual charm as well. "Mr. Su, it's time to depart." The driver in formal attire came from the side and respectfully reminded. "Aha!" Su Wanzhou nodded. After getting on the car, she looked at the message sent from her cell phone, and her slender eyebrows could not help but slightly knit. Hua Mei had a department-wide reunion this afternoon, and also purchased a large number of celebratory supplies. This was what was mentioned in the message. Moreover, Huame International also has a new shareholder surnamed Lu. The matter of group building and purchasing celebratory supplies was initiated by this Mr. Lu. This made Su Wanzhou think of some of the news she received yesterday, which seemed to be related to this Mr. Lu as well. Interesting. Su Wanzhou put away her cell phone and revealed a faint smile. Shortly after, the car stopped at the entrance of Ruiting International Hotel, and at the same time, there was a Rolls-Royce. Chapter 52 Pegasus Beauty Boss Su Evening Zhou. The driver hurriedly got out of the car and went around to Su Evening Zhou's car door from the back, then respectfully opened the door. The white and slender long legs stretched out from the car and stepped on the red carpet in front of the hotel. Su Wanzhou was still like a white swan, her face was cool and indifferent, standing there, her tall figure showed her perfect curves. In the Rolls-Royce, Lu Ruingyu, who was wearing a long purple slim skirt, and Lu Xin, who was dressed in a suit, walked out of the car at the same time. This scene just happened to be watched by Su Lanzhao on the side. The gaze in her beautiful eyes could not help but be slightly stunned. Lu Ruingyu was the hand of Huame. To actually sit in the same car with a man who didn't look too old. She couldn't help but frown, starting to speculate about the relationship between the two. Not long after, more and more cars stopped near the hotel. Huame, Jinmei, and some of the bosses and executives of other enterprises in Jiangbei also got out of their cars. Mr. Lu. General Manager Su. Upon seeing Lu Ruingyu and Su Wanzhou, every one of them greeted each other gesturally, with extraordinarily bright smiles on their faces. Everyone, today's party is mainly to enhance everyone's communication, there are no rules, just feel free. Lu Ruingyu, as the organizer of this party, looked at the crowd present, the corner of her lips revealed an elegant smile. Then I'll take advantage of General Manager Lu tonight. Su Lanzhao stepped on her red high heels and walked slowly to Lu Ruinyu's body, her vermilion lips lightly opened while hooking up a faint smile. Where is Mr. Su's words? I remember 2 years ago, Mr. Su also organized a party, right? I wasn't able to attend that time, what a pity. Lu Ruingyu turned her gaze to Su Wanzhou in front of her, a smile-like arc on the corner of her lips. The two of them were facing each other with 4 eyes. Although no blades were visible, everyone could vaguely sense a smell of gunpowder emanating from the air. Seeing that the situation was not right, many people entered the hotel in droves, wanting to use this to avoid the fight between these two. After all, everyone knew that Huame and Jinmei had not been dealing with each other since long ago. Especially in the beauty bidding conference 2 years ago, Huame regrettably lost to Jinmei by a difference of a few votes below Jinmei. This had indirectly led to even more intense competition between the two companies. In less than 7 days, a new round of the Skin Beauty bidding conference would be held, and the competition between the two companies might be even more intense then. Lu Xin stood on the sidelines, his gaze sizing up Su Wanzhou's body for a moment. After all, it was the target of this mission, he always had to look at the looks of this target person, does it fit his aesthetic, right? Not bad. The corners of Lu Xin's lips rose slightly, and he couldn't help but nod his head, and the ability to see through opened up. Exquisite white cool face, willow leaf eyebrows, stern eyes, nose, warm lips, then the stars are much more beautiful. The temperament is even more extraordinarily high, cold and elegant. Remove the height of the high heels, the height should be about 1 meter 6'8". Slim and slender figure, a red party dress, her slender figure highlighted more perfect and attractive. Especially the ratio between her waist and hips, the curved arc that was outlined, made people unable to resist looking twice more. Although separated by a long skirt, one could still see the length of her legs from the waist and hip area, longer than the average person's life. Su Wanzhou was truly worthy of being a female bully of Jinmei. The texture and whiteness of her skin looked as if it was much better than a young girl in her 20s. According to the information that Lu Ruingyu provided to Lu Xin, this woman should be 34 years old now, a full 6 years younger than Lu Ruingyu. In itself, Jinmei is also a skincare product, whitening supplies originated, as the old boss, Su Wanzhou's skin naturally will not be poor to anywhere. Oh. Lu Xin was then satisfied and withdrew his gaze, and could not help but secretly sneer. Still the same sentence, you can suspect that the system is squeezing you, but you cannot doubt the aesthetics and vision of Brother Unicorn. Perhaps noticing the glances from the side, Su Wanzhou looked her cold gaze over and collided with Lu Xin's gaze. Lu Xin of course would not goad her, and just locked eyes with her, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his lips at the same time. General Manager Lu, who is this? Seeing the other party looking so impolitely straight at herself, Su Wanzhou couldn't help but frown and look at Lu Ruingyu with some displeasure. I forgot to introduce, this is our new shareholder of Huame, Mr. Lu Xin Lu. Lu Ruingyu saw Su Wanzhou's displeased expression, her heart was instead extraordinarily smooth and comfortable, her face then revealed a smile. Oh? When Su Wanzhou heard Lu Xin's name, her eyes couldn't help but flash through a flash of surprise, fleetingly. Lu Xin? He was that new second largest shareholder of Huame International? Actually so young? Su Wanzhou couldn't help but knit her slender eyebrows. Although she knew yesterday that such a figure existed, she didn't expect that the other party would actually be this young. It looked like, at most, he was in his 20s, right? At this age, most people were still in college. Yet he had directly become the second largest shareholder of Huame International. It seems like that thing should be true. After all, Lu Ruinyu wasn't stupid. How could it be possible to let a young man share away so many shares for no reason? It took less than half a minute for Su Wanzhou to change her mind from being displeased with Lucian. When she looked at Lucian again, there was a hint of friendliness in her gaze. "Hello Mr. Lu, I'm Su Evening Zhou from Jinmei Biotechnology." The thing that made Lu Ruinyu furrow her brows still happened. Su Evening Zhou smiled and directly extended her slender white jade hand towards Lucian. He. The corners of Lucian's lips rose slightly as he slowly shook his head, a sheen of disdain flashing in his eyes. It seemed that he did not place Su Wanzhou and Jinmei in his eyes. This caused Lu Ruinyu to let out a sharp sigh of relief. "Sorry Mr. Su, I was in too much of a hurry to go out and didn't wash my hands, sorry." Lucian's flat voice slowly sounded between the three. Su Wanzhou's face instantly stiffened, and her outstretched arm froze in mid-air, but then, she slowed down and smiled once again. "In that case, then Mr. Lu will remember to wash his hands next time." Her voice didn't sound big, but it was filled with a faint coldness. "Ha!" Lucian laughed coldly, ignoring her. Turning around and striding his long legs, he directly walked towards the venue of the hotel party. Lu Ruinyu revealed a warm smile towards Su Wanzhou and made an invitation gesture, smiling, "Mr. Su, please." Aha! Su Evening Zhou was able to become Jinmei's boss, and was also someone who had experienced great storms, and then nodded her head and returned a smile. Lucian's attitude, although it had affected her mood, it was not enough to make her lose her temper on such an occasion. After all, there were still quite a few people's gazes around, all on her and Lu Ruinyu. Moreover, this Lucian didn't seem to put Jinmei in his eyes. Was it because he felt emboldened? Su Lanzhao slowly turned around and directed her gaze towards the young figure that was walking further and further away. The corner of his lips could not help but lift up a cold arc. In that case, the existence that emboldened him was the thing that made him the second largest shareholder of Huame. Chapter 53. Just let the bullet fly a little longer. The banquet hall of the evening party was large, the lighting was a bit on the cozy side, and there were a total of over 100 people in the forest. Most of them were the bosses of various companies and their top management. Before Lu Ruinyu and Su Lanzhao came in, many people were speculating about the purpose of Huame organizing this party. After all, in their impression, Lu Ruinyu had always been a person who liked to be quiet and would rarely participate in events such as parties. It was impossible for her to organize a party for no reason, and she even invited Jinmei's old boss, Su Wanzhou, over as well. This must be hiding some sort of unknown secret. "Gentlemen, have you heard?" In the banquet hall of the party, some people were gathered together with wine glasses in their hands, clinking their glasses while discussing in low voices. "It's said that all the employees of Huame's entire department went for a reunion today. This is not a small thing, ah." "Well, I heard about it. The commotion is not small. It is estimated that Huame has made considerable progress in the development of new products." In the crowd, a man who looked rather imposing nodded. Otherwise, with Lu Ruinyu's nature, he wouldn't have done this. "Mr. Sun, this is something you don't know." Another man laughed. "This Huame sector-wide reunion is not General Manager Lu's intention. There is someone else behind it." "Oh?" The man called Mr. Sun immediately became interested and asked, "Mr. Zhang has always been well informed. I wonder who is behind this." He. Mr. Zhang glanced around, seeing that Lu Ruinyu and the others had not yet come in. He came closer and said, "It is said to be a new shareholder of Huame." "A new shareholder?" Hearing his words, not only Mr. Sun, the other few people on the side also froze and couldn't help but glance at each other. "When did Huame have a new shareholder?" Another person asked curiously. "I'm not sure about the specifics. These news are still coming out from within Huame. It's not really a secret anymore." Mr. Zhang smiled and spread his hands, saying, "But this person will definitely come to tonight's party. You all can pay more attention to it. Lu Qiming, Sun Qingqing, Zhao Ruidong. They are all there. Who else could there be?" Mr. Sun looked towards the distance. There, apart from Lu Ruinyu, the first hand, who was not there, the several shareholders of Huame were basically all there. At this time, Lucian walked in from outside the main door of the banquet hall. Many people looked over. Because he was too conspicuous when he stood with Lu Ruinyu earlier, everyone thought that he was a junior in Lu Ruinyu's family. But now that they thought about it, it seemed unlikely. "Mr. Lu." Several shareholders of Huame walked over with smiling faces after seeing Lucian come in and greeted him. A few pleasantries were exchanged by the way. After all, he was now the shareholder who held the most equity in Huame besides Lu Ruinyu. And that time concentration serum also came from him. Whether or not he would win the bidding for the skin beauty tender a few days later would all depend on his performance. "Look, those old guys from Huame have all gone over, as if they are greeting that young man." Mr. Sun couldn't help but frown. A bold speculation suddenly came out from the bottom of his heart. "Isn't that the young man who came down from the car with Mr. Lu earlier?" Someone laughed. "Nope." Mr. Sun shook his head. "I don't think this young man's identity is that simple. Perhaps it's a junior member of General Manager Lu's family." General Manager Zhang followed with a smile. Although he had made some guesses before, the age of the other party was just too young. It was never possible. How could the new shareholder of Huame be a young man who looked so young? There are times when Mr. Zhang looks away now. Mr. Sun laughed and shook his head. If this young man was that simple, the several shareholders of Huame wouldn't have come together. Mr. Zhang was stunned, and only then did he refocus his gaze on Lucian, who was not far away, and his eyes became serious. It seems really possible. Lu Ruinyu and Su Wanzhou then walked into the party hall together. The two of them were the most shining and noticeable existence tonight, both in terms of looks and status. At the same time, they were also the two existences that the crowd put together to make comparisons. Especially for the speculation about the beauty bidding conference a few days later. Vaguely, many people seemed to be smelling a hint of unusual meaning in this party. Huame's entire department's reunion, Lu Ruinyu, who usually didn't care much about socializing, suddenly held a grand party. So it seems that it is completely celebrating something. And the beauty bidding meeting was held a few days later. If it was related to the bidding meeting, then it was a little too arrogant. After all, Jinmei was the leading company in the skin beauty industry. Even Su Evening Joe didn't dare to say that he could win this bidding 100%, let alone Huame, who had lost once. But other than that, they really couldn't imagine what had happened to Huame that the whole company was actually making such a celebration. The party also invited professional actors to perform programs. As soon as the crowd took a look, they knew that Lu Ruinyu had spent a large sum of money on this. The more Su Lanzhao watched, the more she became silent. Throughout the entire evening party, her eyes were always hovering over both Lu Ruinyu and Lu Shun. In her opinion, Lu Shun was a person with a rather flamboyant personality that lacked stability and insight, which was in line with his current age. But Lu Ruinyu seemed to value this person. That could only mean that this young man called Lu Shun could bring great benefits to Huame. Therefore, Lu Ruinyu could even tolerate the other party's personality that was completely opposite to hers. Thinking like this, Su Wanzhou took a light breath and looked at the other shareholders of Huame again. Zhao Ruidong just happened to meet her at eye level. The two nodded slightly and gave each other a faint smile towards each other. Lu Qiming noticed the two men's movements, his eyes flickered slightly and his eyes gradually narrowed slightly afterward. Lu Xun glanced this way, and the corner of his lips slowly lifted a faint arc. In this game, there was not a single person's heartbeat that could escape his perception, and he was completely looking at all of them as if he was looking at a clear card. Including the red-skirted figure not far away. Lu Ruinyu, I hope that tonight's banquet will not become the laughingstock of your Huame in the future. Su Lanzhao's eyes flashed with a cold and ruthless color. Afterward, she took the wine cup in her hand, raised her snow-white jade neck, and drank it all in one go. The stage show in the banquet hall was still continuing. The show performed seemed to be called Inviting the King into the Jar. Maybe it. For Su Wanzhou, none of it mattered. What was important was that she had come out of this party tonight. No. To be precise, it was from the faces of those people from Huame that she sniffed out some unknown information. This gave her some ideas. As the party was coming to an end, Lu Xin and Lu Ruinyu bid farewell to the crowd and returned to their Rolls-Royce. As they slowly passed by the front door of the hotel, Lu Xin's lips followed with a faint smile. Jinmei, Su Wanzhou, tender. Just let the bullets fly a little longer. Chapter 54 Private Meeting. Before the party ended, Su Lanzhao got in her car and left the hotel. After all, without the presence of Lu Ruinyu as an opponent, there was no point for her to stay here anymore. Moreover, tonight, she still had to make an appointment to meet someone in the river watchtower by the river. Gentlemen, really can't drink anymore, Mr. Zhao still has some things to take care of at home, we'll gather again another day. Zhao Ruidong was being persuaded to drink while finding excuses to shrug it off. Shortly after, he looked like he was drunk and bid farewell towards the other few shareholders of Huame. The moment he waited to walk out of the party hall, his eyes directly returned to a sober state. After all, he was a veteran who had been in the business circle for decades. This amount of alcohol was still there. Otherwise, after so many years, he would have long ago not known how many times he had been pitched by others in the business world. Master, Wang Jianlu. After Zhao Ruidong walked out of the hotel, he did not get into his own car, but instead stopped a cab outside. After roughly half an hour's time, he stood outside the door of the Wangjiang building. Knock knock. Zhao Ruidong knocked on the door of a private room in the Wangjiang building. Please come in. Not long after, a cool voice came from inside. Zhao Ruidong pushed the door open and glanced around the room at the same time before finally settling on the figure behind the tea table. Mr. Su is so elegant. Zhao Ruidong looked at Su Lanzhao, who was sipping tea, and couldn't help but smile. I don't know what Mr. Su asked Mr. Zhao to meet here for. Please sit down, Mr. Zhao. Su Wanzhou put down the cup in her hand, raised her eyes to look at Zhao Ruidong, a smile on the corner of her lips, and smoothly made a gesture of invitation. Zhao Ruidong was not polite and sat directly across from her. By the looks of it, it clearly wasn't the first time he had met with Su Wanzhou alone like this. I'm a person who doesn't like to beat around the bush, it's still the same sentence. Su Wanzhou raised her eyes to Zhao Ruidong, smoothly handing the cup with tea to him, revealing a faint smile. If Mr. Zhao is willing to leave Huamei to Jinmei, Jinmei can give Mr. Zhao even more favorable conditions than Huamei. Saying that, she dipped her slender jade finger into the water in the teacup before writing 2 numbers on the tabletop. 12. Seeing those 2 numbers on the desktop, Zhao Ruidong's gaze couldn't help but gradually narrow slightly. Of course he knew exactly what the 12 the other party had written down meant. That was the equity that Jinmei was willing to share with him. Previously, Su Lanzhao had also mentioned for him to leave Huamei and join Jinmei, but at that time, he was only given 8% of the shares. It is important to know that Jinmei, as the leading company in the skin care industry, has a much higher annual revenue than Huamei. Jinmei's 8% is definitely not comparable to Huamei's 10%. I didn't expect the other side actually added to 12%. Looks like this Su evening boat hit the idea, absolutely not just let yourself leave the Huamei to join the Jinmei. Rather, there is a deeper idea. Ha! Zhao Ruidong contemplated for a moment, a smile appeared on his face as he picked up his cup and took a light sip. Although Mr. Zhao thinks that he has some connections and abilities in the business circle, it doesn't seem to be enough to treat Mr. Su like this, right? He turned his gaze towards Su Wanzhou, trying to detect some clues from the other party's every move. Unfortunately, although Su Wanzhou was younger than himself, his experience in the business world, and that heart, was incomparably old. Zhao Ruidong simply had no way to detect anything from the other party's micro-expressions. Su Lanzhao smiled lightly and returned, Mr. Zhao is modest, Mr. Zhao's abilities were all there for all to see before he went to Huamei. He. Zhao Ruidong couldn't help but smile as he suddenly thought of the past because of her words. At that time, he hadn't joined Huamei yet, but with his connections and abilities, he had already earned quite a few tickets. If it wasn't for Lu Ruinyu, he wouldn't have stayed at Huamei at all. After all, he was 49 years old. Zhao Ruidong had saved up enough money to spend for several lifetimes, and he didn't want to run around and scramble everywhere anymore. However, Lu Ruinyu was like a proud white swan, making it difficult to approach. The other party's eyes, it seems, only work, other than that, will never look at anyone more than a glance. This also led to his feelings, which had been delayed until now. So I hope that Mr. Zhao will think about it. Junmei's door is open for you at any time. Su Wanzhou slowly stood up, a red dress was particularly conspicuous, highlighting her slender and alluring figure perfectly. Zhao Ruidong held the teacup in his own hand, closed his eyes, and couldn't help but frown. This was an opportunity. A chance that would allow him to show his abilities once again. But then, things between him and Lu Ruinyu would no longer be possible. Mr. Zhao can take his time to think about it, and when you've figured it out, we'll find a place to have a nice cup of tea. The corner of Su Lanzhao's lips lifted up a cold smile, not even looking at Zhao Ruidong behind her, then directly opened the door of the private room and walked out. Thunk. Only after the door of the private room closed did Zhao Ruidong slowly exhale a breath out and looked his complicated gaze out the window. After Lu Ruinyu told the driver to go home on his own, he went to the new villa with Lucian. The decoration style of this villa was obviously a bit more youthful, and it had all the facilities. During the daytime, Lu Ruinyu had people clean up the place a bit so she could come and stay directly at night. Moreover, compared to the previous villa, the area of the garden here is obviously a bit larger. As soon as the two of them came in, Lucian carried Lu Ruinyu directly to the garden. Behind it was a wide swimming pool. Lucian smiled and directly threw Lu Ruinyu, who was wearing a long purple dress, in. Ah! The moment Lu Ruinyu entered the water, she couldn't help but yell out. After coming into contact with the water, the skirt on her body was completely soaked by the water, clinging tightly to every inch of her skin, causing one's blood to spurt. She hurriedly revealed her exquisite pretty face from the water, with a touch of feigned anger between her brows. On her snow-white jade neck, drops of water slowly slid downward into a deep and long gully. The hem of the skirt was tightly attached to the lower long slender white legs, a pair of delicate jade feet, gently paddling back and forth in the water. The corners of Lucian's lips rose slightly, throwing off his top, he jumped straight into the middle of the pool, splashing the water, wetting Lu Ruinyu's pretty face. Nasty! Lu Ruinyu glanced at Lucian without any good humor. Lucian laughed, swam over, hugged her body, and printed his lips fiercely on her warm little mouth. More than half an hour later, Lucian hugged Lu Ruinyu like a lotus flower into the bedroom. Lu Ruinyu curled up in Lucian's arms like an obedient kitten, a happy smile on her face. She had always felt that it would be a delightful thing if she could live her life so peacefully in the future. However, Huamei was founded by her, it was impossible for her to leave Huamei behind and then enjoy herself alone. It was even more impossible to put all the burden on Lucian alone. She trusted Lucian and the other party's decision-making, but she still hoped that Lucian would be less thoughtful and more relaxed. Anyone who likes cosplay characters, send it, follow-up episode out, and actresses, favorite type of clothes, personality, or nice name, collectively send it, follow-up out. Chapter 55, Come All the Way, Can't Come in Vain. Lucian listened to Lu Ruinyu's heartfelt voice and couldn't help but reach out his hand and rub it on her head. Ayu. He called out softly. Lu Ruinyu, who was lying in his arms, slowly raised her eyes, blinked, and asked, "Baby, what's wrong?" "Nothing." The corners of Lucian's lips hooked up into a smile, then he wrapped his arms around Lu Ruinyu's waist and lifted her onto the bed with one hand. "Ah." Host successfully exchanged one of the charming black stockings, deducting 20,000 coins. The user's charm value increases by 10%, and the tolerance and endurance values increase by 15% respectively. The host successfully redeemed a bottle of energy restoring potion, deducting 2,000 coins. "Ah." "Slower." "No, faster." "Well. That's it." The way Lu Ruinyu was wearing the wrap skirt, she looked a few points more mature, and her unique womanly flavor was revealed. Thin black silk, tightly wrapped in the slender large white legs, a pair of small feet looked particularly attractive. The delicate curves between her waist and hips were outlined, and her mesmerized eyes carried a slight smile, curving into the shape of a crescent moon, revealing infinite flavor. She opened her charmingly beautiful eyes and stared tightly at Lucian's gaze, which then transformed into a touch of tenderness that melted into the air. Splat! Lucian didn't hold back and slapped her on her arched buttocks, laughing, You're such a tantalizing little baby." "Hoof." Lu Ruinyu lightly hummed and softly said, "You are the one who is a tantalizing little baby, you tantalizing little goblin. Then the little goblin can come to catch the little baby." The corner of Lucian's lips revealed an evil smile. "Oops." Lu Ruinyu's eyes moved slightly, and she instantly wanted to climb up and escape. "Hey! Where to run?" Lucian directly grabbed her slender calf and pulled her over with a hand, "Being caught, but you have to be punished, oh." "Aya, don't." Lu Ruinyu feigned a look of fear, but the corners of her lips revealed a shallow bad smile, her two hands formed a claw shape and pounced. "I'm a big tiger." "Ouch." "Big tiger?" Jia. "Then I'm Lu Song." The corner of Lucian's lips rose slightly, and he recoiled at once. "It's said that you can't touch a tiger's, but today I not only want to touch it, but I also want to." Lu Ruinyu hastily dodged towards the side, and on her face was a bad smile after the thrill. Can't catch. CH. I won't give in to you this time." Come on. "Ah." Lu Ruinyu's feet slipped and nearly fell. Lucian hurriedly took a step forward and swept her up in his arms. The two of them just quietly stared at each other. Not long after, Lucian lowered his head and printed his lips on her snow-white forehead, and then on her warm vermilion lips. Tonight is destined to be a deep and tender night. The next morning, Lucian was supposed to take Lu Ruinyu to the company as usual. Sanghihan, however, took the initiative to contact him. Although she didn't say what she wanted, by the looks of it, she should want Lucian to accompany her. Since the other party had taken the initiative to ask, Lucian naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, Sanghihan's mature imperial figure and looks, he has not yet experienced enough. As for the company's matters, the hooks that should have been buried in the past 2 days were also basically buried, and the next step was to control some small details, which was not a big problem. Boo! Lu Ruinyu patted her toes and left a tender kiss on Lucian's lips. "Baby, then I'll go to the company first." Her eyes looking at Lucian were filled with strong tenderness and love. "I'll send you there." Lucian stretched out his hand and stroked Lu Ruinyu's face, revealing a faint smile. Lu Ruinyu nodded happily. 20 minutes later, the two of them said goodbye downstairs at the Huame group, and Lucian turned to drive towards the neighborhood where Sanghihan lived. On the way, Zhang Sijia also called, saying that she wanted Lucian to accompany her to find a house to live in. Lucian had to park the car on the side and directly perform location transient to bring Zhang Sijia out from the girls' dormitory. Then, he used the same method to bring Sanghihan to the place where he parked his car. Lucian was then relieved. Luckily, the system had given him quite a few useful skills, or else the more women he had in the future, the more he would struggle to cope with them. Not to mention the matter of being tired or not, just talking about this kind of running around job was enough of a waste of time. To be honest, after not seeing her for more than a day, Lucian really missed the feeling of being with these two girls. Today's Zhang Sijia was dressed in a pure desire style, with a beret on her head, wearing a short skirt and lace calf socks. Her face was still wearing light makeup, and at the corner of her lips was a light smile. Her body was standing tall, exuding a youthful flavor, showing off her pure and sweet college student temperament to the fullest. Sanghihan's dress was even more daring. Obviously only 22 years old, but always dressed up as a mature imperial lady, seductive. She had a white halter wrap dress all over her body. A large portion of snow white was revealed at her collarbone. On the periphery of the skirt, there was a thin layer of transparent lace sarong that extended all the way from the upper circumference to the position of the calves. That kind of hazy vague feeling, on the contrary, more able to arouse the primitive impulses of the human heart, people blood spurting. Lucian adhered to the concept of coming all the way here, can't come in vain, directly in the arbitrary space. The two people were educated in all aspects. People were going to find you to go look at the house together. You're good, you came up and didn't let them go. 2.5 hours later, Zhang Sijia somewhat exasperatedly blanked Lucian, but there was a flash of satisfaction in her beautiful eyes. Cough. Actually, I also have something to tell you. Song Yihan tidied up the loose strands of hair on her forehead and turned a pair of calm gazes towards Lucian. Oh? Lucian looked at Song Yihan and smiled faintly. What is it? Tell me. Didn't you let me black out and delete all those people last time? Song Yihan lowered her head, her beautiful eyes slightly drooped, somewhat embarrassedly opened her shell teeth, and her slender jade fingers fiddled with her skirt. What? They came to harass you again? Lucian's gaze gradually narrowed slightly, revealing an ice-cold intent. It's not that. Song Yihan gritted her teeth and slowly said, there's one called Lu Shuai, before I promised to pretend to be his girlfriend to meet the parents. But now there is not you. She paused and turned her gaze to Lucian, so I rejected him, but he didn't believe I had a boyfriend. You mean, let me reject him face to face with you piece by piece? Lucian wrapped Song Yihan in his arms, teasing the tip of her nose with his fingers, still with the same breezy demeanor. In fact, as early as the beginning, he read Song Yihan's heart, just want to hear the other side personally say it. Because only a woman who was honest was qualified to become his favored maid. Song Yihan gently nodded her head, and did not resist Lucian's dishonest behavior, letting him toy with her. She was now resigned to her fate. And it was undeniable that Lucian was indeed a very powerful man, something that she already had a deep understanding of. Chapter 56, stealthily entering the female bully's villa. At 11 o'clock at noon, Lucian followed Song Yihan and met with the schoolmate called Lu Shuai. When the other party saw the two walk down from a Rolls-Royce, the only half-point of fantasy left followed completely broken. After all, the man driving a Rolls-Royce he really can't compare to. In the afternoon, Lucian took Zhang Sijia to look at the house, and finally determined the place, not far from the school, the price of renting a room is also quite acceptable. The main thing is that the decoration is very cozy and the soundproofing is done quite well. Lucian did not hold back directly in this rental house to do two people. Waiting for the evening, the three people together in the nearby commercial street to stroll, bought milk tea, and ate barbecue on the side of the road. However, following two stunningly beautiful women around them did not fail to attract the attention of some mental little yellow hairs. Uncle, sit to the side. Not long after, a few spiritual little guys with dyed yellow hair and tire tracks all over their arms came over and told Lucian to sit to the side. Who? Me? Lucian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and pointed to himself. Not. So you guys are tire tracks tattooed on your eyes, blind, right? Lousy is an uncle? Yes, that's you, sit on the side. The other yellow hair looked at Zhang Sijia and Song Yihan eyes straight light, and then when he looked at Lucian, his eyebrows wrinkled, revealing a vicious look. Husband. Zhang Sijia frowned slightly and leaned towards Lucian with some fear. Song Yihan gritted her teeth and directly stood up, warning, if you guys keep this up, I'll call the police. Yo! Miss is still quite hot. Ah! The yellow hair at the beginning only just revealed a frivolous smile, his face violently changed, directly and loudly screamed miserably. Brother, brother. Pain, 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 pain. The young man was clamped on his wrist, his face was in pain and cold sweat, and then looked, the other party was exactly the person who he had just shouted uncle. Pain? I didn't feel it. The corner of Lucian's lips slightly raised a cold arc, and his eyes swept over the other spiritual boys who wanted to come forward to help. Hiss. As soon as the crowd saw this panoply of ruthlessness in his eyes, they stopped in their tracks and couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Good guy, this look is like he has really killed someone. Several people immediately realized that they had kicked a steel plate. Ouch. The spiritual guy who was taken and pinched has already cried out in pain. Brother, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong, let me off the hook, oh. Scram! Lucian casually flung his hand and let go of his wrist. Seeing a few people trying to escape, he sneered again and faintly said, come back. The yellow hairs couldn't help but have a lurch in their footsteps, and they all obediently walked back again. Settle the bill for me, and this will be over. Lucian faintly sneered. Several small yellow hairs stood in place. You look at me, I look at you, very reluctantly took out their cell phones and began to put together the barbecue money. But after leaving the barbecue stand, Song Yihan still couldn't hold back her laughter. These people actually can't even put together a barbecue money. Normal. Lucian laughed and shook his head. Once upon a time, he himself almost became one of the mental guys, but luckily, he was admitted to university. Therefore, he knew best what the pain points of these types of people were. Cleaner pockets than faces. But this group of people also have an enviable place, even if there is not much money, can be a phone call to call a group of girls. It is still an unsolved mystery. Song Yihan opened her small mouth in some surprise when she heard this. Zhang Sijia, however, could not help but laugh. Haven't seen it, right? You, a rich girl, grew up not worrying about food and drink, not worrying about money, all you come into contact with is the upper class. Naturally you haven't seen this kind of thing. Changes. Seeing that Zhang Sijia seemed to be laughing at her lack of knowledge, Song Yihan twisted her pretty face to the side and snorted coldly. Zhang Sijia, on the other hand, blankly glanced at her. Although the two had been honest with each other more than once, sometimes they would still go toe-to-toe in order to compete for more favor. After all, there was only one Lu Shen. No matter who of the two spent more time and energy on him, the other would be dissatisfied. For this kind of thing, Lu Shen's approach was to just let it go. Because as long as the idea of competition existed between the two, then they would find ways to curry favor. The spearhead would also be directed at the other person, not themselves. Why not be happy about it? At 8 in the evening, Lu Shen sent the two back to their respective homes. Zhang Sijia pulled at him for half a day, and finally, after softly persuading her, Lu Shen rewarded her for another half an hour before leaving in style. The driver opened the rear door and Su Lanzhao took a long straight leg and walked down from the car. Recently, because she had to attend the beauty bidding conference, she had been living in a luxurious villa she bought in Jiangbei. Due to the fact that there were more things to consider during the day, coupled with another busy day at work, her body felt a little tired. After letting the driver go back, Su Lanzhao then held her temples, walked a pair of straight and slender long legs, and walked inside the villa. Today, she was wearing a light professional formal dress. Her scented hair was coiled behind her head, revealing a delicate and pretty face with perfect lines. Her eyebrows were slightly spread out, and her beautiful eyes had an extra hint of lazy and tired luster. On her upper body was a white French fluttering shirt. The button at the neckline was unbuttoned by her for heat dissipation, revealing a deep gully. Between the waist and hips was a black professional wrap-around skirt that wrapped the parts of the waist and hips and legs tightly, outlining a touch of perfect curve arc. On the white straight long legs was a light-colored transparent meat silk, tightly pasted on the legs, with a kind of natural beauty. This mature flavor that was different from Lu Ruinyu's made Lu Shen, who was standing in the darkness, couldn't help but secretly gulp. After Su Lanzhao entered the door, the first thing she did was to throw off the pair of white high heels on her feet and then changed into a pair of cute slippers. The moment she closed the door, she seemed to be feeling a gust of wind passing by her side, and couldn't help but knit her slender eyebrows. But there didn't seem to be any wind outside either. Su Lanzhao smiled at her own caution, then after stretching her back, she walked in the direction of the second-floor bathroom. Clatter! Not long after, the sound of the bathroom draining water followed. Su Lanzhao took advantage of the gap in the water release and went to the bedroom to find a piece of ice silk pajamas and turned on the air conditioner, adjusting it to the right temperature. The TV was also turned on. Because the sound of the news will make her feel a little safe. After all, it was a person living alone in such a large villa, and it was not often come to stay, more or less still a little uncomfortable. Soon, the water in the bathtub reached a level where she could go in for a soak. Su Lanzhao turned off the faucet and checked once again whether the bathroom door was locked before he peacefully took off his clothes and entered the bathtub. The temperature of the bathroom was slowly rising with the water temperature. Water vapor floated in midair, creating a foggy scene. There were still 10 minutes left until the end of stealth. The corner of Lu Shen's lips lifted up a slightly cold arc, and the moment Su Lanzhao stepped out of the bathtub, a hand clamped down on her from behind. Ah! Su Wanzhou was instantly startled and her face turned pale. She felt as if she was being clamped by something on her arm, but in the mirror in front of her, she couldn't see anything at all. Fear instantly took over her brain. Chapter 57: Stealing Food in the Office. Read file successfully. Lu Shen stood not far from the villa and watched Su Wanzhou get down from the car and walk towards the inside of the villa, the corner of his lips lifting a slight arc. Afterwards, his figure followed and disappeared in the darkness. For Su Wanzhou, Lu Shen did not do anything except for the addiction of eyes and hands, because he was worried that this would directly lead to the failure of the mission. Of course. There was a price to pay for the eye and hand addiction. For example, right now he was suffocating all over his body. There was an urgent need to let it out. Lu Ruinyu had been waiting in the two's new villa for quite some time. When she was leaning on the sofa thinking about when Lu Shen would come back, a familiar figure appeared in front of her eyes. "Baby, you're back." When Lu Ruinyu saw Lu Shen's suddenly appearing figure, a touch of joy immediately appeared on her beautiful pretty face. She stood up in a hurry, the hem of her pajamas fluttering as she ran, and her soft and delicate body rushed into the middle of Lu Shen's embrace at once. "Do you?" Lu Shen pressed his face against her head and hugged her tightly, sniffing the ethereal fragrance coming from between her hair. "Baby." Lu Ruinyu buried her small face deeply in Lu Shen's robust chest, feeling the temperature coming from the other party from a close distance. Her slender jade fingers gently slid on Lu Shen's back. Lu Shen lightly bit Lu Ruinyu's earlobe, then picked her up in his arms and walked directly in the direction of the bathroom. Shortly after, a violent sound came from the bathroom. This night, Lu Ruinyu slept very, very soundly, and she dreamed that she was pregnant with Lu Shen's little baby. Her face involuntarily showed a happy smile. After waking up, she realized that it turned out to be just a dream she had, but it still gave her heart something to think about. In the next few days, Lu Shen would make a trip to Su Wanzhou's villa every night to read her heart and at the same time explore her inner secrets. The rumors about the new product on Huamei's side also intensified. 2 days before the start of the bidding session, Lu Shen, together with Lu Ruinyu, went to the company's laboratory. He especially instructed the people to keep the secret formula of the new product. And on the day before the start of the beauty bidding session, Lu Yifei finally met Mr. Lu, who had been the subject of recent company rumors, in Lu Ruinyu's office. Looking at this boy who was similar in age to herself and whose looks were exceptionally outstanding, she couldn't help but frown. Lu Yifei was not a girl who only valued appearances. What she paid more attention to was a person's personality, character, ability, and connotation. But judging from the recent rumors in the company, it was clear that this Mr. Lu had completely shunned his good looks. The rumors, or secrets that Auntie had tried so hard to suppress, had basically been invisibly revealed by the other party. Although they were all small and seemingly insignificant matters, as long as one thought deeply with their heart, they would always be able to guess something. This also led to the recent employees of Huame. All of them were full of confidence, waiting for another round of celebration after the bidding meeting. It was also in this atmosphere that Lu Yifei vaguely felt a hint of uneasiness. Or rather, if Huame's opponents knew about these things, wouldn't they make a move? It was said that the mall was like a battlefield. In the business circle, it was common to go to any lengths to achieve one's goals. Therefore, until the last moment, the result in the end, everything is still hard to say. This Mr. Lu, because of his own shallowness, but the bottom card of Huame, pushed to the bottom of the eyes of many rivals. I really do not know whether it is good or bad. Lucien heard everything that was going on in Lu Yifei's mind, which made him look at the other party a little more. After all, there were really not many girls who could think about the problem so clearly and were also the same age as himself. I'm sure that when the bidding meeting was over, the other party would also be sure to take all the problems and attribute them to himself in the first place. Perhaps the entire company would be like her. But at that time, it was the beginning of the bullet hitting squarely on the brow. Lu always has his own ideas, and what he's doing is also for the sake of the company. Yifei, you should stop talking. Lu Ruinyu glanced at Lu Yifei, who was making suggestions with her, and there was a touch of calmness in her gaze. Lucien sat on the sofa and crossed his legs, a faint smile on his face. This made the rejected Lu Yifei clench her teeth even more helplessly. She didn't know what kind of ecstasy this Mr. Lu had given to her aunt, actually making her so inclined towards him. But she knew that if her aunt continued to let him mess around so unseasonably, it was estimated that soon, Huame would be caught by its opponents who would take advantage of the loophole. And, still undeterred, Lu Yifei turned her gaze to Lu Ruinyu. Yifei, don't you even listen to my words? Lu Ruinyu couldn't help but frown, a hint of sternness added to her tone. All right. Lu Yifei had no choice but to helplessly lower her head, then after glancing at Lu Xin, she bid farewell to Lu Ruinyu and left the office. Lu Xin smiled, looks like my acting skills are not bad. That's... Lu Ruinyu stood up and strolled behind Lu Xin, rubbing his shoulders, my baby acts like anything. Oh? Lu Xin couldn't help but slightly raise the corner of his eyebrows, reaching out to directly hold the slender jade hand on his shoulder, and his gaze also looked at Lu Ruinyu behind him. What about playing the bad guy? He smiled faintly, and with a slight force, he directly pulled Lu Ruinyu over from behind the sofa, holding her in his arms. Ah! Lu Ruinyu softly chirped, hastily glancing at the location of the office room door, and her face couldn't help but blush along with it. After all, it was in the office. In case any person who came in without knocking saw it, wouldn't it be embarrassing as hell? Stinky baby. Is also too bold. There are even bolder ones out there. Lucian's lips rose slightly, lifting a bad arc, hooking Lu Ruinyu's snow-white chin and directly printing his lips on it. Well. Lu Ruinyu's pair of beautiful eyes widened. Lucian pried open her shell teeth and claimed inside for a while before releasing her. Hoo-ha! The moment Lu Ruinyu was released, she suddenly gasped for air, then hurriedly stood up from his arms with a red face. Nasty! She glanced at Lucian without any good humor, but after seeing no one knocking on the door, she took the initiative to kiss Lucian again. Let's go home. Lucian couldn't help but be stunned, then revealed a bad smile. No need. He casually waved his hand, and the environment around the two of them suddenly changed skyward. The office instantly turned into a prairie. However, with a casual movement of Lucian's mind, the vast prairie changed back to the appearance of Lu Ruinyu's office. Even the ornaments were exactly the same. Well, do you want to hear? Lucian wrapped an arm around Lu Ruinyu in front of him, his fingers gently sliding over her shoulders and pretty face. Lu Ruinyu nodded shyly. Looking at this scene that was exactly the same as her own office, it was as if a huge fire had ignited in her heart, both excited and nervous. There was also an urgent need to put out the fire. Afterwards, Lu Ruinyu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of her office, holding both hands on the transparent glass. Lucian stood behind her and smiled. Lu Ruinyu couldn't help but slightly knit her brows, and then she stretched them out. Chapter 58. Su Wanzhou oversensitive. Su Lanzhao always felt that there was something wrong in the villa recently, but specifically, she couldn't say. It was as if there was a pair of eyes that were secretly staring at her every move, making her feel uncomfortable. Moreover, every time she went to the bathroom to take a bath, this feeling of uneasiness would be infinitely amplified. Sometimes Su Lanzhao would also be in the living room and bedroom and hear some subtle movements, like the sound of a person walking. But she had always been a materialist. Didn't believe in ghosts and monsters in the world or anything like that at all. Therefore, it was also attributed to these uneasiness, which was caused by her body's excessive fatigue as a result of thinking too much lately. She took a light breath, letting her body relax, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips, so that she would no longer think too much about these things. After all, tomorrow was the start time of the bidding session, and she wanted to make herself appear in the best condition. At the very least, she had to completely overpower Lu Ruinyu in terms of her complexion, makeup, dress, and temperament. Last time, Huamei lost to Jinmei. This time, there will be no exception. Su Lanzhao only wore a black lace-trimmed ice silk pajamas, holding a highball cup, sipping a small mouthful of red wine, then slowly put it down. This is for sleep aid, can't drink more, because the next day also have to participate in the beauty bidding meeting. Afterwards, she kicked off the 2 cute slippers on her feet, and with her bare pink jade feet, she slowly walked to the side of the wide and soothing bed. Lucian just looked at her silently, the corner of his lips lifting up a meaningful arc. Lose? Oh. Su Lanzhao slowly removed the nightgown on her body, then covered herself with a thin blanket. The blanket outlined the curves of her slender figure, and the most attracting attention was still the pair of long and straight long legs. Until the nightlight was turned off and the invisibility was not long enough to last any longer, Lucian performed positioning instant transmission and left the place. Baby, do you think everything will go well tomorrow? Lu Ruinyu was lying on Lucian's chest, listening to the extraordinarily smooth heartbeat, her eyes flickering slightly, as if she had something on her mind. Do you believe me when I say it will? Lucian inserted his hand into her hair filled with a ghostly scent, rubbed her head, and stroked his other hand on her shoulder. I believe it. Lu Ruinyu pressed her face closer, her face followed with a faint smile. Husband. You've worked hard these days. He. Lucian smiled faintly, his palm gently caressing her head, and returned, several times a day, it is indeed hard work. People are not talking about this. Lu Ruinyu slightly raised her eyes and glanced at him somewhat unkindly. I'm talking about the company's matter law. The company's That's not hard. Lucian kissed Lu Ruinyu's snow-white forehead. Lu Ruinyu was heartbroken. It's only strange if it's not hard work. And, when tomorrow is over, you'll have to suffer from other people's. Ha! A small matter, and it won't take more than a few days, by then everything will have changed radically. Lucian's eyes had a faint hint of coldness in them. This was originally a part of his plan, and to put it mildly, Huamei just happened to be utilized by him. But the result was always good. Otherwise, there was a real possibility that he would have felt guilty about Lu Ruinyu. Lu Ruinyu hugged Lucian's arm a few points tighter as she pressed against Lucian's chest and whispered, Hubby. I love you. I love you too. Lucian followed and tightened his arms around the jade in his arms, and the two of them soon entered dreamland. Early the next morning, Lu Ruinyu woke up very early to make breakfast for Lucian. After all, the start time of the skin beauty bidding session was 9 o'clock in the morning. The two of them drove to the company after a simple breakfast. Several of Huamei's shareholders were there, including the main researchers in Huamei's lab, as well as the new products that were to be unveiled this time. All in all, there were a dozen people in total. The site of the beauty bidding meeting was on the 6th floor of a 5-star international hotel in Zhang, and the entire floor was the venue for the bidding meeting. It took about 20 minutes to drive there from Huamei. From the back seat of the car, Lucian looked through the glass and directed his gaze to the towering skyscraper not far away. There was a calm sheen in his eyes. On the other hand, Lu Ruinyu, who was on the side, appeared to be a bit more nervous. Because 2 years ago, Huamei had already lost to Jinmei once in the bidding meeting, and this time, there was also. Phew! Lu Ruinyu took a long breath. Lucian reached his hand over and held her small jade-like smooth and white hand, looked at her sideways and revealed a smile. Lu Ruinyu seemed to have sensed the pep talk from the person beside her and followed with a gentle nod. Not long after, Huamei and Jinmei met in the lobby of the hotel. Su Wanzhou did not speak, but only nodded and smiled towards Lu Ruinyu and Lucian, without the slightest hint of nervousness. Lu Ruinyu, however, gave her a cold look and didn't say a word. The two teams, at the same time, entered the two adjacent elevators and at the same time, walked slowly out of the elevator on the 6th floor. The crowd at the bidding fair surged, but when they saw these two teams appear, they still had the good sense to get out of the way. After all, those who can come to participate in this bidding meeting are all business bigwigs in the beauty industry from all over the country, and everyone basically knows each other. In the skin care industry, Jinmei and Huamei were the two companies that stood at the top. Therefore, for the competition between these two companies, many people are holding the attitude of watching the drama from afar. Especially with the recent news coming out from within Huamei. It was said that there were new products being developed. It made some of the companies that were already holding a melon-eating mentality to watch the fun look forward to it even more. Everyone, please take your seats. The hospitality staff at the venue recognized the bosses of the two companies and hurriedly jogged over, inviting the crowd to take their seats. Both Huamei and Jinmei were located in the first row of the venue, with the rest of the people sitting in the back of the two companies. Hundreds of experts had already sat on the evaluation table, and there were also special instruments for testing and some medicines for chemical reactions on the side. At the same time, there were also some girls the organizers paid to try out the skin care products of the test models. Before the bidding meeting started, some of the bosses of enterprises in Jianbei came to the front and greeted Lu Ruanyu and Su Wanzhou. The organizers in charge of this project also gave a friendly nod to the two as they entered. After all, they were enterprises that would be cooperating in the future. No matter which one of Huamei and Jinmei it was, they had to give the other party face. At 9 o'clock in the morning, with the sound of a crisp gong, the noisy voices at the scene instantly quieted down. The host came forward slowly, and in the crowd's expectant gaze, said some opening remarks that made everyone's ears calloused. Finally, at the same time his words fell, this bidding will also completely open the prologue.